Wednesday, October 28th afternoon session of the Portland City Council. Keelan, please call the roll.
Daly.
Here.
Fritz.
Here.
Ryan. Hardesty.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here, under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote social distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. Again, thank you all for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we manage through these difficult circumstances to conduct the city's business. And with that, we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. We have Naomi here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the city council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please also be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one item today. There will be public testimony. I want to warn people, we are going to be limited to 2 minutes per person for public testimony just by virtue of the number of people who would like to testify. Colleagues, I've also extended my schedule for this afternoon. I've canceled one of my evening events, so I will be able to stay until 6 p.m. rather than the excused absence I'd previously put in at 5 p.m. Keelan, we have the one item 865, if you could read that, please.
Adopt the FY 2020-21 fall supplemental budget and make other budget-related changes.
Colleagues, before us today, we have the fall supplemental budget, also known as the fall bump. The fall bump is primarily meant to address technical adjustments to true up budgets between fiscal years based on the latest economic projections. Bureaus may also appropriate new resources or request general fund contingency for urgent or unforeseen needs that cannot be accommodated within their current year budget, which we approved back in June. This year's process is a little bit different, both in terms of the significance of the changes we're considering and in the number of people who've signed up to weigh in on what's effectively a true-up process. This year, 2 cornerstone council actions guided me as I developed my proposal. First, our COVID recovery and resilience resolution, which centered climate and equity. And second, the core city values that we adopted this past summer. Those values, just to remind everybody, were anti-racism, equity, transparency, communication, collaboration, and fiscal responsibility in our budgeting. I focused on equity, COVID recovery, violence prevention, and environmental stewardship. Commissioner Udaly and I have proposed a $3 million community reinvestment proposal for a community budgeting process centering and led by Black voices. 2/3 of these funds come from Portland Police Bureau budget cuts, and we will work with Reimagine Oregon and other partners to design the process. I'm expanding our tribal relations program and our Office of Equity and Human Rights with new positions to better serve both the community and our city bureaus. We're expanding our COVID response with investments that support a healthy, clean, and welcoming Central City, extend our contract with Solve to expand neighborhood cleanups and better serve our residents in East Portland. We're increasing rent assistance to keep Portlanders housed. We're devoting funds to keep our COVID-compliant outdoor camps operational and keep hygiene facilities available citywide. And we're dedicating dollars to support 275 safe shelter beds through the fall and winter months. Since late last year, we faced increasing gun violence, and the pandemic has increased the strain on Portlanders while making it harder and more expensive to provide social services. I'm expanding the Office of Violence Prevention to respond to this public health crisis. Finally, environmental investments will protect Portlanders from floods and flood damage, maintain progress on the cleanup of the Willamette River Superfund site, and ensure that we keep working towards Dark Skies Code to reduce light pollution and protect animal and human health. That was a top priority for our late friend and colleague, Commissioner Fish. I appreciate the collaborative conversations that we've had so far and our collective commitment to the values that were my roadmap in building this fall bump proposal. Procedurally, City Budget Director Jessica Kennard will walk us through the current ordinance. We will then hear and second amendments to the proposed ordinance, and after that, we will provide opportunity for public testimony. Then we will deliberate and vote on the amendments. We have a number of amendments before us today, and I want to note that it's possible that we will not get all the way through the discussion and votes today. If that happens, we will continue this hearing next week and vote the following week. If we do get through this discussion and the votes on all of the amendments, this is a non-emergency ordinance that will pass to second reading and a final vote next week. I'll now turn this over to Director Kennard. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. For the record, I'm Jessica Kennard, City Budget Director. I am joined virtually by Jane Marie Ford in my office, who is our Budget Monitoring Process Coordinator. We held a work session, as you all may recall, on October 20th, where we reviewed the requested supplemental budget changes, as well as the items included in the Mayor's proposed supplemental budget. You all have access to the full proposed supplemental budget online. But to provide context for today's discussion for you all and for members of the public that are tuning in, I will briefly review the high-level allocations, changes, and contingency balances. I will keep my presentation really brief today because I know that several people have signed up to testify and I want to maximize that time. However, if there are any questions or if Council would like me to dive deeper into any of the exhibits and the ordinances, I'm happy to do so. So due to good financial management and better than anticipated year-end revenues, we ended the year with $8.3 million in one-time general fund excess balance. Per financial policy, half of this has been deposited into the capital set-aside account to be allocated in the spring, and half has gone to unrestricted general fund contingency. As a result, one-time general fund contingency before the changes in the proposed budget equaled about $7.6 million. Ongoing general fund contingency equaled about $1.5 million before proposed allocations, and this is due to the Portland Police Bureau de-appropriations that were taken by Council as part of the adopted phase of the budget. And then recreational cannabis tax fund contingency equaled $1.9 million in ongoing funds and $1.0 million in one-time resources before the proposed allocations. At a high level, the allocations that are included in the Mayor's proposed supplemental budget as filed include a number of predominantly one-time general fund allocations. What you see on the slide are a high-level illustration of the predominantly one-time allocations as well as some ongoing cannabis tax fund allocations. So you can see that a total of $11.2 million is allocated in one-time general fund resources coming from the general fund one-time contingency, as well as $2.1 million in one-time general fund from the ongoing Portland Street Response policy set-aside. And then that's matched with $1.9 million in ongoing cannabis tax fund resources. And all of those are pooled together and distributed to a number of requested additions I've highlighted here the largest dollar value numbers. So the largest dollar value allocation is about $3.4 million for a community-led budgeting process with Reimagine Oregon. That includes $1.9 million of ongoing cannabis tax resources and $1.5 million of one-time general fund resources. It also includes $2.4 million for COVID-19 response for ECC, Emergency Coordination Center staffing, and then hygiene and homeless response needs. It includes $1.6 million to keep a base level of operations going for Portland 5 venues through the end of the fiscal year. It includes $1 million for known costs associated with our Portland Harbor Trust Agreement for next year. It includes $650,000 for trash cleanup in the I-405 corridor, $555,000 for known and incurred unemployment costs as a result of the seasonal layoffs that occurred last summer in response to COVID-19 in the Parks Bureau. And then there are a number of other smaller dollar value items that are also included in the ordinance. There were also a handful of ongoing general fund allocations that are included in the mayor's supplemental budget as filed. $830,000 of ongoing general fund is allocated, with $133,001 position going to the Tribal Relations Program, a total of $432,000 and 3 FTE, 3 positions for a handful of different programmatic initiatives led by the Office of Equity and Human Rights, and then $271,000 and 2 positions in the Office of Violence Prevention. The mayor's proposed supplemental budget also takes $7.7 million in one-time general fund reduction proposals that were put on the table by bureaus in response to our anticipated COVID-19 deficit, and pairs that with about $0.6 million in ongoing general fund contingency, deposits the total balance of about $8.4 million into a set aside for a general fund stability reserve. And this is to help address anticipated deficits going into next budget process. So with all of the changes in the supplemental budget as filed, our contingency balances are as follows on the screen. There's about $0.7 million in one-time general fund unrestricted contingency for urgent and unforeseen needs through the remainder of the fiscal year. There is, as I just mentioned, $8.4 million in a policy set aside for a general fund stability reserve to address any anticipated deficits in the next budget cycle. $2.3 million in our compensation set aside account for expected current year personnel costs. $4.2 million in capital set aside for major maintenance projects. $8.2 million in other policy set aside accounts. And I want to highlight, since this was a point of discussion in the work session, this includes $2.1 million in Portland Street response set aside for this year. And then as that is an ongoing allocation, there remains $4.8 million in ongoing resources in that set aside. And finally, $1 million in one-time recreational cannabis tax fund contingency is also available. With that, I will see if there's any questions from the council or any interest in diving in deeper to any of the exhibits. All right.
Now, any questions at this particular point? I don't see any yet.
Okay, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor. I believe the next step is to hear and second amendments.
All right, very good. We're going to read each of our proposed amendments into the record, and then we'll seek a second in turn. And after all the amendments have been placed on the table for the discussion, we will have public testimony. Colleagues, I have a number of amendments that I'd like to go ahead and propose, so I'll just go ahead and jump in if that's all right with folks. First of all, I'd like a motion to amend Directive H in the fiscal year 2021 fall supplemental budget as proposed. And Director Kennard, would you like me to read the entirety of this into the record?
You know, I'm going to ask either Naomi or Keelan to weigh in. Do we need to read the entire text of the directive language? It's basically replacing the directive language.
Is it posted? Do we have it posted somewhere? If it's not, I would say if it's not posted somewhere and available, we should read the entire language in.
Okay, I think Mayor, you need to read it.
You were going to say that. All right. $1.9 million in ongoing recreational cannabis tax fund and $1.5 million in one-time general fund resources will be allocated for a pilot initiative with Reimagine Oregon community partners as described in Exhibit 2. The pilot will provide for a community-led process that seeks to promote anti-racist investments by expanding economic opportunities, wealth creation, and restorative justice to communities that have been disproportionately impacted by police violence, mass incarceration, cannabis prohibition, and the criminal legal system, and that conforms with the uses identified in Measure 26-180 as related to the cannabis tax allocation. The City Budget Office, Civic Life, and the Office of Equity and Human Rights will work with Reimagine Oregon and their chosen consultant to ensure alignment between pilot goals and the city's capacity in order to ensure pilot success and the building of public trust in the city's processes. The one-time general fund resources shall be dedicated to supporting the deployment of the pilot and the goals as determined by Reimagine Oregon in consultation with the aforementioned City Bureau partners and to providing sufficient City Bureau capacity to provide requested support. This pilot project is intended to dismantle anti-Black processes. Lessons learned from the pilot and practices supported by community will inform and be applied to the annual budget process and the budget monitoring processes, known as the bump, by Council. Council commits to being updated on the program at each of the budget monitoring processes and during the annual budget to hear from community on its progress, revisit funding levels, and take recommendations from Reimagine Oregon community partners for improvements. That is the formal language, and colleagues.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Fritz. This amendment updates the language of the ordinance directive related to our reinvestment proposal based on conversations we've had already with Reimagine Oregon about how we're going to move forward together. And this is just more specific about our next steps, and I appreciate the transparency that it's going to provide to the community. So we have a motion and we have a second. We will call that Wheeler Amendment number 1. Next, colleagues, and these are all shorter, a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed in order to transfer funding allocated for the SOLVE contract from the Homeless and Urban Camping Impact Reduction Program in the Office of Management and Finance to the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. It will decrease Bureau program expenses in the Office of Management and Finance in the Facilities Services Operating Fund by $77,000 and reduce general fund cash transfer reserves into the Facilities Service Operating budget by an equal amount, $77,000. It will increase Bureau program expenses in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability General Fund by $77,000 to reflect funding for the Keep It Pretty Rose City Volunteer Cleanup Project. It will increase general fund resources in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability by $77,000. This updates Exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change. The point of this, folks, is to propose funds for a one-year contract with Solve for the Keep It Pretty Rose City program that engages volunteers in the neighborhood cleanup projects. This amendment reassigns that funding from the Office of Management, OMF, to BPS, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, which I believe is a better home for the contract. Could I get a second, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Ryan. That's Wheeler 2. Amendment 3, the motion is to make the following adjustment to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in Prosper Portland's general fund by $20,000 in one-time resources to help support a downtown retail advocate position. Reduce unrestricted general fund contingency by $20,000 one time to fund this change. This would update Exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
And let's see, let me turn the page here. Sorry. Amendment, that's amendment, Wheeler Amendment 3. Wheeler Amendment 4, it's a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in the Office of the Mayor's General Fund by $70,000 in one-time resources to partner with CARE Oregon to further develop a comprehensive approach to assist first responders and community with sobering, addiction recovery, and behavioral health response. It would reduce the general fund policy set aside allocated for future sobering contract by $70,000 one time to fund this change. It would of course update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change. I'd like to give just a brief commentary on this. This amendment is related to a policy conversation that I'm very excited about. As you all know, our contract with Central City Concerned Sobering Center dissolved last year, and since then, I've had a dedicated staff person exploring next steps. He's been talking with experts from the healthcare, mental health, behavioral health, public health, law enforcement, and judicial systems, homeless service providers, and academic experts, and that work has led to a really great outcome. CARE Oregon has offered to hire a program manager to take this conversation to the next level, convening partners from all of these systems to figure out how we can break down the silos that have historically prevented the kind of collaboration that we need to build a better approach together. This amendment allocated $70,000 one time to fund half of this program manager position at CARE Oregon. That work will ultimately conclude, and I'm got my pages stuck together here, July 1st. Sorry to keep you all hanging there. And I look forward to the new relationships and new opportunities that will be on the table then. Can I get a second for that amendment, please?
Second.
That's Amendment 4, seconded by Commissioner Ryan. And I promise I'm almost done. Amendment 5, a motion to make following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed. Amend Exhibit 2 to include the following current appropriational level target adjustment. Decrease the CAL target for the Portland Police Bureau by $2,307,654. Let me try that again. $2,307,654 for the housing and services contract currently managed by the service coordination team. Increase the CAL target by the same amount, $2,307,654 plus inflation in the Portland Housing Bureau for the Joint Office of Homeless Services to take over ownership of this contract. And just briefly, this amendment moves funding for the contract for additional treatment and housing services out of the Portland Police Bureau to the Portland Housing Bureau for the Joint Office of Homeless Services to take over management of the contract. This will be effective the next fiscal year to allow bureaus the necessary time to plan for the transition. This change, of course, aligns with conversations about how we provide for public safety in the city, ensuring these critical community services are provided by the bureaus that are best equipped to do so. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Ryan. He just barely beat you out, Commissioner Fritz. That is Wheeler Amendment 5. And finally, Wheeler Amendment 6, a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed. Amend Exhibit number 2 to include the following current appropriation level target adjustments. Increase CAL targets in bureaus with new ongoing general fund allocations authorized in the fall supplemental budget as amended by the estimated ongoing impact of these changes. These appropriations may be later adjusted based on costs to be funded through the general fund overhead model, updated information from the Bureau of Human Resources, actual costs of positions hired, or other information that becomes available after the fall supplemental budget is adopted. And just to be clear about this, this amendment, of course, is technical in nature. It increases the current appropriation level targets in a variety of bureaus that are receiving new ongoing general fund allocations. And Jessica, I know if there are questions, you will be happy to discuss this at a deeper level.
That's right.
I got a second from Commissioner Fritz. That is Wheeler Amendment number 6. And that concludes both my amendments and my voice. Colleagues, any further amendments? Commissioner,
I did second that, but yeah, I have some amendments now, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Fritz, you're up.
Thank you. Pull this up. First, I move to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in Portland Parks and Recreation General Fund by $22,185 in one-time resources to cover protest-related damage and labor costs. Decrease unrestricted general fund contingency by $22,185 one time to fund this change. Update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
Second. So Commissioner Fritz makes a motion. I've seconded it. That's Fritz 1.
Thank you. Next one, move to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in Portland Parks Recreation General Fund by $87,946 in one-time resources to fund costs associated with restroom services from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. These expenses are additional and directly associated with running one of the only public restrooms in downtown amidst protests, COVID, and the human health crisis. Decrease unrestricted general fund contingency by $87,946 one time to fund this change. Update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
Second.
Commissioner
Ryan. This is
Fritz 2.
That's Fritz 2. It's for the Pioneer Courthouse Square restrooms. Number 3 is the motion move to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in the Office of Equity and Human Rights General Fund by $170,000 in ongoing general fund resources. $110,000 of this total will support ongoing quarterly train the trainer workshops for 10 to 20 facilitators and trainers across city bureaus to help implement results-based accountability citywide. $50,000 of this total will establish an ongoing professional development budget for the Office of Equity and Human Rights staff, Bureau equity staff, and citywide training. The remaining $10,000 will be used to develop new e-learning and in-person training courses. Decrease the one-time transfer of unallocated ongoing general fund unrestricted contingency to the general fund stability policy set aside by $170,000 to fund this change in financial year 2021. Ongoing funding for this position will come from the unallocated ongoing general fund for this training money will come from the unallocated ongoing general fund unrestricted contingency resources and be included as a Cal target adjustment for financial year 2021 to 22. Update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds. And just for the record, for those who are viewing this, what we're doing right now is just putting amendments on the table for discussion. We're not actually voting on these amendments right now. We're just putting them on the table, just in case people are wondering procedurally what we're doing. So that's Fritz amendment number 3.
Fritz 4 is moved to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Reduce Bureau program expenses in the City Budget Office General Fund by $41,250 and reduce Bureau program expenses in the Office of Government Relations General Fund by $41,250 on a one-time basis to fund current year costs associated with a small Bureau equity manager to be housed in the Office of Equity and Human Rights. Increase Bureau program expenditures in the Office of Equity and Human Rights General Fund by $82,500 on a one-time basis and add 1.0 permanent regular FTE to provide dedicated, focused equity manager support to small bureaus managing key citywide processes affecting city equity outcomes, beginning with the Office of Government Relations and the City Budget Office. Amend Exhibit 2 to direct the City Budget Office to increase the current appropriation level for the Office of Equity and Human Rights by $165,000 to provide permanent and consistent equity manager support and ensure progress on equity outcomes in key citywide processes managed by small city bureaus.
I'll second that. So that is Fritz number 4.
And obviously that did have the support of both Government Relations and City Budget Office who helped develop the proposal, which will help the small bureaus, as will the training money. Fritz 5 moved to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in Portland Parks and Recreation General Fund by $32,024 on a one-time basis to extend 4 seasonal maintenance workers in the downtown service zone for 8 weeks and provide appropriate fleet rentals for 8 weeks. Reduce general fund unrestricted contingency by $32,024 on a one-time basis to fund this change. Update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
And I'll second that. That is Fritz number 5. Does that complete your amendments, Commissioner Fritz?
No, I have one more, Mayor. Thank you. This is Fritz 6, move to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in the Office of Equity and Human Rights General Fund by $128,806 in dollars in ongoing general fund resources and authorize 1.0 permanent FTE to support a policing-focused equity data analyst housed in the Office of the Equity and Human Rights, whose assigned task is to work with the Portland Police Bureau's Equity and Inclusion Office and Strategic Services Division to increase the use of equitable data practices in the Police Bureau. Decrease the one-time transfer of unallocated ongoing general fund unrestricted contingency to the general fund stability policy set aside by $128,806 to fund this change in financial year 2020 to 21. Ongoing funding for this position will come from the unallocated ongoing general fund unrestricted contingency resources and be included as a CAL target adjustment for financial year 2021 to 22. Reduce Bureau program expenses in the Office of Equity and Human Rights General Fund by $64,403 in one-time resources to reflect the anticipated partial year savings for this position. Increase one-time unrestricted general fund contingency by $64,403 to balance this change. Updates exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
I'll second that. So that is Fritz number 6.
And that concludes my amendments. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Daly.
My apologies. Someone was at the door.
No worries.
Hello. All right. Before I read my amendment, I want to thank Reimagine Oregon, which is a initiative that was a region-wide initiative created by Black community leaders and advocates who've really been a critical community partner and advisor in this ongoing conversation about transforming our approach to public safety and policing and investing in community. And I also want to clear up any confusion that might have been created by email sent by my office to constituents in advance of this hearing. As I mentioned, Reimagine Oregon began as a series of conversations organized and led by Black community leaders and advocates. Mayor Wheeler and I were invited participants, and neither of us had anything to do with creating or establishing this initiative. I apologize for any misunderstanding that may have been created by the wording of this email. It's been an honor to work with Reimagine Oregon and other advocates and organizations. I look forward to continuing this community-led work as we redirect resources from our outdated public safety and policing models and invest in community. Now I will read my amendment. I move to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Increase Bureau program expenses in the Office of Community and Civic Life General Fund by $1.7 million for the Oregon Worker Relief Fund. Decrease the General Fund Stability Reserve policy set aside by $1.75 million to fund this change and update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
A second.
Thank you. And just a brief explanation. I'm advocating for a city investment in the Oregon Workers Relief Fund. This program provides financial assistance to Oregonians who do not qualify for traditional unemployment insurance or CARES Act stimulus checks. Immigrant serving organizations across the country are reporting an increase in unmet basic needs, including food, housing, and cash assistance. This includes people experiencing houselessness, people exiting or transitioning from the criminal legal system, and people working in sub-legal industries. Vital support is still inaccessible for some immigrant Oregonians, but the Oregon Workers Relief Fund fills the gaps to resource the populations that public agencies and programs leave behind. Individuals barred from other forms of financial relief are eligible for up to $2,500 from OWRF. And that is my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Daly.
Commissioner Hardesty is next.
Commissioner Hardesty, you are good to go. You're up.
Excellent. I hope Commissioner Ryan doesn't feel left out, but here I go. Let me tell you my amendments, and then I will make a statement afterwards. My first amendment is as so. Decrease Bureau program expenses in the Portland Police Bureau's general fund by $18,022,101 in ongoing resources. This change will be balanced in two ways, both one-time and ongoing. To balance for fiscal year 2021 on a one-time basis, increase external materials and services in the Special Appropriations General Fund for the Emergency Coordination Center Food Assistance Program by $7,450,000 in one-time resources. Increase external materials and services in the Special Appropriations General Fund for the Emergency Coordination Center Hygiene Stations Program by $1,075,000 and one-time resources. Increase external material and services in the Special Appropriations General Fund for the Emergency Coordination Center Outdoor Shelter Program by $1,050,000 in one-time resources. Increase external materials and services in the Special Appropriations General Fund for the Emergency Coordination Center Households Essentials Program by $300,000 and one-time resources. Increase external materials and services in the Portland Housing Bureau General Fund by $7,547,101 and one-time resources for universal eviction defense. The Portland Housing Bureau will work with the Joint Office of Homeless Services and the Office of Commissioner Daly on this effort. Increase external materials and services in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability General Fund by $500,000 in one-time resources to help address the digital divide for our disabled community members. Increase external materials and services in Portland Fire and Rescue General Fund by $100,000 and one-time resources for increased crisis intervention training. To balance the reduction of an ongoing basis starting in fiscal year 2021-22, amend Exhibit Number 2 to add the following current appropriation level target adjustments. Increase general fund contingency policy set aside by $1 million in ongoing resources for the creation of a Latinx Youth Development Fund. Increase general fund contingency policy set aside by $2,500,000 in ongoing resources for Portland Street Response. Increase general fund unrestricted contingency by $14,522,101 in ongoing resources to provide stability to fiscal year 2021 to 22 general fund budget or be available for additional emergent community needs. Update Exhibit 1-5 as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Thank you. Number 2, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. Reduce Police Bureau's program expenses and special appropriations by $2,125,000 and one-time general fund resources for the COVID-19 related hygiene and outdoor shelter programs. Increase general fund policy set aside for Portland Street response on a one-time basis by $2,125,000 to balance this change. Update Exhibit 1-5 as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Thank you. Number 3, motion to make the following adjustment to the supplemental budget. Increase Bureau program expenses in the Bureau of Emergency Communication and the Emergency Communication Fund by $95,500 and one-time resources, and authorize 5 FTE regular senior dispatch positions for Portland Street response. This represents the total anticipated cost for personnel expenditures starting in May 2021. The ongoing costs for these positions starting in fiscal year 2021-22 will be funded through increased 911 tax revenue from the state of Oregon. Reduced general fund policy set aside for Portland Street response on a one-time basis by $95,500 to fund this change. Update Exhibit 1-5 as needed to reflect this change.
Second.
Thank you. I got 2 seconds that time. I love it. And so before I finish, I just want to make a couple of comments about my recommended changes before we open this up to the public. Let me, of course, start by saying, as always, that the budget is a moral document. So this fall bump hearing and vote is the perfect time to make sure our spending reflects the city's values. As my colleagues are aware, I'm proposing an amendment to cut $18 million from Portland Police Bureau. And I want to really thank Commissioner Udaley, who has been an excellent partner with me on developing this plan. In the last 2 months, I've hosted live events with our BIPOC community members, public health experts, and police reform advocates as part of my Rethink Portland initiative to reimagine what community safety looks like for all Portlanders. With the events, hundreds of messages from constituents, analysts from my office, hearing the community's demand for months, and working with Commissioner Udaley, I am confident in this proposal to reallocate these dollars to make sure Portlanders have a roof over their head, food in their stomach, and their most basic needs met. And if yesterday wasn't any indication that 1,400 people took what was available and $500 gift cards, and that was gone in 5 minutes. Economic anxiety is a big predictor of violence. If we combine our current economic recession with a global pandemic and a movement forcing us to confront centuries of racial injustice, we have the what we're seeing in real time: unrest, anxiety, and instability. As government leaders, our role is to provide stability in those moments of crisis. With this proposal, I'm also asking my colleagues to begin addressing violence as a public health issue. Police officers cannot and should not be the only solution to so many of society's ills. Yet today, they are the city's biggest funded bureau, thereby leaving many of social ills for police to respond to. If we all agree that we can't arrest our way out of this problem, we need to begin to look at how to fund programs and alternatives that prevent conflict and violence, and how to move money from a bureau that is not delivered on its charge. It's clear some are nitpicking specific line item cuts as a distraction. We need to cut through the noise and get to the main issue. Portland Police Bureau has not been held accountable for its bloated spending or for its inconsistent, disproportionate targeting of people of color, houseless individuals, and people dealing with mental health crises. And the community is demanding an end to that. It should not be controversial to require a bureau to course correct when its own outcomes show it is not serving all Portlanders equally. I thank you very much for listening to my opening comments. And there were a couple of questions that came up, Jessica, at the last hearing that we had on the budget. And I have asked the city attorney, Robert Taylor, to come and provide some information about the impact that the protests, the lawsuits against the police are having on the city attorney's workload. So I would very much like to have him speak, and then Mike Myers very briefly talk about the economic devastation that's headed our way. Thank you. So if there's no objection, Robert, Mayor, if you have no objections, I'd like to hear from Robert Taylor, if that's okay.
Before we get into the presentations, Commissioner Hardesty, I need to make one minor correction on one of the amendments I put forward. Amendment number 3, the number was inaccurate. I had requested $20,000. The number is $25,000. I think that's a substantial enough difference. Could I get a second to the amendment of my amendment, which is
Second.
20,000 to 25. Thank you, Commissioner Fritz. Back to you, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you. But Fritz was quick on the draw that time. Robert Taylor, would you mind providing us with information as I requested, please?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. This is Robert Taylor, Chief Deputy City Attorney. And before I start, I want to acknowledge that many city bureaus are under a great deal of budget stress and are working very, very hard to confront all of the issues facing the city over the last several months. In response to your question, our office has experienced a significant workload increase due to the police response to demonstrations. As of last count, we have 18 lawsuits that have been filed against the city as of the end of May. We expect more to come, and the statute of limitations for those types of lawsuits is usually 2 years. So more may be coming. Over the past few months, our office has handled at least 3 hearings for temporary restraining orders against the city, 2 hearings for preliminary injunctions, recently 1 contempt of court hearing that our office handled. And we also recently handled a trial related to a 2016 demonstration event, which indicates how long these cases can last in our office. We measure the workload in a couple of different ways. One is through measuring our risk hours. Those are hours we track for our risk management department on tort cases, which these types of cases are. And we've looked at it for a couple of different periods. One from July 1st through mid-September, our risk hours were up 40% from that same period last year. When you extend that period through the mid-October, so from July 1st through mid-October, the risk hours are actually up 53% compared to the same period last year. So last year we had about 3,600 risk hours during that period. This year it's over 5,500 risk hours. The other way that we track the workload in our litigation section is through overtime hours that our lawyers keep track of. From July 1st through mid-September, our overtime hours in our litigation section were 2.5 times higher than they were during that same period last year. From July 1st through mid-October, that longer period of time, our overtime hours are actually 3 times higher than they were compared to a year ago. So last year during that period, there were 331 overtime hours by our litigators. For that same period this year, it's 1,004 overtime hours by our litigators. There are a couple of different impacts that we are experiencing because of that workload. Our attorneys are salaried employees. The overtime hours do not have a budget impact on us, but and I want to be very careful about how I talk about this, but I think our lawyers are under a great deal of mental and physical stress because of that. I believe that folks are seeking the appropriate attention for those issues, but it does cause a great deal of stress on our folks, both at work and at home. And we are very, very fortunate at the City Attorney's Office to have a great group of litigators and attorneys overall. And that type of environment can make it very difficult to retain and attract good lawyers. And I do not want to see our good lawyers go somewhere else where they are not operating under that same level of stress and strain. The other big impact that we have seen is, there's opportunity costs associated with this, where we have not been able to do some things that we otherwise would like to do. Before the pandemic and the events over the summer, we had promised to do some work for government relations around preemption, because that's an important issue for the city, both at the state and federal level. And because of the workload and the lawyers have had to do other things, we've not been able to get to that. And I owe Elizabeth Edwards that, and she keeps reminding me. But that's a good example of things that we have not been able to get to. There are other items where we have foreseen potential litigation to defend potential future council actions. And I have asked lawyers to hold time for those things because I want our best lawyers to be able to defend that. And those great lawyers are now handling these demonstration related cases. So that is an area where I see that in the future, our ability to handle things is going to be compromised potentially. And then most recently, and I do want to note this because it's important for our office, we did just recently sue the federal government in two very important cases. One in Oakland, where we were challenging the deployment of federal troops and the deputation and the fence in the right of way. We also just sued in Seattle, along with Seattle and New York, over the anarchist jurisdiction label that is threatening federal funding to progressive cities. Those are very important lawsuits where the city is standing up for its right to have local control over its streets and its law enforcement. And that is an example of litigation. We could not have done that on our own. Given everything that we are facing right now, we could not have done those lawsuits. And it was only because we had good partnerships with those other cities and other partners that we've worked with. And so we're grateful for that, but that is an example where we couldn't have done that on our own. And then finally, we hold ourselves to very high standards as lawyers, and we like to practice at a very, very high level. But at this level of stress and strain and workload, it can be hard for us to meet those high standards, and that's also a risk. So thank you for that opportunity, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Robert. And let me say, you're absolutely right. The level of expertise that we are able to share in from your office has been pretty phenomenal. And you absolutely amaze me that you're able to juggle so many things, especially working from home and all the other challenges that come along with that. I do have one last question before I back up and leave it for my colleagues to ask, which is any lawsuit that's $1 million and under is paid out of our general fund. Is that accurate? How does that work?
Yeah, we've got the self-insured retention. So in order for it, and I would want to talk to Patrick Hughes and Risk about this to make sure I'm explaining it correctly, but we do have a self-insured retention. So if the payment is below a certain figure, then the city writes the check. Otherwise, it goes to the insurance carrier.
It would be great if you could find that out before we're done today, because I actually thought that there were different levels based on this suit, right? There's a different level for police than there is for, say, something else.
I will get in touch with Patrick and get you those answers today.
Thank you so much. And does anybody else have any questions for Robert Taylor? Seeing no hands. Thank you very much. Mike Myers, would you please give us a report on what you're seeing as far as food security and housing?
Thank you, Commissioner. And my name is Mike Myers. I'm the Director of Portland Bureau of Emergency Management. Good afternoon, other council members, and good afternoon, Mayor. Commissioner Hardesty, you and I have spoke about this on several occasions, and I think I spoke to this group last week during the work session. And I explained it then that I would be remiss in my duty as your emergency manager if I did not bring forward the food security needs of the public during COVID-19 outbreak. And by no means today am I suggesting that we can end hunger through funds. There was hunger before COVID, and there certainly will be hunger after. The conditions, however, in which people live have changed over these last few months. That is largely driven by the financial changes that we're seeing. I do not expect that to get any better. I am not the expert in food security. We have an outstanding team at the ECC that does this work, and I've invited Katie Robb to join us. She is the ECC Coordination Section lead on food security. Sheila Craig is also in the wings if we need to talk to her from the finance section. While Katie is getting online to briefly talk to you about food security, and I do want to say publicly and thank the ECC and their staff under the direction of Katie Wolf as your incident commander. Bureaus have, across the entire city, have dedicated individuals to work over these last few months in a very, very dynamic pressure situation, and I think they've performed admirably, and I want to tell each commissioner thank you, the mayor's office thank you, and thank you to the bureau directors for giving me their very, very best. It's been a very impressive operation. Katie, if you're available, can you talk a little bit about we know we have community partners out there helping us with food security. We know that they cannot meet the gap and that the city is trying to assist in meeting the gap. Katie, can you talk to the group about that a little bit?
Yes. Hello, commissioners. My name is Katie Robb. I am the food security lead at the ECC. One of the things that we do at the ECC is we partner with Multnomah County's EOC food security team as well. We also partner with Portland Children's Levy to monitor all of the grantees that the levy is supporting through their hunger relief efforts. And we also reach out to partners like the Oregon Food Bank to understand what's going on with the food pantry system. And what we're hearing at a high level is that there's an extreme amount of need right now on the food pantry system, and they are experiencing disruptions. Supply disruptions are common. And they are also slow in the sense of being cautious to get online and back up and running, because a lot of the shopping style pantry patrons would go and select their items. Because of COVID-19, they've chosen some of them to fill boxes and allow boxes to go out in that way to reduce the risk for patrons. So there have been a lot of changes that, coupled with supply issues, have caused them to be cautious in coming back online. And I think that given that we're seeing some spikes, we can expect that cautiousness to continue, and we can expect disruptions to also continue. So I worry for the system. And then we're also very concerned. We're seeing a lot of people needing cash assistance for food. And I think long-term, one of the things that I talk about is systemic risk for our small ethnic grocers and their ability to provide, and the amount of resource we have for culturally specific foods. Because as their patrons of these stores continue to not have money and continue to not have resources, I worry for insolvency for these businesses that are providing a critical food need for our areas. And I worry that we'll have more food deserts when we come out of this as a result of that.
Commissioner, you're muted. Thank you.
I realized that as I started talking. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having my back, Mike. Katie, can you tell me how many organizations you're working with currently to provide food support?
Yeah, we have over 50 organizations that we're working with right now to provide food support. And those are BIPOC, immigrant and refugee organizations, and also organizations that serve Portlanders with disabilities.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you and Mike being here today. I really, really appreciate you both. Thank you so much. And the last thing I want to say is I plan today to have my amendments voted on. So I'm not sure what else will happen with other amendments, but I just want to be clear that before I leave today, my plan is to have my amendments voted on. Thank you all. Mayor, back to you.
Commissioner Hardesty, just a clarification on that point. Are you saying you do not want to complete public testimony, or are you saying you're fine having this extend beyond and I will not be present for the vote? I cannot hear you.
Sorry, I am muted again. I think for me, what I'd like to do is you can now stay an extra hour, which I'm very grateful for. But so a half hour before you have to leave, I think we should ask the people that are waiting if they want to have that vote. And we could do a very quick poll in chat to find out whether or not that people are ready to have that vote. Okay. I want to hear from everybody as always, but I think it's important that at least on my amendments, and I can't speak for anyone else's, I very much want my amendments voted on today.
Okay, and I'm good either way, but I would encourage you to also poll your fellow commissioners, because some of them might want to take the time to follow up or ask further questions or get further community input.
I think I've been pretty clear on my amendments. Some of the amendments I just saw today, so people can talk to me about their amendments that they didn't present before today, but mine have been pretty clear and been very widely distributed. So if people feel how they feel, and I don't think today is going to change that. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Udaley.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Okay, Commissioner Fritz.
I would be very troubled by ending public testimony before having everybody have a chance. Sorry. I can see Jessica straining to hear me. I shall speak earpiece. I would be very troubled if we cut off public testimony before everybody's had a chance to say. If people only want to say, I agree, then they can do that. But I would not want to do a poll. In fact, I don't think there's anything in the rules of order for the council that allows us to do that.
I disagree with your premise about the rules.
Has her hand up.
I'll just say that I do support Commissioner Hardesty's request for her amendments to be voted on today. And it's not as if we don't have precedent for having to cut off testimony early in order to take a vote. We've done that before, and we also know that the vast majority of people who have signed up to give testimony today are in support of these amendments.
Very good. Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, I did express this to Commissioner Hardesty earlier today. I don't want to vote until I hear everyone who has testified on the issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. So we have something to consider over the course of the next several hours. Keelan, let's move to public testimony. How many people do we currently have signed up?
We have about 120 or so people on the call right now. I would like to make a quick announcement. We were having some tech issues at the beginning of the meeting where not everybody could get signed on. Those issues have been resolved, and we have sent an email to everyone who has signed up to let them know that if they weren't able to get signed on, they should go ahead and sign on now. And I just want to make sure that we make that announcement in the meeting as well. So anybody who's watching knows they can sign on.
Very good. Thank you, Keelan. And Commissioner Udaley and Ryan, you still have your hands raised. I take it that's just residual. Good. All right. Thank you. So Keelan, why don't you call the first people? 2 minutes. Name for the record, please.
Okay, the first 3 people we have are Ariel Stone, Hyung Nam, and Renee Mitchell.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Thank you. My name is Rabbi Ariel Stone. The Portland Police General Fund has increased to over $200 million. The Bureau of Planning and Sustainability gets $10 million, as does the Office of Community and Civic Life. And the Housing Bureau currently has $33 million. What would happen if those numbers were weighted in the opposite direction? Trued, as the mayor said, to our community's expressed values? Piles of data show that police do not deter crime. The data shows that the best way to lower crime rates is to invest in social services. It's time to invest in reimagining public safety by fully funding parks, social services, mental and physical health facilities, emergency rent aid, and food insecurity programs. It's time to support public safety by taking away Department of Defense munitions from public servants who use them to make war on their own people. It's time to finally take action to come into compliance with the U.S. Department of Justice's 2012 judgment that the Portland police must stop committing criminal violence against Portland residents. On Wednesday, July 8th of this year, the Portland Police Association publicly declared that they have no confidence in the City Council. It's time to publicly respond that the City of Portland has no confidence in the Portland Police Association and to budget accordingly. Before an officer gets a brand new uniform because paint was spilled on it, let's make sure that those whom they are sworn to protect and serve have the services they need to afford any clothing at all. Before more funds are spent to cover officer overtime, let's stop arresting houseless residents of Portland, which accounted for nearly half of all instances of use of force in the first quarter of 2020. Let's reimagine Portland. Let's imagine that our parks have all the money they need and the police have to hold a bake sale to buy tear gas.
Next up, we have Hyung Nam.
Hi, my name is Hyung Nam, and I'm an organizer with Portland Metro People's Coalition. I want to support cutting $18 million from the police. I urge Mayor Wheeler and all commissioners to make the vote happen today. I'm yielding my time so that the vote to cut funds to PPB can happen today, and that Black and Brown community members and organizations can speak. I submit my testimony in writing, and I just want to add that this is a historic vote for Commissioner Ryan, a first historic vote, and a final one for Commissioner Fritz's legacy on equity. And with the uncertainty of federal aid and with the chaos and dysfunction and record deficit and debt, we need local contingency funds dedicated not to police so that Wall Street doesn't just come swoop in again like they did during the last recession. Thank you.
Next up is Renee Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. My name is Renee Mitchell, and many of those listening may know me from my years as an award-winning columnist for The Oregonian. I'm also a former high school teacher and founder of a nationally award-winning youth development organization called I Am More. I've also been a community artist for over 20 years, and I'm testifying today to call attention to a commitment that the City Council made in the 1980s when Portland's first Black elected official, the late Commissioner Charles Jordan, reimagined the mothballed fire station as a cultural hub for artists of color. The Interstate Firehouse Cultural Center was where I produced my first play in 2003. It was where I first collaborated with numerous artists of color, many of whom became lifelong friends. The IFCC was also where I co-produced the city's first jazz opera with Grammy Award-winning composer, the late Theron Memory. It was because of those artists, and because of my deep respect for Charles Jordan, because of my desire to help Black children use creativity as a vehicle for hope and racial healing, that I joined a community advisory committee tasked with figuring out how to once again reopen the IFCC. Another strong IFCC advocate was Nick Fish, who nominated me for the 2019 Spirit of Portland Award. And as a longtime friend, Nick insisted on personally handing me this award, even though he was just weeks away from taking his last breath. As I close my comments, I will play 20 seconds of his remarks.
Just hitting the highlights. She now heads her own company, Renee Mitchell Speaks, and she serves on Portland Parks and Recreation's Interstate Firehouse Cultural Center Community Advisory Committee. Because of her dedication and the dedication of some other community leaders, we're going to save that institution that Charles Jordan once saved, and we're going to repurpose it for the next generation. So let's think.
Today, I'm requesting that the Portland City Council honor Nick's intention for IFCC by funding a feasibility study in the final fall bump and not wait until 2021. And then that money can be reimbursed once the parks levy passes. This is an action that I believe will both honor Nick and Charles Jordan's legacy of equity and community resiliency. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And Renee, if I could also just put in a comment here. The reason it wasn't specifically put in the fall bump is the assumption was it will be funded through the levy. If the levy for any reason did not pass, we have publicly committed that we would find the resources to fund that either from the Parks Bureau or elsewhere. It is definitely a top priority for this council. So either way, it will happen, and I'm giving you my word that it will happen.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Fritz, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say something similar, and that we have had conversations on the council. Thank you, Renee. After I finished all the mouthful of my amendments, I neglected to say that to mention the Interstate Firehouse, because we certainly appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you for playing our dear friend Nick's voice, and I'm glad that he honored you as one of his final things. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz.
Next up, we have Emery Mort. Oh, I'm sorry. Sean Green, Emery Mort, and Timothy Swales.
Hello, my name is Sean Green. I'm chair of the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods. Thanks for hearing my testimony, Mayor Wheeler and members of council. I am also part of an emerging coalition, along with the Interfaith Alliance on Poverty and others, that has been supporting alternative shelters and villages to help our unhoused community members. And I'm here to speak on the proposed increased funding to programs, including the outdoor shelter program and continuing the C3PO funding and the 2 other shelters in the mayor's proposal. And I just want to say that I think that we, as a city, we need to continue to look at a variety of options and a continuum to support our unhoused community. And I feel strongly, having interact with folks from our unhoused community, our neighborhoods, businesses, and faith community, that together we can find ways to help each other and support each other. And with that, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Next up is Emery Mort.
Good afternoon, Council. For the record, my name is Emery Mort. I'm affiliated with Portland's Resistance. last week I admired how Commissioner Ryan wanted to lead in this budget process with shared values. So starting with those values like addressing racist policing and the demands of the movement for Black lives. 2, the COVID crisis. 3, people experiencing houselessness. And I'm not going to speak long today because I do think we should have the vote today. And I think voters should see where candidates stand on this huge issue that was laid out so well at the beginning a few minutes ago in this hearing. And yeah, I just think if we look at the values, we see where the moral and the proper choice lies. 1,400 debit cards going to emergency need yesterday in under 5 minutes. That's $700,000 in desperate need. You know, you heard from the ECC on the need that's out there. And, you know, this is the 4th time you've heard official public comment for this fall bump process. And, you know, those of us who have participated know what you've heard over and over again. And so I think many people out here want you to find common ground with the values of those voices you've been hearing out in the community. And though people have been physically and mentally beaten down by this system and by misinformation, you know, look how people are showing up, and we're together, we're strong, we're capable, we're actually reasonable and moral too. And so, yeah, I hope you vote for Hardesty's 18 million amendment and cutting the PPP spending and getting it to people in need. Thank you, and I hope we have this vote today.
Next up is Timothy Swales.
Can you hear me? Perfect. All right, so my name is Timothy Swales, just for your record. First, you can take my warning. Fuck you, Ted Wheeler. Second of all, I'd like you to vote today. I agree with Unite Oregon. So all the email you're gonna get from Unite Oregon, I agree with that. The 18 million is not enough, but like the other, 5%, it was a start. So I'm gonna take this 18 million. We need to get it increased to, like 35 million, but all the demands on Unite Oregon's email, that's what I agree with. And there's plenty of other people who agree with it. So let's vote today. And Ted Wheeler, you do not deserve to be Portland's mayor, and you probably will not be Portland's mayor as soon as these right interest folks get their clown act together. You're gonna lose, sucker. I'm done. I yield my time.
Next up, we have Gabriel Triplett, Tim McCormick, and Bob Salinger.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Hello, City Council. My name is Gabriel Triplett. I'm a pastoral care worker and community organizer. I live in Minster in Northeast Portland. I'm here voicing support for Commissioner Hardesty's amendments. I specifically want to advocate that the funds be diverted to support the disability community. Specifically, I want to urge that the funding of the rental registry program that Real Choice Initiatives, MACG, Portland Tenants United, and neighborhood organizations organized and worked hard to get passed during the last fall bump, but which was defunded when COVID hit. I think all too often in policy and program development, the needs of people labeled as disabled are only a charitable afterthought. It's past time to end this. We are in the midst of a global health crisis, and the needs of the disability community must begin and end the conversation. This is the community most ignored, most impacted, and whose continued neglect poses the largest escalation of public need and cost. 2 quick examples. The first, families with children with disabilities like mine have found themselves unable to work outside the home because of fear of bringing in the disease, unable to work inside the home because distance learning for a child with special needs is more than a full-time job. It's more than 2 full-time jobs. On top of that, unable to access in-home services provided by the state because of the health risk to our children. Here's the thing, balancing work and family is always difficult, right? But having a family member with an additional medical or attention need makes it 1,000 times more difficult. And COVID has made that situation almost impossible. And what we're seeing is the risk of families who will choose to hand over their children to the state because they're simply not able to provide a safe place for them and care for them. It moves the community backwards towards greater institutionalization. And it's a trauma that takes its whole a toll on the whole community and carries a large cost burden actually for government on all levels. And the second example, the pandemic has had a huge toll on mental health of many, especially vulnerable are those living with severe mental health issues, like my brother who has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. What is available to families like mine when our loved ones seem as though they may become a threat to themselves or others? Typically, especially for us low-income folks, it's only the police. I cannot and will not call the police in those times, even when I really want to, because of what the police might do to him for not complying with their orders. They are not the profession that should be dealing with people like my brother in a crisis. Crisis situations like these, they rise when people are isolated, overlooked, and face insecurities of housing, food, and healthcare. For our family, it's a terrifying experience, but for the community, it's unsafe and it's also expensive. What I'm asking each of you to do is to, in these unprecedented times, is to be bold and courageous. People, please reach out to people living with disabilities and organizations that work with and for them. Thank you and God bless.
Next up is Tim McCormick.
Hi, I'm not seeing myself on video, but I'll just go anyway. Are you seeing me?
We're seeing you on video.
Okay, you can hear me. Anyway, hi. Thank you, City Council, for having me. My name is Tim McCormick. I am moderator of PDX Shelter Forum and have been working with Sean Green, who spoke earlier, among others, on building a Shelter PDX coalition to evaluate and assist and reorient Portland's housing response and homelessness response, particularly from the perspective of, first and foremost, helping first and fully those who are now last, those who are unsheltered and in the greatest need, who actually in many respects don't get very much of a public expenditure and attention and are just largely left on the streets. The mandate for us is to kind of start from the premise that all Portlanders should have a safe and decent place to dwell, and that we need to focus on ensuring that to all as a baseline and moving upwards from there, and viewing it as even a human rights issue, that it's not morally acceptable, nor is it pragmatically functioning to have the sort of situation we have on the streets. So from that point of view, concretely, I'd like to urge and support the continued funding and also the continuing development and rethinking and innovation in shelter responses, the extending the C3PO outdoor shelters, and in looking ahead to how we can create a citywide network on the scale of need, building on the shelter to housing continuum program at planning, and basically also tap into the very widespread community support that we see to approach this in a new way that brings everyone in and says, leaving people just on the streets criminalized it's not acceptable on really any level. We've just seen that there's a massive scale of arrests and jailings of unhoused people. And a key part of reforming that, among other things, is we need to create citywide safe spaces where people are legally allowed to be. If we don't have that, it's no mystery that many will be arrested and potentially jailed. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you for all the work that many people have been doing on this, but I'd like to say, let's start first with those who have least.
Tim, thank you. And I just want to briefly comment and say that I support the idea of safe places. And I want to thank you for the work that you're doing in the community. And I want to thank you for your perspective. That's an area where I look forward to working with you and others going forward.
Next up, we have Bob Salinger.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and members of City Council. Thanks for hearing this testimony today. I just wanted to weigh in on behalf of Audubon Society of Portland in favor of the money that is being set aside to do the FEMA floodplains work. We appreciate your including that money. That is a continuation of a project that's been underway for a couple of years that is very important in terms of protecting communities and also protecting the ecology of the landscape. It's a result of a lawsuit that we brought against FEMA over a decade ago that required municipalities in Oregon that have salmon-bearing streams to update their floodplain protocols and regulations in order to make sure they were protective of salmon. But it also has the benefits of doing a better job of protecting communities and protecting the environment in general. The city's doing outstanding work. It's always been a leader in Oregon in this field, and we hope it will continue to be a leader. We've been impressed with the work that's been done to date. There is a deadline by which cities have to meet the new standards that's a couple of years out, and the city's timeline puts it right on target to meet that deadline, but delaying would put it out of compliance and jeopardize its flood insurance ratings. So we are enthusiastic about seeing that funding continue. And we think, although it's a little bit under the radar screen, it will be one of the city's real flagship projects to meet its climate goals. It's one of those things that we don't necessarily talk about a lot, but it's key to landscape resiliency in a changing climate. So we really think this is important for the health of our communities, our environment, and as a flagship project for climate. And to meet the regulatory requirements that are now in place and that have deadlines coming up in the near future. So thank you for including that. And thank you also for the language around dark skies. We really appreciate that. The city's also done some great work there. And it's great to see just the language that's in there about flagging it to come back to in the future when things are a little less challenging than they are today. So thank you for hearing me.
Yeah, and thank you, Bob, for the work that you've been doing with us. And of course, on the floodplain management, we actually funded higher than the CBO recommended during the fall bump. And the work that you and Commissioner Fish in particular did around the Dark Skies Initiative was meaningful to this council, and we want to continue that work. And that's why it's all there. It's fully funded. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Stephen Tokarski, Lamara Haynes, and Allison Cole.
Hi, I am kind of surprised that I am on right now, so I'm just going to go for it. I am here to talk in favor of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to cut the police budget by $18 million. I guess I just want to speak, not that there's not enough of my voice in this city, but I am a white middle-class constituent. I consider myself to have kind of a conscience. And on a day-to-day basis, I feel pretty safe in our city. But I often wonder, what if I'm in a situation where I don't feel safe? What if I'm in a situation where I don't feel safe for my two boys who are both 1 and 3 years old? I think it's pretty clear to a lot of us at this point that the police department in this city is amoral, corrupt in a lot of ways, to the point where I know in my heart that calling 911 in a situation where an officer might respond is, quite frankly, an immoral act. I know the members of the police department routinely escalate situations. I know that one phone call to them from me could end up with an innocent person being killed. I know that if my family is in a situation where we don't feel safe, we're on our own. I know that the police department doesn't even try to solve the vast majority of crimes that they are called into. So the police are not only actively at war with communities of color in this city, they stopped even pretending to be here for people like me. So, you know, from my perspective, the reason why the police department's budget has gone up year after year, while every other service in the city has been continually cut, and I'm sorry for my boy in the background here, is that the wealthy interests that run the Portland Business Association and have almost exclusive rights to our mayor's attention and concern have a single interest right now, and that is protecting their property value. It's the only investment vehicle that they've been told has endless growth opportunity forever and ever. And the only way they can enforce that growth is by the point of a gun. And that is the job of the Portland Police Bureau. They're not here for me. They're not here for communities of color. They exist to serve capital. And I don't want another dime of my money going towards them ever again. Please vote for Commissioner Hardesty's amendment. I know I have Commissioner Udaly, or we have Commissioner Udaly and Commissioner Hardesty on our side on this, and I really appreciate this. Commissioner Ryan, I vote because of Commissioner Hardesty's endorsement. I really trust you to do the right thing here. This is your first chance to do it. Thank you, everybody.
Next up is Lamara Haynes.
Hello, for the record, my name is Lamara Haynes and I work for Imagine Black, formerly PALF. Imagine Black and Unite Oregon have demanded a $35 million divestment from PPB and reinvestment into non-punitive programming. Commissioner Hardesty has proposed an $18 million divestment and reinvestment. We will take that $18 million and continue to demand that City Council actually meets and exceeds the demands of activists and organizers, who, without the power of elected positions or city funding, have analyzed the budget and pushed for a reimagining of public safety that City Council has been unable to do collectively. Let's be clear, these divestments are happening because of people power. We now need the mayor and Commissioner Ryan to vote in support of the $18 million proposal. Both parties have expressed hesitation to divest from PPB without other alternatives. Mr. Mayor, community members have shared with you some of these alternatives. It seems that the status quo, protesters being beaten, Black life being snuffed out, houseless people being harassed and arrested, and people with mental illness being sentenced to death by PPB are the norms you have accepted. I refuse to accept these norms. Imagine Black refuses to accept. People rising up in the city refuse to accept. Defunding PPB is a public safety model. Divest from PPB and reinvest in affordable housing, accessible education, economic justice with a racial equity lens, and drug treatment instead of arrests. These investments keep us safe, not law enforcement. Thank you.
Next up, we have Allison Cole.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Allison Cole and I live in Southeast Portland. Members of the council, I'd like to speak in absolute favor of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment, but also acknowledge that the police union will do everything in its power to punish the city for loss of funds. Retaliatory litigation from the police union is the enemy of our movement. Defunding the police would be a lot easier if the police didn't threaten to embroil the city in endless litigation over quote unquote changing their work conditions. Mayor Wheeler, you could also call off militarized policing of protests, but you won't, most likely under the assumption that the city could be sued if something bad happens and the police aren't there to stop it. I think maybe we should take a look at how many lawsuits are brought against the city because of police presence, not a lack of it. Last month, the city paid almost $1 million to the family of Lane Martin because a Portland police officer tragically murdered him. To no one's surprise, that officer was cleared of wrongdoing, but the city remained liable for the killing. I'd also like to address that even after years of being bogged down in a heavily bureaucratic settlement with the Department of Justice, which came about over how violent Portland police are, the city has held up its end of the bargain, but the police bureau has not. And you can't tell us it's because they don't have the funds to do it. Over half of the bureau makes over $100,000 a year. The police union has looted our community of money, safety, and agency. Members of this elected body, City Council, who failed to defund and dismantle the police bureau are actively working to uphold a racist institution that makes a mockery of organized labor values and harbors murderers behind a badge. Thank you.
Next up, we have Robbie Erickson, Kaya Sand, and Stanley Pinkin.
Hi. Good afternoon, Council. Mine will be short and pretty direct. I keep hearing that voting to move 18 million from the PBB is a complicated vote. I really don't think it is. Dan Ryan, on your ballot profile, the first bullet point listed under priorities says police reform and accountability. The next 4 bullets are COVID recovery, housing security, climate action, and schools and parks. Adequately funding those last 4 priorities cannot happen without honoring the commitment to the first one. Reallocating this 18 million from the PBB is a direct way to begin that process of better using funds. Your own words to voters require you to vote yes. We need to move from money from and continue to move money from the Portland Police program or the Portland Police to programs that are of a benefit to the city, not a perpetual increasing cost and vector of trauma. This is your opportunity as the newest member of the City Council to prove to citizens that you will use your seat to listen and to build a better city with us. Failure to do so will send a message to voters that, yet again, police reform has been used to con votes from us. It's not complicated. It's not that complex. The people are telling you they need you to vote yes. I would also like this vote to happen today. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kaya Sand.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I'm Kaya Sand, the Executive Director of Street Roots, and I urge you to support the amendment proposed by Commissioners Hardesty and supported by Commissioner Udaley. With this in mind, my remarks are directed specifically to you, Mayor Wheeler, and to you, Commissioner Fritz, and you, Commissioner Lyon. In my daily work, it is absolutely clear that the legal system drives people further into poverty. We work with too many people for whom legal entanglements prevent them from housing and services. And so, Council, you are committed to solving the gravity of homelessness. So I implore you to confront the role that policing plays in this. I feel honestly almost breathless when I think about how much this defines the daily suffering of the poorest among us. Half of all arrests last year and the year before target unhoused people, 40% of jail bookings. In this light, a harsh illumination of the millions of dollars spent arresting and jailing unhoused people and then subjugating them to a future with criminal records. It is a small, but it is a brave act to defund the police by $18 million, just a fraction of the money spent on making life harder for unhoused people, and really making your policy work harder too in terms of addressing homelessness. I implore you not to leave fear and caution. Fear and caution in the service of the status quo only sustains a system founded in the violence of slavery, perpetuated through the years of Jim Crow, perpetuated through our epidemic of mass incarceration, bolstered through the system of policing of which our city participates. And so as someone who commits a lot of my time thinking about the alternatives to policing, as you all know, and in particular, locally, Portland Street Response, I also want to say very clearly that it is not legitimate to claim that policing cannot be pulled back until Portland Street Response.
Time is up.
Okay.
Next up, we have Stanley Pankin.
Stan, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Stan Penkin. I am a former president and board member of the Public Safety Action Coalition. With public safety being a high priority for many Portlanders in this critical time, I urge you to be ultra cautious in making additional cuts to our police bureau. After months of disruption, there's a palpable sense of fear that keeps people off our streets as they no longer feel safe. Fear of crime and a loss of confidence in timely police response to criminal acts is hurting all our communities. As a former New Yorker who lived through the worst of times in the 60s and 70s, when crime, graffiti, and trash were rampant, I never dreamed I would be reliving that nightmare in this city that I have come to love in my 17 years here. A minimum number of patrol officers is necessary if we are to have genuine community peacekeeping. but the Bureau has been short-staffed for years. Further reductions in officers responding to 911 calls will only lead to more fear and an increased lack of confidence in Portland's ability to provide a safe environment for all and provide justice to victims. The current anti-police climate will further reduce the size and diminish the ability to recruit or retain the kind of officers we want in years to come. Do not be surprised when you need a police response in an emergency. They may not be there because they just aren't there. Please don't let that be an unintended consequence of ill-advised decisions. Black Lives Matter has justifiably raised the issues of police abuse and lack of accountability. Reform and accountability measures are long overdue. However, true police reform and the determination of appropriate resources should be accomplished in a measured, deliberate, and inclusive process with all relevant parties having a seat at the table, not by a rash budget cut. Significant cuts to the Police Bureau have already been made, when in fact more funding will be necessary if we are to build and retain a viable force with proper training, equipment, and other needed resources. It will take more money, not less, to realize a police bureau that works for all communities. This will not happen overnight, but it will not happen at all if the funding is not there. Thank you.
Next up, we have Susan Cotter, Vadim Mozarski, and Marlene Howell.
Let's show some equity when we're cutting people off who's over their time.
Hello, this is Susan Cotter. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners Daly, Fritz, and Hardesty for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Susan Cotter. I use she, her pronouns. I live in North Portland and have no affiliations. In lieu of a robust budgeting process that I had hoped to see, our priorities must be food and housing and services that are clearly not appropriately placed within the Portland Police Bureau. The mayor's proposed budget falls far short of that, and I think so too does Commissioner Hardesty, but at least her budget proposal seems to understand the need. So I'm in support of that. I'm stunned by Commissioner Ryan's lack of preparation for this position, but hope that you will follow Commissioner Hardesty's lead in this budget. And please be guided by the philosophy that when Portland community members achieve economic and social stability, so too will Portland businesses. Because COVID-19 has highlighted how poorly it works the other way around. Please prioritize community members' food and housing support above all else in this budget. Thanks for your consideration. Black Lives Matter. With no justice, there is no peace. I cede my time.
Next up, we have Vadim Mozarski.
Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners, it goes without saying that this is a highly emotional time when it comes to policing in Portland. However, the facts speak strongly against cutting the police budget yet again. There have been 45 homicides this year and 41 since June, the highest murder rate in decades. Arson, burglary, and assaults are also up from previous years. Yet the response time for the highest priority calls is up over 50% to 12 minutes and much longer for lower priority calls. On the other end of each of these statistics are thousands of victims needing police help. Contrast this increased demand for police services with the following facts. Current PPB employs 870 officers, the same staffing levels as in 1995 when the city was 2/3 the size it currently is. The PPB budget is already low compared to other cities. The budget comprises only 4.4% of the city's total budget, which ranks 49th out of the 50 largest cities in the US. Even this was before the 5% cut in PPB's fiscal 2021 budget and the additional $15 million cut that happened earlier this year. In 2016, a survey of Governing Magazine found that Portland, then with 908 officers, had about 29% fewer police than Seattle per capita. Compared with all cities that have more than 500,000 inhabitants, Portland had 42% fewer police per capita. So let's not mince words. This vote puts lives at stake. You would not cut the firefighter budget in the middle of a raging inferno with the promise that fewer firefighters will somehow result in fewer fires. We are in the midst of such an inferno. Violent crimes are the highest they've been in decades, while we have the lowest number of officers in decades and one of the smallest police budgets compared to other large cities. So when casting your vote, think of the crime victims and their families. They are truly the most vulnerable, the people that need a quick response time and the most qualified and best trained police available, not a police bureau hobbled by a shoestring budget. Thank you for your time, and I cede the rest of my time.
Next up, we have Marlene Howell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I fully support Commissioner Hardesty's proposal, and I encourage all of you to do the same. It's not only a matter of public safety, it's a matter of political will. And I trust that all of you have the political will to do the right thing at this time to help Portland turn a corner and perhaps draw attention to itself for how policing can be done with a smaller budget rather than for how it is being done right now with tear gassing and using munitions against people expressing freedom of speech. So I support Commissioner Hardesty's proposal fully. I cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Matthew Barron, Amy Wexler, and Sandra Decker.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor, for your time and your patient attention. My name is Matthew Barron, for the record. We all know that the most basic function of government is to protect personal and property rights in the present. That is to guard our right to life and our right to a livelihood. Now, I lived in Portland my whole life, and Portland does not share the same story as other cities. We do not, in fact, suffer intense police brutality. In fact, our police are among the best trained and professional in the nation. Since COVID clamped down on us, we have seen a spike in violence. Homicides and murders are up. In fact, in a 3-month period from June, August, murder rates in Portland more than doubled since last year. In fact, we witnessed 3 separate homicides this last weekend alone. In addition, property damage has turned our downtown into a ghost town. Theft and damage to our stores hurt the livelihoods of our business owners and risk the futures of our employees. It's no secret that our officers are spread thin like butter. So it's no wonder why our emergency response times only take longer and longer. Do we really think we need less police presence right now? An $18 million cut is not a drop in someone's bucket. It is a substantial kick to undermine support and public confidence in the Police Bureau's ability to do their job. Commissioner Hardesty's and Udaley's plan is a short-sighted knee-jerk reaction that looks more like a bid for popular appeal. If they get their way, our victims lose their first line of defense and hope for justice. I say we involve the experts on such matters. Do we really want to try digging ourselves out of a pit of unintended consequences long into our future? At the very least, give our police a place at the table. Let's get our city to fund the Police Bureau's coordination with Multnomah County Sheriff and Public Health. Let both our police presence with our county health workers, our prisons and private rehabilitation centers help our city's unsheltered, including our violent mentally ill. Let our public servants help them find the care and attention they need so that they can build the skills to sustain their lives and build their livelihoods. Thank you very much. I cede my time.
Mayor.
Yep, sorry, Commissioner Udaley.
I'd like to interject because I am hearing some misunderstanding about the intent and impact of these amendments. Number one, this budget cut would not require a single reduction in current personnel. It would require us to cut, it would require the Bureau to cut vacant positions, which are very unlikely to be filled during COVID as our training program is shut down and we actually can't. My understanding is we're unable to train officers to put them into those vacant positions. So whether you support this amendment or not, please understand this will actually not result in less
police officers. The other thing I'd like to point out is that, I'm a survivor of violent crime, and I know how important those call times are, and I know that we sometimes need police to intervene in situations where there's a threat to life or other serious crime. However, those police do not prevent crime. They respond to it. And this conversation is about getting to the root causes of crime. Someone used an interesting analogy of the fire bureau. Well, the root cause of fire is similar to the root cause of crime. It's poverty, mental illness, and addiction. So for me, this conversation really shouldn't be about, it's not a simple critique of our bureau. It's actually a critique about the system that every single taxpayer and voter has helped create and sustain through measures they vote for, candidates they vote for, etc. If we don't start investing in community and upstream solutions to crime, it's true, we will need more and more police. And in my opinion, that is an incredibly backward approach to public safety that does not actually keep our communities safer. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Udaly. Director Kennard, can you put that question in the parking lot for later about whether we can cut $18 million in general fund from the Police Bureau budget for the remainder of this fiscal year without further layoffs? I'd like to know the answer to that question. I don't need it now, but I'd like that answer later.
Mr. Mayor, I'll put that a pin in that.
Next up, we have Amy Wexler.
Hi, thank you. My name is Amy Wexler, and I'm the Associate Director at the Oregon Justice Resource Center and the co-chair of our Policy Action Network. And I'm going to make this brief so that we can hopefully get to a vote today. I want to say that we support the demands and the work of Commissioner Joanne Hardesty and her amendments. We would like them to go further, echoing the calls of Unite Oregon, Imagine Black, and the Portland People's Coalition. We realize that we need to be courageous right now, and we need to confront these challenges, even if it may feel inconvenient for our schedules. The city should listen to the community and take this vote today. We need leadership and clarity. Commissioner Ryan, I welcome you to the commission, and I know you ran on this issue, so I truly hope that you can support the work of Commissioner Hardesty, who backed you in your race, and you said that you would be backing her as well. So thank you all for your work. Let's dismantle white supremacy and let's support these amendments. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you. And just for the record, the event I have this evening is actually a community event that I've been invited to. So I just want to be clear. It's not community versus not community. It's that I've already been extended and accepted an invitation to be in the community some time ago.
Next up, we have Sandra Decker.
Sandra, are you there and unmuted? Keelan, do you see Sandra on the list?
Yeah, she is on the line. It looks like she's muted.
Sandra, try *6. That might work. Let's go ahead and move to the
Can you hear me now? This is Sandra Decker.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. You're good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here today to support Commissioner Hardesty and Udaly's $18 million cut of a police budget, and I too think we should go further. I have a brother with mental health issues who has been harassed by Portland police for 30 years in this city. I'm a living caregiver for a woman with developmental disabilities, and let me tell you, I would never call the Portland police under any circumstances to help my brother or the woman that I live with to help her in her life. I am a volunteer with NET, Neighborhood Emergency Team, part of PBEM. I was very proud to hear them speak up to the importance of food security for our city. And I have, for the past 3 years, been going out and taking food to the homeless. I want to take away the populations that the Portland police do most harm to. I already mentioned developmentally disabled and mentally ill, but since 1992, the Portland police have killed 148 people of color. They shouldn't be called out under any circumstances, and I wouldn't call out police no matter what was going on with people of color involved. In 2018, 52% of the arrests were homeless people. Poverty is not a crime. People are not choosing to be delighted to live outside and to live with food insecurity and mental health insecurity and medical insecurity. They're being forced to do so. I'm aware that the San Francisco former Mayor Brown required 40 hours of training in psychology for his police officers. And that's a joke because the California state requirements to be a psychologist require a master's degree in 5,000 hours of supervised practice before they can be licensed. I don't want them to handle protesters. They certainly should have all of their weapons taken away, cut their budget for their tear gas and their other weapons, because we have a right to protest, and we are standing up for this $18 million budget cut. San Francisco, by the way, is also working to limit the police union from silencing police who do not want positive change. So we need to be dealing with the police union and as we heard earlier, their threats to the city and get them out of the driver's seat 100%. I want to vote today. I want you to vote for Sarah for mayor. It's the only way we're going to get this all passed and have it working well for the citizens of Portland. I secede the rest of my time. Let's vote today.
Next up, we have Jonathan Fruchtwag, Grady Preston, and Mark Wells.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Froxwijk. I'm testifying today on behalf of Cascade AIDS Project in support of 2 budget amendments. First, as one of Portland's leading LGBTQ organizations, we're asking City Council to approve the proposed LGBTQIA+ policy analyst position. Among the 50 largest metro areas in the US, Portland has the 2nd highest percentage of LGBT people, yet there's currently no position in Portland city government dedicated to the needs and concerns of this underserved population. The lack of such a role is most harmful for the most marginalized members of our community, such as transgender and non-binary people and LGBTQ people of color. From violence against trans women of color to homelessness among queer youth, this position would help the city to recognize and address a range of challenges facing LGBTQ Portlanders. Please fund it. We also urge you to approve Commissioner Hardesty's proposed amendment to the Portland Police Bureau budget. CAP serves people living with HIV who, in comparison with the general population, are more likely to be Black, Latinx, or Indigenous, and more likely to be experiencing homelessness. At our headquarters in Old Town, we see firsthand the many ways in which local government is not adequately supporting those we serve. Devoting an outsized portion of the city's budget to the police bureau while critical human services go unfunded is neither equitable nor effective. Commissioner Hardesty's proposal begins to reimagine community safety as a sincere effort to address the root causes of crime, while right-sizing the police bureau so that it can focus on its core functions. We hope that you will follow Black leadership on this racial justice issue by supporting Commissioner Hardesty's vision. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Wells.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good to go.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and City Council, for the opportunity to share my views on why you should not support any further reductions in the Portland Police Bureau's budget. For the record, my name is Mark Wells, and I'm the current president of the Portland Public Safety Action Coalition, a nonprofit public safety advocacy group originally formed by former Mayor Tom Potter. Contrary to what I believe is a minority opinion in Portland, we currently need and will continue to need a sworn police force for our city. I heard members of this council say we need to limit the scope of the police so they can do the job they were hired to do, which is to solve crime. I could not be in more agreement. However, further cuts to PPB and the misguided goal of a $50 million cut and more in years to come will make this virtually impossible. I heard our newer district attorney, Mike Schmidt, speak just last night at a community meeting. He shared his biggest challenge and priority is addressing the continually increasing gun crime violence in Portland. He continued to say it is unfortunate the GVRT unit is gone, and now the needed resources to investigate gun-related crimes is, quote, lacking. He followed this by saying it was the worst moment now ever to cut the GVRT unit. This is the newly elected district attorney of Multnomah County, who, as you remember, won the election by over 70% and is an undeniable champion for social justice and criminal justice reform. Before ensuring there was a solid plan and program in place to respond to Portland's now 595 plus shootings, an 82% increase over the same time last year, City Council eliminated a valuable and badly needed public safety resource. Please don't repeat this mistake again at the cost of victims and to the suffering family members who are now being cheated out of a timely and highly professional police investigation. Victims and their families of violent gun crime certainly deserve this much, and to think otherwise is simply illogical. So work with us and the community moving forward to define the scope and responsibilities of our police officers and give them what they and many of us in the community have been asking for years. Clear definition of duty, appropriate resources, political and vital community support and trust to respond to criminal activity, investigate crimes, and support and provide excellent service to our crime victims and families. Let's actually put effective and proven alternative response programs in place and let our police officers focus on crime, assisting our victims of crime, and bring back quick response times through follow-up and investigation and community confidence and trust that police will show up every time when they are needed. Thank you very much for your time, and please vote no.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have to respond to this particular statement. The gun violence reduction team's demise still has 47 detectives in Portland Police Bureau. None of those detectives lost their job. We didn't solve the gang problem with the gang enforcement team, and we certainly did not solve the gun problem by having a gun violence reduction team. I think it's disingenuous when people imply without the gun violence reduction team, the 47 detectives are unable to do their job.
Commissioner Hardesty, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is there smoke coming behind you, or is that just something on my screen? You're muted.
Nothing's on fire yet.
Okay, I was just worried about that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was concerned by what I was saying. Sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't want me to catch you on fire before the vote. I just wanted to make that statement. I appreciate everyone's testimony, but it does not do us well when people misrepresent the information that they're testifying on. Thank you.
Next up, we have Grady Preston.
Hello, can you hear me? Perfect.
Loud and clear.
Hello, and thank you to the members of the City Council and those giving their testimony today. So far, I've heard some fantastic testimony from our members in the community. My name is Grady Preston II. I'm a homeowner in Southeast Portland, and I'd like to express my support for the $18 million amendment package put forward by many community leaders, Commissioners Hardesty and Udeli. To explain why I support this, I just would like to take a moment to discuss the nightly attacks our community falls victim to by the current mayor and police commissioner, Ted Wheeler. His police department has spent many millions of community funds across over 100 nights of protesting to directly cause nightly violence and potential increase the spread of COVID with unnecessary violent arrests. Our mayor and police commissioner has not spent 1 minute since the feds left to give us any explanation on why he allows his employees to be paid 2 times their salary and overtime so they can throw community members onto the pavement headfirst from behind without any warning. Why does it take weeks to get these overpaid aggressors pulled off the streets? Why are there no reports to the many injuries our community members are given by the PPB every single night? Injuries upon injuries. I agree that the 18 million in the amendment package will not be used appropriately by the Portland Police Bureau, and it needs to be reinvested in community that has been out on the streets and in front of your apartments demanding it. Vote out Ted Wheeler and vote for this $18 million amendment package. Thank you.
Next up, we have Brandon Farley, Angela Foster, and Henry Kramer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. See, I was shot with kinetic munitions in June while reporting the riots in downtown Portland, and the injury I sustained was pretty brutal. I couldn't walk for over a month. It was a Portland police officer who shot me, and it's quite a traumatic experience. But even after this experience, I still believe that the police should not be defunded. There should not be a divestment in funds. They should have more funding for training so stuff like that doesn't happen to me or any other journalist or any other protester out there. Because if we look at this on the surface, these police officers are not well equipped to handle the people on a nightly basis who are committing violent crimes. And I wasn't even in the commission of a crime, but the pain is lasting, and that pain could have been prevented if there was proper training. So I ask, please, that you invest more money in training for non-lethal munitions and the body-worn cameras pilot program. That's important for accountability. It's been 4 months and I still don't know who shot me. And I had a camera, and I haven't gotten the security cam footage, but if there was body-worn cameras on this officer, I would know who shot me. That's all.
Angela Foster is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Angela Foster. I'm from the Warm Springs and Klamath Falls tribes. And I want to speak in support of defunding the Portland Police Bureau by at least 18 million and directing the city money to the people who pay for these services as outlined in the Rethink Portland plan. Not only does this plan come at a time where so many Americans and Portlanders are financially struggling, but it comes at a time where many of these same Americans and Portlanders are speaking out about the broken system that our community suffers from, especially the Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We've given the Portland Police Bureau a chance basically to be upfront about the costs that they accrue. And this year, they won't even put their names along with who got paid what. So not only have they become less clear about the money that they're spending on, they've also gone over their budget by almost $7 million in projected budget, or in their projected budget for this year. So I'm definitely all for defunding the police. They're already completely overfunded as it is. And I'd like for all the the city council members to vote with Joanne Hardesty and Commissioner Udele. Thank you.
Next up, we have Henry Kramer.
Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners, my name is Henry Kramer. I live in Northeast Portland. I support Commissioners Hardesty and Udele's proposed $18 million cut to police funding, and also want to protect funding for alternatives to armed policing, such as the Portland Street Response Program. I wish I could be testifying in support of a much larger cut to the police budget than 18 million. Huge portions of the community are calling for complete defunding of the police. Tens of thousands of Portlanders marched in the street calling for defunding of the police and investment in alternative public safety solutions. An $18 million cut to the police budget is an exceptionally moderate, cautious step toward rebalancing our public safety dollars. It is quite literally the least City Council can do while still claiming to be remotely responsive to the community. We also need the proposed police budget amendment to be voted on today, not next week, not next month, not next year, today. We are years overdue for rebalancing of public safety programs. The people are crying out for change. They've been asking for cuts for months and already delayed significant budget cuts once during the last budgeting cycle. We cannot see another delay. Frankly, it's appalling that we need to come here today and beg you to cut the police budget. Cuts to services are usually very hard. They're Sophie's choice decisions. But in this case, tens of thousands of Portlanders marched to cut one and only one bureau's budget, the Police Bureau. This is such a clear call. The Portland Police have proven themselves opposed to Portland values and far more interested in protecting their power than protecting our people. We have spent money on training. They ignore it. They have time and again betrayed the public trust and do not deserve the endless flow of Portland taxpayer money that they have so long enjoyed. It is time to turn off the endless money faucet to police. It is time to cut their budget and move our dollars toward real safety measures. Please adopt the proposed $18 million budget cut and protect Portland Street Response and other alternatives to armed policing. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me today.
Next up, we have Deborah Kolodny, Trace Wright, and Sarah Iaroni.
Hi, I'm Deborah Kolodny, Rabbi of Portland's Unshul and Executive Director of PUA. Though I much prefer Imagine Black and Unite Oregon's $35 million defund and reinvest proposal, I wholeheartedly support cutting $18 million from the PPP budget today and reinvesting those funds in COVID-19 relief and BIPOC communities. Because evidence shows that police cause harm, do not prevent crime, and most often do not solve crime, whereas investing in people prevents crime and builds local economies, I urge Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners Ryan and Fritz to vote on the right side of history, to join Commissioners Hardesty and Udaley in choosing people over property, democracy over state-sponsored violence, reparations, healing, and resourcing BIPOC communities over continuing to harm them. I yield the rest of my time so Black and Brown community members and organizations can testify. I'll submit the rest of my testimony in writing. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sarah Iannarone.
Hi, my name is Sarah Iannarone. Mayor, commissioners, thank you for the chance to speak on this urgent matter of life and death. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am a candidate for Portland mayor. The public has overwhelmingly testified asking you to stop throwing good money after bad with the bloated and ineffective Portland Police Bureau budget. This vote needs to happen today so that Portland can see their leaders standing up for Black lives. Budgets are moral documents, and the proposed reallocation puts Portland on a moral path that reflects the city's values. Following the death of Walter Wallace Jr., yet another Black disabled person this week in Philadelphia, Portlanders are once again reminded that no lives matter until Black lives matter. Our houseless neighbors are more likely to be Black and disabled than their house counterparts. As reported in the Oregonian last weekend, these people need house keys, not handcuffs, to lead them out of poverty and recidivism. In an open letter Monday, I asked Mayor Wheeler to take 3 simple steps: support Commissioners Hardesty and Udaley in rethinking the public safety budget through a public health lens, reauthorize the use of funds from the Portland Housing Bond to immediately purchase and open hotels as emergency shelters, and work alongside DA Mike Schmidt to stop prosecuting our houseless neighbors for victimless crimes. Please support Black and disabled Portlanders and everyone who has been denied equal protection and enforcement of the law. Vote today to stop wasting money on militarized police who gas families in their homes and kill Black and Indigenous people without accountability. The people of this city demand it. I will also let you know that tonight we have agreed to postpone our East Portland Action Plan debate so that Mayor Wheeler can stay as long as it takes for him to hear all of the necessary testimony. Any other candidate invited is willing to reschedule. So please carry on as long as you need and please vote today. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Taft, Alan Ferschweiler, and Karen Labonte.
I'm going to say that's probably me first. Hi, my name is Jennifer Taft. I live in Rockwood. I am basically making testimony today that I agree with Ms. Hardestay's stand on defunding or refunding the police. I am an educator and I live in the Rockwood area. Most of the police calls that I have seen in my area have more to do with houselessness and mental health crisis. And the police have clearly shown that they cannot handle situations that are tense. I am appalled at our overtime of $5.3 million. And everything that I see does not show me that the Portland police are using their time wisely or constructively towards change, as well as seeing that as normal Portlanders struggle, they spent $300,000 on food in local restaurants. I'm not seeing that they're making changes. I'm not seeing changes in their overall aggression and hostility. They have beaten up, shoved, pushed, and harmed the residents of the city. And as somebody had said earlier, after watching the video in Philadelphia as well, we cannot tell ourselves that that could not happen in Portland, because it could. I yield my time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Alan Ferschweiler.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Alan Ferschweiler, president of the Portland Firefighters Association. I'm speaking today about the $300,000 management position that's being proposed in the fall bump. First of all, the union opposes this position. In a time where we need more boots on the ground to be able to put out fires and respond to emergencies, we don't feel like we need another layer of management to be able to manage our personnel. The initial cost, full cost, is $300,000 to this position. This year, they're going to take $200,000 out of various bureaus to be able to fund that. And I believe the fire bureaus is about $80,000. In the words of the 911 services that put in their budget remarks on this, is that their portion of it would be unsustainable and would harm 911 services. We feel like the spring or the fall bumps and the spring bump should be not used to make a permanent position, but should rather be only voted on during the regular budget cycle to fund this type of position. Our fire chief, Sarah Boone, has done a wonderful job leading the men and women of our fire department. She doesn't need another additional layer to report to. I've talked to those, and in the record, it said that that the budget office has not had many negative input on this. I did talk to at our budget advisory committee in opposition of it earlier this year when Tom Reinhardt was there. I don't speak for our non-represented people within our fire department, but I have not had one person in our fire department, including the non-represented staff, say that they believe that this is a good idea. And so therefore, I am actually speaking for them, even though I don't represent them within this union. This has been a tough year for your firefighters, starting with the COVID response, in which we are still very much dealing with downtown protests, dealing with an immense wildfire response, and your 70 firefighters that went throughout the state, including out of Eugene and Medford and Salem to fight fires. It's been a very difficult year. We don't believe that, again, we need another person in management to tell us how to do our job. We think the fire chief—
Time is up.
Alan, thank you for that testimony, and I'd like to have an offline conversation with you about it later. It's obviously important that if we're going to do this, it has to be done with the support of the firefighters and the chief. And so let's commit to having a further conversation about this, hopefully this week.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your leadership.
Next up, we have Karen Labonte.
Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Karen Levante. I am a homeowner in inner Southeast Portland, a lifelong educator, a parent, and an ordinary citizen. I'm here to speak in support of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to redirect $18 million from the Police Bureau to community services and to ask you to vote accordingly today. As a city, we claim the identity of being progressive to being a sanctuary city where the lives and humanity of all its people are valued. And yet in the budget as proposed, I see a recommitment to a status quo where some people and ideals are valued more than others, and others receive less care, who have their humanity invalidated on a daily, hourly basis. The proposed budget recommits to a status quo where violence is prioritized as a response to anyone who exists outside, quote, social norms, unquote, of white society. The budget as proposed is ultimately a commitment to a city identity that is alive. It's simply time to put our money where our mouths are. So I ask the council to vote in favor of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment today. I cede my time.
Next up, we have Trace Wright, Doug Klotz, and Mimi German.
Hello? Hi. Yes, this is Doug Klotz. Hi, I support the proposal by Commissioner Hardesty and you, Daley, to take the 18 million away from the Police Bureau. And I'm not concerned about the drop in street officers. As we've heard, won't be any reduction. And besides that, if as we know, half of the arrests are of homeless folks, and it's putting just part of that 18 million toward Portland street response will have a better effect and take away the need for quite a few of those calls. So I think this is, on the whole, better for all folks involved. So I would support the proposal that Hardesty and Daley have brought forth. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mimi German.
Hi, my name is Mimi German, and I live in St. John's, and I'm a houseless advocate in St. John's primarily, and in Northwest Portland. I would like to, first of all, bring in the name of my dear friend who I usually sit beside at city council meetings in the days pre-COVID, and that is Joe Walsh. I would like to say that I'm in favor of this vote happening, in favor of cutting 18 million. It's such a small amount. I was hoping that we would be able to vote for 50 million as the Black Lives Matter organizers had asked for. So this is, as someone else said, this is the least that can be done and should be done and must be done. Today, I was in St. John's over at the Cut where our big houseless camp is. And we had someone over there who was very sick, and I needed to call an ambulance for this person. And when I spoke to dispatch, I said at 911, I told them that I wanted an ambulance, and she said, I can send an officer over as well to help this person. I said, do not send an officer over. If you're going to send an officer, send no one. And we would deal with this person because we know the effects of what happens to our houseless community when the city sends its cops in. So fortunately for us, she agreed. She actually agreed with me that it would be more dangerous for him, this patient, to have a cop there than just the ambulance. The ambulance did come, the EMTs helped this person get to the ambulance and took him away. And now we need COVID testing for everybody in case he has COVID. And where's that coming from? Ted, you've never even been out here in St. John's. People out here have nothing except for what we bring them. It's disgraceful. The cops come, they've arrested people out here for different things. They're brutal. Now we need COVID testing. Who's going to take people to get the COVID testing? There's a lot to think about, Ted. You've thought about nothing, absolutely nothing, except PR stunts like the other day going to C3PO saying how great you are for showing up there. You're like 3 months late.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
I was invited to go, and as one of the proponents who helped set that camp up, I thought it was important that I be there in person, just so you have the correct information.
Next up, we have Trace Wright.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you letting everyone get an opportunity here to just voice their opinion and whatnot. As just a normal citizen, you know, not someone that's been into politics much a year ago or whatnot, I just wanted to say, you know, I've been really focusing some time since 2020 has surprised us a lot on watching live streams of these protests to see for myself what is going on. So I'm not manipulated by anything else. And I just want to say, I do think that the officers have abused and gassed citizens that do not deserve it, have not done anything to deserve it, that are just out there to protest what they believe is right. While the people that do violent acts or or anything illegal per se are just running away, getting away most of the time. And the people that are just standing there that you can obviously see are innocent and wouldn't be anybody that's holding a Molotov cocktail or a water bottle have been the ones to take the majority of the abuse. And so I definitely support in the $18 million, and hopefully we can move forward in better training and accountability for our police officers, especially PPB. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ali Sayer, Evan Ward, and Simab Husseini.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Ali Sayer. I'm a resident of Southeast Portland. I'm here today to testify in support of Commissioner Hardesty and Commissioner Udaley's amendments. Specifically, I want to highlight the need to fully fund the Portland street response. As someone who's worked as an EMT in the 911 system in the metro area for years, I've seen houseless folks harassed time and time again by the general public who call 911 to have from public spaces for the crime of merely being visible. The police and all levels of public safety are complicit in this revolving door of arresting and needlessly transporting houseless folks to the hospital. Arresting or needlessly transporting. I once, at the direction of a Lake Oswego police officer, transported a houseless man to the hospital who was doing nothing but sitting on a bench, committing the crime of being Black in public. I took him across the river to Willamette Falls in Oregon City, and he was discharged before I even finished the paperwork. Afterwards, I was dismayed to find he had left his coat in the ambulance and I had no way to get it back to him. I went to the part-time shelter located in Oregon City to try to find him and return it to him, but I was unable to. It's been years, but I still think about that and my role in displacing that man to this day. Unfortunately, this scenario repeats itself dozens of times a day here in Portland, harming countless individuals along the way. The police being involved in these calls frequently escalates them or results in inappropriate dispositions, such as transporting people to the emergency department who do not need medical care. Street response is a common sense reallocation of resources to provide qualified and compassionate care to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Mayor Wheeler, you ran for office 4 years ago, promising to reform PPB. What happened? Please do the right thing and vote yes today to reallocate $18 million from PPB's budget and accept all of Commissioner Hardesty and Udaley's budget amendments. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Evan Ward.
Hello. My name is Evan Ward, and I live in Southeast Portland. I am a homeowner, but that should not determine my level of physical safety. Everyone deserves to be as safe and secure as I am today. We need to use the limited resources we have to protect Portlanders as best we can. We should eliminate funding for the specific ways the Portland police are hurting Portlanders and redirect those resources to protect all Portlanders, especially the most vulnerable including Black and Indigenous Portlanders and people living outside, as well as people with disabilities and mental health conditions. 1, the police have failed to protect protesters who want to express their opposition to police brutality and racism, instead beating them up and arresting them, in many cases for charges that the DA says he won't even prosecute. They should stop doing that, and we should cut funding for the rapid response and CERT teams that disproportionately brutalize Portlanders engaging in activity protected by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. 2, the police have less lethal munitions and the associated equipment ostensibly to protect people by using them in place of regular bullets. But police are in many cases using these weapons to injure peaceful protesters and journalists, while their helmets and armor, as well as the policies of the mayor, confound efforts to hold anyone accountable for those deliberate injuries. If commanders are unable to maintain discipline among officers who wield these dangerous weapons, they should not be issued to Portland police. 3, the police are currently charged with managing conflicts between Portlanders living in tents and the people living in houses nearby. We need funding for agencies focused on helping people living outside and funding for affordable housing to prevent more people from losing their housing. If we take the money we currently pay officers to throw away the belongings of the people living outside and redirect it to keeping people housed and building additional housing, our community will be much safer and stronger. 4, any business with the same ridiculously high overtime cost of the police bureau would be out of business.
Evan, your time is up. Next up, we have Simab Husseini.
Greetings. I'm offering an abridged testimony as until Mayor Wheeler decides he'll commit to full listen on testimonies and vote. I will again abridge my testimony, submit in writing, and ask everybody else to try and do the same.
So let me jump in here. I believe my previously scheduled debate has been canceled for this evening, so I can stick around as long as people want me to stick around this evening.
Excellent. I would like to hear from the other city council members how that affects our turnout.
I will be here until the last person speaks, so I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm here until the end.
Same.
Me too.
Excellent. Mayor, Portland Police Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioners Udaley, Hardesty, Fritz, and Ryan, thank you for having me here today. Commissioner Ryan, I was very grateful for how you handled last night when dozens of anti-fascist protesters demonstrated an urgent call in front of your home to the tune of Dan Ryan, don't be a villain, defund PPB by 18 million. It may have felt like it took courage to listen to this boogeyman called Antifa, but I hope you came to the realization that it wasn't so bad. Although I understand why you couldn't provide an answer, that understanding is still clouded in an unfortunate heap of pessimism. Can you blame us? We are a community in fear, and rightfully so. This budget is a litmus of who you all are to the people that need you. A budget is an expression of power. The city council decides who is fed, housed, lives, and dies by the city budget. It expresses how the city commission can say, we will not allow over 50% use of force arrests to be of houseless individuals. Our current mayor, as commissioner of police, has since maintained this furtive statistic in criminalizing homelessness. In the last 4 years, the police budget has gone up well over 30 million, a figure that could go towards houselessness and chip away at poverty and many issues faced by the structural racism the city is built upon. We've continually come together as a community to assess this budget, parse it out, as has been asked of us, and propose specific cuts. We've done this, and signaling to us that not divesting without a reinvestment strategy is just another dog whistle to law enforcement cronies that the status quo will be maintained. But how do you justify to the people that Portland Police Bureau's budget is almost more than half that is almost more than that of all other bureaus combined. The mayor has accepted defining anti-fascism and defunding Portland Police Bureau as a pejorative. There's an overwhelming and coherent community here to say defund Portland Police by 18 million. This will be Commissioner Fritz's last vote, Commissioner Ryan's first. This vote will have impacts on your legacies of starting and leaving office. This vote on Commissioner Hardesty's 18 million should occur today, and I ask of all of you to pass this vote without delay. Defund Portland Police Bureau. And I would like to thank Unite Oregon, Imagine Black, and Portland Metro People's Coalition for their research and advocacy. Thank you.
Next up, we have Salome Chimuku.
Excuse me, Mayor, could I jump in?
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to correct the record from Mark Wells, who stated that our District Attorney Mike Smith was appalled that the gun violence reduction team was eliminated. I want to read his quote. "It wasn't about the GVRT. I think I explicitly said that. But I did say that with gun violence happening right now, we need resources to do those investigations. My understanding is that PPB has 6 people assigned to investigate gun violence. It's not enough for us to make the cases." So wanted to correct the record. Mark Wells misstated Mike Smith's position. Thank you.
Next up, we have.
If I could just add, there's going to be a lot of testimony that we're all going to hear that is not necessarily accurate. I've heard a lot of testimony representing my positions on a variety of issues, which is highly inaccurate. But we're never going to be able to get through this evening if we object to everything that we're hearing. So I'd encourage us to take notes. And then colleagues at the end, if there's matters that need to be corrected on the record, we'll have ample time to do that.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I just didn't want that to stay out there in the universe unchallenged.
Gotcha.
Next, we have Salome Chimuku, Akashdeep Singh, and Felicia Desrosiers.
Hello, this is Salome Chimuku. I'm a lifelong resident of Portland. I grew up in the Columbia Villa, went to K through 12 in Portland Public Schools. I attend Ainsworth United Church of Christ, and I live in the Kearns neighborhood. I'm committed to the city of Portland. Since I was young, I've done everything to help my city. In my adult life, I've made a career in the public sector. Through my volunteer work, boards, and more, I give my skills, times, and sweat to the city's future. In June, along with my fellow co-founder Cameron Witten, we started the Black Resilience Fund to give to those who found themselves in need. These folks in Portland were dealing with the economic impact of COVID and racism in their lives. Over the summer, having found myself jobless, bills stacking up, and not receiving any unemployment, I realized that the current relationship I had with my home city was toxic. Giving back during the day to fulfill the gap that I believed was the city's job, and then getting thanked by being tear gassed at night made me to believe that my city did not respect me in the way that I respected it. It made me realize that the city's future saw itself without me being a part of it. I come before you today to give my advice on the many ways that the city can give back to community people like me who have been giving in a one-way street with the city. I believe that this is the way we change the relationship in the city has with its Black femmes. I'll read a section of an open letter that Shanice Clark and I co-authored together, as it states, "The superwoman schema suggests that the perception of Black women and Black femmes is seemingly invincible, a social phenomenon passed on from generation by generation. The obligation to admit strength, to seed suppressed emotions, and to care for others as a Black femme's subconscious. As a result, we are seemingly invincible, suffer in silence, and endure substantial negative consequences. With or without ample possibility from the $35 million divestment from police, the city of Portland and surrounding agencies must invest in the creation of a dedicated entity that provides programs exclusively for Black femme empowerment, led and operated by Black femmes. a general budget in maybe also a funding source, as it should also reflect values of equity and justice accessible to all, including Black femme Portlanders. Some of these that community building program for Black survivors and empowerment for Black femmes and a study for Black femmes in the city of Portland. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Akashdeep Singh.
Good afternoon. My name is Akash Singh, and I stand with Commissioner Hardesty's and Udaley's amendment to cut the PPP budget by $18 million. Portland is not a brand, but rather a city whose BIPOC people are scarred by the city's long history of white supremacy. Oregon's history is one of excluding and harming Black people while profiting off of their labor. Let's not contribute even further to that history. As a former New Yorker and current Portlander, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment today. Thank you so much.
Next up is Felicia Desrosiers.
Hi, my name is Felicia DeRosier. I fully support Commissioner Hardesty's proposal to cut $18 million and fervently hope that all of you, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners Ryan and Fritz, join Udaley and Hardesty in this. I'm a neighbor, I'm a mother, Portland is my home. The spirit of determination, mutual aid, community love, and resiliency of the people witnessed here since the murder of George Floyd, throughout COVID and wildfires, and despite prolonged and terrifying nightly police brutality, makes my heart swell often and repeatedly and restores my faith in the real possibility of living in an inclusive, safe, and just society. But we need leadership to monetarily support those most in need. A budget is a moral document. Commissioner Hardesty's proposal arrives in a crucial moment and offers us the opportunity to be on the right side of history together. Please do right by the lot of us and vote unanimously in favor of this proposal today. Thank you.
Next up, we have Elisa Kiva, Holly Naranjo Anderson, and Dana Buell.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Kiva. I live in North Portland. First of all, fuck Ted Wheeler. I've never felt so much anger towards an elected official based on the experiences of myself and my close friends. I've grown up in this city. I've lived in this city my entire life. I've had family members who have interacted with the police and they were not helped. I've never seen them do it. They have never done anything positive for me, and they have done tons of harm to me, my friends, and my family over the last few months. We have to cut the budget. Don't let all of the pain and trauma that our community has gone through be for nothing. This is really the central demand that we have had and that we've been fighting for. I yield the rest of my time.
I need to remind people at this point that we have a agreement with our broadcasters. This is family television, so it's okay for people to emote. It's okay to express anger. It's okay to express frustration. It's okay if it's directed at me, but we can't have people coming on and saying the kinds of things you just said and still be able to broadcast to the community. So please understand, those aren't just our rules, those are FCC requirements. So please, I would ask people respectfully, please don't drop the F-bomb during testimony. Thank you.
Next up, we have Holly Naranjo Anderson.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Hear you.
Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners Hardesty, Udaley, Ryan, and Fritz, thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. My name is Haley Naranjo Anderson, and I'm a lifelong resident of East Portland, a beautiful and diverse community of multi-generational Portlanders and immigrants alike. I love my neighborhood, but I'm also filled with a bittersweet sadness. My neighborhood has a higher rate of poverty, fewer supportive services, and is significantly over-policed compared to the rest of Portland. Every day, I drive past more tents than I can count, and I know this number will continue to grow in the dead of winter when the eviction moratorium ends. Mayor Wheeler, I am disappointed that your office is suggesting removing $2.1 million in funds from Portland Street Response, which dispatches trained social workers to respond to emergency calls rather than the militarized police force. I have a younger brother who struggles with severe mental health incidents, and I do not feel safe calling 911, knowing an armed police officer may respond and potentially make the situation worse or deadly. I was tear gassed in my own home this summer, along with my neighbors and their babies. Portland Police Bureau has proven time and time again that they will not be held accountable for their heavy-handed escalatory responses to protests and their illegal obstruction of press and legal observers. I'm also disappointed that significantly reducing the Portland Police Bureau budget is not a stronger priority in your agenda, Mr. Wheeler. For nearly 6 months, the Portland Police have spent tens of thousands of dollars on crowd control munitions that indiscriminately and extrajudicially punish the residents of Portland simply for being at or near a demonstration. Please vote yes on Hardesty's amendments to the reallocation of funds from the Portland Police Bureau to put it into programs such as Portland Street Response that will provide solutions to the co-occurring unemployment, mental health, addiction, and housing crises in Portland to reimagine community safety. Now is time to stop the unaccountable and destructive actions of the Portland Police Bureau. Listen to your constituents and reimagine public safety and policing in our city. And I wanted to speak personally, Dan Ryan, I voted for you and convinced my brother that I was talking about earlier to vote for you because you said that you stand up for community justice. So please make me proud. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you for that testimony. I just wanted to clarify this Portland Street Response, despite Commissioner Hardesty's best efforts, is not yet up and running. And so we heard in the work session last week that they would not be able to spend the amount of money in their budget this year. And that's why we're putting it out to help people living outside. The money is ongoing and that allocation has not been cut because we all support the street response.
Thank you for the clarification.
Next up, we have Dana Buell.
I'm Dana Buell. My pronouns are she and her. I serve as a director of social justice at First Unitarian Church. I'm on the steering committee for Portland United Against Hate and am a neighborhood emergency team member. Today, I urge the City Council to vote to approve $18 million in budget cuts to the Portland Police Bureau. The movement to defund police existed in Portland before the recent national uprising sparked by outrage of the murder of George Floyd, and it will continue beyond this particular budget cycle. For years, the Portland movement has been led by family members who have lost loved ones to police violence. It's been led by Black, Brown, and Indigenous youth and families who know too well the impact of targeted policing in their schools and neighborhoods. It's been led by community members who know firsthand that the mental health and drug addiction services are inadequate to keep people housed, and that the unhoused are among the most impacted by an unsafe police system that criminalizes community members. The voices of those most impacted by the policies and practices of our local government should be at the center of all of our budgeting processes. We are in a pandemic with devastating economic consequences to Portland residents, disproportionately Black, Brown, Indigenous, and queer and trans community members. Urgent reinvestment should be made to affordable housing, food security, mental health and addiction services, with a commitment to racial justice as the moral and practical principle. The community has asked that during this budget cycle, $35 million be removed from the police budget. Commissioners Hardesty and Udaley's proposal is that just over half that amount, or $18 million, be cut from the police budget to help preserve funding for the Portland Street Response and other necessary and humane community services. Commissioner Ryan, Mayor Wheeler, I urge you to vote to support this $18 million plan. Commissioner Fritz as well. The lives of many of our neighbors and beloved community members depend on it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Edith Gillis, Antoinette Edwards, and Jason Giardino.
Keelan, would you give us an update of how many people are left after these three speak, please?
Sure thing.
According to you, Mrs. LaForce gave you a check for $750 to reimburse you for those loans, which you deposited in your bank.
Antoinette, there's a lot of static in your phone.
Edith Gillis is up next. Edith, are you able to unmute?
I am Edith Gillis. I'm a care provider through the Oregon Home Care Commission and the Oregon Project Independence and Street Medics. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am caring for low or no income elderly and or disabled Portlanders hurt by cuts to city services in order to fund the police who chose not to prevent, intervene with, and investigate and solve crime, but instead the Portland police have consistently chosen to terrorize, injure, impoverish Portlanders and to cause crises. Vote yes today to cut the PPB, $18 million. I really would rather it be $50 million, and reinvest that into housing and food security, COVID relief, and protection of human and civil rights. The Portland Police Bureau has made bad decisions as if to extort us, extending the wait times. Don't take that baloney. They could reuse half the money they have and do a far better job. I yield my time to QTBIPOC or QT BIPOC, people with disabilities, unhoused neighbors, and victims of crimes by police. Thank you.
Next up, we have Antoinette Edwards.
Antoinette, are you unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are. We can hear you.
Okay. Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, I am here today to offer my support of the OVP fall bump request. I know the OVP has prepared a comprehensive response to address your concerns and answer your questions. I hope we can all agree that gun violence is a major public health issue, as Commissioner Hardesty earlier stated. We're in the middle of a crisis, an epidemic, a widespread occurrence of an infectious disease in a community at a particular time. This is ongoing. This is not the time to subtract or be divided regarding solutions that work. We must add and multiply our collective and collaborative efforts to address this Portland crisis. If we are to be the beloved community the Reverend Dr. King talked about, we must sincerely set our moral compass to courageous leadership. That is what will guide you to keep humanity at the center of the discussion made today. As former director of OYVP, I have seen the destruction that has devastated these families. The trauma they continue to experience will never be diminished. Our communities are also traumatized, yet we are in an apathetic slumber when it comes to the loss of life. There are no names attached to the loss. I will use the remainder of my time to say their names, and I know it may end, so I will start with a young man that I knew that was killed in daytime. 3 people got out of the car by Woodlawn Park, killed him, 50 shells, walked in silently, easily to their car, and the mother in her grace, losing her only son, said, I hope that his life and his death will not be in vain. So I ask that of you. And I must say in my closing, I won't mention all the names because I don't want to become emotional. Beyond that field of right and wrong, Rumi says there's a place and I'll meet you there. I'm deeply concerned about this vote today. $18 million. Is this reimagining? What is this really about? Are we prepared for the consequences? I encourage a young woman, a Latino, to become a police officer, to do the right thing because she'd been a domestic violence and she'd been shot and wounded. And she cried and said, I have to do something tomorrow at the Proud Boys. I'm writing a letter to my children. I may not return. Do we want to lose the best and the brightest? Please do what's right and not popular. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette. We appreciate it as always.
Next up, we have Jason Giardino.
Hello, my name for the record is Jason Giardino. My pronouns are he, his, and I am a Portland resident.
Commissioner Ryan, you are the swing vote, so I want to address you directly. Last night, it was reported that you requested the police stay away multiple times while you spoke with peaceful protesters who came to your home. I'd like you to ask yourself why you did so. I suspect it's because you knew there was one and only one possible police response: escalation to brutal violence. It is their only tool. As others have testified, this city is in mortal terror of its own police. I, for one, would not call the PPB for any emergency. Even if I had an armed intruder in my own home, I'd rather attempt to de-escalate myself rather than have our violent police make matters worse. I and thousands of my fellow Portlanders have no faith in the PPB. We must change how we approach public safety, and it can begin with Commissioner Hardesty's amendment. Please vote in favor of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to redirect $18 million from the PPB budget. Commissioner Ryan, your city is counting on you to fight for the people. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Commissioner Hardesty, I see that we have about 78 people remaining.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jim Labby, Camilo Marquez, and Peter Merritt.
Good evening, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jim Labby. I'm a lifelong Portlander and a co-founder of Participatory Budgeting Oregon. And I'm here to support the proposed fall budget amendments, including the proposal of Council Hardesty and Udaly to reallocate $18 million of the Portland Police Bureau budget toward investments that can really begin rethinking public safety by addressing the sources of violence, crime, and racial injustice in Portland. Over the last decade, the Portland police budget has grown faster than the population and much faster than crime rates in Portland. I fully agree that it's time that we get Portland a new path that's more effective.
Hello, can you hear me?
Am I still going?
Peter, someone else is talking.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
I'll just keep going. It's time we get Portland a new path that's more effective, more financially sustainable, and I want to emphasize here more democratic toward creating safe and healthy communities for everyone. In crafting that new pathway, it's vital we don't just reallocate resources, but we redistribute decision-making power. We need mechanisms like participatory budgeting that can tap the expertise, creativity, and I think most importantly, we all agree, the lived experience of communities in defining those solutions. We've been part of a conversation in the community since 2018, at least 2018, about launching participatory budgeting in Portland. I just want to use the last part of my time to really to communicate how that conversation is defined in Envision PB. It's not a community advisory process to inform your budget decisions, even if the outcomes can actually do that in helping you rethink budget priorities. Participatory budgeting is a deliberative democratic process co-designed by the community and the government, wherein ordinary members of the community allocate a portion of the city budget through a binding decision and vote. Most importantly, it delegates power to define the solution that government then implements. To unleash this knowledge of the community, we really urge the council to allocate a growing share of the city's general fund towards participatory budgeting.
Jim, your time is up.
Thanks very much for the chance to testify today.
Next up, we have Camilo Marquez.
My name is Camilo Marquez. I speak on behalf of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment. I am a 78 years old retired psychiatrist now living in Portland for 10 years. I recently appeared performing the role of Jack Collins, a homeless person, who is one of the 9 people who were honored in an extraordinary film, Silent Voices, by Donna Hayes, grandmother of Quanice Moose Hayes, who was killed by the police at 17 years of age. Each of the people in the film who were killed by a Portland police officer had a life and a story to tell that was violently cut short. We get to honor them with dignity and to speak what they have to tell us about living and dying in Portland when you are Black or mentally disturbed or homeless and in a crisis that warranted help and support from caregivers who have the skills to manage these issues better than the police, whose single approach appears to be violent confrontation. Following is an excerpt from my part. He could have beat my ass with his baton or used his pepper spray, or he could have even tasered me, but he chose to shoot. He had already called Hooper Detox assuming I was drunk. All he had to do was wait. Me and Hoopers have a long history. I've rode in the Cheers van 1,000,000 times. I would have gone with them. I like them people, even if I wasn't drunk. This extraordinary film should be enough to convince anyone of the need to shift the priorities and the funding of public service in Portland. It can be seen on YouTube. I can say more having spent a career of 30 years working in the public sector with people who had disturbances caused by mental illness.
Hello, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Peter Merritt.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peter Merritt. I'm a resident of Northeast Portland. I'd like to start by thanking Commissioners Hardesty for her proposed amendment to cut $18 million from the Portland Police Bureau budget, and Commissioner Udaly for her support on this issue. Your bold action does not go unnoticed, and the people of Portland appreciate your approach to the city budget as a moral document, one that represents the values of the people it serves. It's become clear that the way the city allocates its money, specifically to the bloated budget of the Portland Police Bureau, does not represent the values of Portlanders, evidenced by months of daily demonstrations, overwhelming support for divestment during the last budget negotiation cycle. Remember those 60,000 plus emails and phone calls you all received, and a massive disapproval rating for Mayor Wheeler's response to the city's crisis of police brutality, carceral punishment, and most importantly, racism. I don't need to sit here and lecture you all on the institutional racism embedded in policing and criminal quote unquote justice in the United States, or make the case for divestment and abolition, because the data speaks for itself and we've all heard it before. Black people are over 3 times as likely to be killed in a police encounter as white people. Black men are 2.8 times as likely as white men to die as a result of police force during their lifetimes. Communities consistently see a decrease in crime and an increase in prosperity when they are supported with funding and policy for economic opportunity, education, affordable housing, healthcare, etc. But criminalization and aggressive policing does nothing to curb and in fact perpetuates crime and violence. In the face of all of this, Mayor Wheeler has told us that now is not the right time to address the police budget and reinvest in communities of color who have been disproportionately impacted by institutional racism in policing, while his overzealous police force has been gassing, beating, and falsely arresting his constituents daily for months and centuries before that. Respectfully, Mr. Wheeler, when is the right time, if not now? Again, I greatly appreciate the work.
Next up, we have Mont Chris Hubbard, Zachary Powers, and Connie Wong.
Thank you. I'm testifying. My name is Mont Chris Hubbard. I am testifying in support of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to cut $18 million from the Police Bureau. Everyone who's spoken so far today has done so as eloquently as I would. So I just want to reiterate my support for it. I am optimistic that commissioners can and will build and execute a plan to use these reallocated funds to reimagine the concept of community safety. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
Next up, we have Zachary Powers.
Thanks. My name is Zachary Powers. I'm representing only myself. A lot of people have already said what I had written for my testimony, so I'll skip through most of it. But I do want to say, in regards to Kaya Sand's comment on how we now know from the Oregonians' work, that the Portland Police Bureau makes more than half of their arrests on houseless residents of Portland, that reinvesting funds away from the PPB, so I'm in favor of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to do that, should reduce the need for policing. So it's a much greater good use of those funds. Also, a lot of people have mentioned how PPB really only seems to use arrests and violence as tools. At least that's their public presence that we can see. So I wanted to speak too about why we see defunding police as our only option to reform that. I moved to Portland in 2010, soon after PPB killed Aaron Campbell. After 10 years of following PPB in the news, I'm pretty confident that it is functionally impossible to terminate or discipline an officer for violent conduct in Portland. So I feel our only option to reduce police violence is to reduce the number of police or their resources. Every mayor we've had in Portland since I've lived here has installed himself as the police commissioner and hasn't shown any ability to change the violent mindset of the police bureau. So I'm asking the other commissioners to start that change by spending the city's money on active assistance for Portlanders instead of violent response. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Next up, we have Connie Wong.
Hi, my name is Connie Wan. I'm a member of the Policy Action Network. It's a new volunteer committee group that has been started by the OJRC to acknowledge and speak to many of these issues that have been coming to the forefront. I'd like to start by recognizing Hardesty and Udaly for their leadership, and also the OJRC, Imagine Black, Portland People's Coalition, and Unite. With those groups, we've seen them all call for an actual divestment of $35 million. I know that that is a reach from what is being called for that is currently on the table with Hardesty and Udaly's request, but I do like to think that we could prescribe to the notion that if we provide the budget that is given, then it will get used. But if we can try to reimagine public safety and policy, then a new option is possible. We have had this dialogue. We had this dialogue in June, and it keeps coming back up. But I think we're seeing that this community and the society in which we live in is calling for a different way. Currently, the overtime costs are tracking towards $200 million. And I think, the overtime that this year will create due to all the protests and stuff, we're going to request that this is not backfilled, that this is not, taken off of this, is considered part of this budget, and that no vacancies are filled, no positions are continued with what, this request for 18 million is. Overtime is not something that obviously was something that was budgeted, but I think it's a cause and reaction to what is happening. And that's something that we really need to pay attention to. Again, reimagining public safety is why people are protesting and why people are in the streets. So, continuing to fund
Connie, your time is up.
In this way is not correct. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Michael Rosen, Damon Hickok, and Jessica Atwater. Michael, are you able to unmute? Looks like they may have dropped off. Damon Hickok?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, my name is Damon Hickok, a longtime Portland resident, 40 plus years, been in education and community stuff for about 20 years. Just for transparency, I did talk to Commissioner Ryan about being on his staff. But I really wanted to talk today about changing the tone in the city. Like, I originally was going to say how I felt about Hardesty's, stuff, but I'm sure you've all made up your mind. And so the problem with the city is you guys are beefing with the cops are beefing with you guys, and it trickles down to all of us, and it makes it a sucky experience. And you as city leaders need to focus on healing the city. It can't be this big pissing contest between you and the police. It's just not working for us regular folk, at least not for me and the people I know. One of the ways I think to do that is to reinvest in the Police Activities League. That gives the police something positive to look at and the community a positive light to see the police. And we can't all be bad guys or good guys, And last thing I want to say is I'm looking at a lot of this money being given out and Black leadership. How did you decide on the Black leadership? Was it a vote that I missed out on? Because a lot of times it seems to be the same people, and I don't see them when it really matters. I see them when it's time to take pictures or when it's time to get in front of a microphone and hibbity-hoo, blah, 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 but not when it's really like working with the people, not really working with the kids. Miss Edwards is one of the best people of all time in working with the community, you know, and also I would encourage a lot of you to go out there to the numbers and see what it's like, you know, and you might think twice about just divesting in the police altogether. But at the end of the day, and then I'll just get off the mic, you got to figure out how to help heal this city. And what you're doing now isn't helping, it's hurting. Thank you.
So Damon, just so you know, I live in the numbers, so I don't have to go visit.
Next up, we have Jessica Atwater.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you. So my name is Jessica Atwater. I'm a white resident of the Montezuma neighborhood. I'm testifying today to encourage Commissioners Daly, Fritz, and Ryan, and Mayor Wheeler to please vote yes on all three of Commissioner Hardisty's amendments. They focus on inclusive, community-focused investments that Portlanders need and are demanding. We cannot wait anymore to make our city a safer place for the BIPOC community. That's about it. Thank you, Commissioner Hardisty, for your work and leadership on this. Please keep pushing and stay safe in Portland.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lowen Berman, Jules Boykoff, and Dr. Jim Guadino.
Yes, this is Lowen Berman. I am 78 years old, and for the past 38 years, I've been a resident of Northeast Portland. I'm speaking in support of the measure introduced by Councilor Hardisty to transfer funds from the Portland Police Bureau in order to provide support to Black and Brown communities and for alternative methods to ensure public safety. So what are the factors that enhance public safety? Permanent living wage jobs, decent housing, excellent schools, access to quality health care, access to social services in times of crisis. It is these factors, not the presence of police, that encourage public safety. Some Portlanders fear that a lower police presence will result in increased crime and violence. If that's the case, then West Lynn and the Southwest Hills must be rife with crime and violence. Folks there hardly ever encounter the police. The simple fact is that armed police hardly ever stop crime or violence. They are generally called after a crime has occurred, write up a report for the insurance company, and go on about their business. When called to deal with individuals in ongoing crisis situations, police actions often increase, not reduce violence. The actual role of police and police funding is to protect the property and the privilege of the well-off and those in power. Police will arrest and charge Black, brown, and low-income individuals for stealing a can of beer from a neighborhood shop. However, a hedge fund manager's market manipulation that results in the loss of homes, marriages, and even lives to thousands of citizens will not bring armed police breaking down boardroom doors and putting bankers up against the wall. I urge support of this measure and urge additional funding of police combined with increased investments in Black, brown, and other low-income communities. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jules Boykoff.
My name is Jules Boykoff. I'm a resident of Southeast Portland and a professor of political science at Pacific University. I'm here today in full-throated support of Commissioner Hardisty's proposal to channel $18 million out of the Portland Police Bureau's budget and reinvesting those funds into much-needed programs that will help everyday Portlanders who are truly struggling in the age of coronavirus. Programs like the Portland Street Response and the C3PO camps. The numbers don't lie. In the long term, violent crime is on the decline in Portland, while homelessness has only intensified. We need to be nimble with both our thinking and our funding, shifting taxpayer money into areas where it is actually needed. If I may, I'd like to speak directly to Commissioner Dan Ryan for a moment. When you were campaigning for office, you stated, and I quote, "In the midst of a homelessness crisis, global pandemic, and economic nosedive, along with a long overdue overhaul of our community safety system, we have to ensure that we are doing everything we can to aid our most vulnerable community members," end quote. You're right, Commissioner Ryan, to connect the long overdue overhaul of our community safety system with the plight of our most vulnerable community members. And you're right that we need to do everything we can. Supporting this budget proposal is an extraordinary opportunity for you to show Portlanders straight out of the political gate that you are a person of your word and that you are willing to do everything we can for our most vulnerable community members. Passing these budget proposals is extremely important. Now is the time to be visionary. Now is the time to be courageous. I urge you all to join Commissioner Hardesty and Commissioner Daly and support this proposal. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Jim Guadino.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jim.
I'm Dr. Jim Gaudino. I am a public health preventive medicine physician specialist. And people were asking for experts. I am one of those experts. And I'm also an affiliate professor with the OHSU PSU School of Public Health. I'm speaking in favor today of Commissioner Hardesty and Daly's amended proposal to redirect funds to needed services. I can tell you that, and I want to give you a quote here. This was, "You can't have public safety without the public." That was Akila Sherrell's today in the National American Public Health Association meeting. He also said, "No, we no longer should have police be the first point of contact for safety." I heard the word hobbled, and I can tell you that we actually need a rebalancing. Police have, with all due respect, I have certain tools, but we're talking about arriving at the time when suffering and blood is spilled. Public health and social services are upstream issues, and we really have hobbled them by defunding them or not funding them very well. Oregon is one of the worst funded public health systems in the nation. I urge you to take this bold step. I can tell you, I used to be a carpenter, and I would not use a hammer as a tool when I really needed fine tools for cabinet making. I put it another way. You wouldn't call a surgeon and do a hysterectomy when somebody actually needs family planning services. That's what we need. We need to look at the right tools for the right reasons. Police violence, violence in general, gun violence, the impacts of white supremacy and systemic racism on health and mental health, and climate change are all public health issues, and we're in the middle of crisis. These are threats happening now. I would urge you. Oh, thank you very much. If I could just say, we need to have programs that are evaluated with feedback and transparency and quality improvement. We need to know what the police are doing and ask them to do a better job with what they have. And thank you so much for listening.
Next up, we have Kai McMurtry, Brandon Buell, and Andrea Valderrama.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Kai McMurtry. More than half of Portland arrests and nearly half of use of force incidents are against houseless folks. In the last decade, a third of those killed by PPB were experiencing houselessness. All this, even though houseless folks make up 3% of Portland's population. Just last month, this council approved a settlement of nearly $1 million to the family of Lane Martin, a man experiencing a mental health crisis killed by police. This is just the most recent settlement, and it follows the 2012 US DOJ findings that Portland cops engage in a pattern or practice of excessive force. These are just a few anecdotes, of which there are many, Since 2014, PPB has had 7 chiefs, 1 fired, 1 resigned, 1 interim, 1 lasted 6 months, 1 chief outlaw, presided over the hospitalization of several Portland demonstrators, and then chided them as, quote, whiners and complainers, outlaws flexing that same brand of compassion right now in Philadelphia. Since the eruption of Black Lives Matter protests, I've heard Mayor Wheeler repeatedly claim that previous mayors and councils have capitulated to PPA, making critical reforms all but impossible. The mayor uses this line to shield himself from criticism, but he's not entirely wrong. PPA is a bully organization whose only goal, as far as I can tell, is to export Portland tax dollars to the surrounding suburbs, whose longtime president refers to Portland as a, quote, cesspool, and who will certainly resist any attempt to increase accountability. Since the DOJ called out criminal and unethical behavior in 2014, what have we done? We've increased Portland Police Bureau's budget by 36% to nearly $250 million. So we have a department with rotating leadership who spends the majority of its time assaulting and arresting houseless individuals, brutalizing the mentally ill, and eluding accountability. You have the power of the purse, and you have it right now. I thank Commissioners Hardesty and Udaly for their bravery here, and I'm pleading with Commissioners Fritz and Ryan to show us your courage, continue the process in earnest of funding real community safety, not violent policing. Approve the amendment before you leave tonight. Thank you.
Next up, we have Brandon Buell.
Yeah, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you.
Okay. Hi there. So I just wanted to speak in support of Udaly and Hardesty's motion, along with a vast majority of the people who are calling in. And I just cannot help but be reminded of the last time that I called into a city council meeting, which was when we asked for a 50 million reduction in the Portland Police Bureau. That was not given. And now we're here at another point in which most of your mailboxes have been full. And I know that because I've called a lot of you. And most of your emails have bounced back saying that you probably won't have the time to respond because so many people are speaking to you. Once again, Portlanders are asking you to do what we would like. Is this a democracy or not? I support this being cut. And to Dan Ryan specifically, I would just like to say that I saw that you sat and spoke with protesters last night, and it was really, really heartwarming. I mean, I want you to think about what would have happened if the police had responded before they had made it to your house. I want you to think about how they have responded for over 100 nights to these protests and ask yourself whether or not those were valid reactions or whether or not we maybe need to find a way to have a dialogue like you yourself did with these people asking for basic changes to the structure of the way we police this city. And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Andrea Valderrama.
Hi, my name is Andrea Valderrama. I'm the new policy director and registered lobbyist with the ACLU of Oregon. I'm here to share my support for Commissioner Hardesty's amendments to the fall bump and would like to also lift up and support the work of Black-led organizations like Unite Oregon and Imagine Black, who are asking for $35 million in cuts. We'd specifically like to share our support for 1, increasing the food assistance program, household essentials, and the Portland Street Response. Ensuring families, and particularly families of color, can stay in their homes and have adequate access to food is essential. These urgent needs outweigh PPB specialty units. 2, increasing resources for the Portland Street Response program. As the weather begins to get colder, and especially during this pandemic, additional resources must be allocated to ensure Portlanders experiencing mental health crises are getting the care they need. And 3, resources for a universal eviction defense. We know there is a wave of evictions on the horizon, and these dollars are essential to mitigating an even bigger housing crisis. Similarly, we would also like to reiterate the need for an ongoing and permanent universal representation fund, Equity Corps, for individuals facing deportation. All of us, and especially BIPOC communities, are experiencing multiple simultaneous crises, from toxic wildfire smoke to the COVID-19 epidemic. State-sanctioned violence and militarized weapons should not be added to the list, and you have the ability to make that decision now. We strongly support these amendments and urge you to vote aye. Thank you.
Next up, we have Angela Todd, Michael Sonnleitner, and Colette DeWitt.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Todd. I'm a business owner and I live in Southeast Portland. And today I'm representing myself and my participation in the Coalition to Save Portland. I want to start by noting that I don't feel this hearing was publicized enough to the general public in Portland to ensure voices in the community are heard. Statistically, polls show the vast majority of Portlanders, 66% in the last poll, are not in support of defunding the police. Yet the vast majority of voices heard today on this call, a full 90%, actually a little bit over now, are in favor of this defunding. There is no question this is not a cross-section of our city's opinions. Equality means giving rights and a voice to everyone. It doesn't mean removing the voices you don't agree with. Commissioner Hardesty, papering the room is hardly ethical for someone elected by the city, and instead it speaks of activism and silencing others. This is a scary place for our city and for our democracy, and it feels intended to keep some community members silent. I live in Southeast Portland, and I think that this issue is nuanced. I certainly believe that we need more help for our homeless and our vulnerable. But many of my neighbors have been victims of crime, including being beaten and robbed. Many of these neighbors do not have a second car or a bicycle when those items are stolen, and loss of work or property is an extreme hardship. We frequently hear shootings in our neighborhood multiple times a week. We have families that have moved away after their children have been exposed to this danger. These conditions are a sharp contrast to just a few years ago. This decision today, this vote, it affects lives. When Portland crime has reached a 30-year high this year, when shootings are well over 180% from last year, when 66% of those shot this year have been Black Portlanders. This decision isn't as easy as presented here today. Defunding the police feels rushed and haphazard today, yet certainly we can do
your timing's up.
Pushing this through as it's proposed puts lives at risk. We all deserve to feel safe. This doesn't mean we should defund an already inadequately understaffed police department. Our police are from our community. We have forgotten this. They are statistically more minority than our general population. They have a very hard job to do right now. Let's go back to the drawing board and develop ideas to address our mentally ill and our displaced and our drug addicted on our streets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Sunleitner.
Hello, I'm hoping everyone can hear me.
You sound good, Michael.
Thank you. I also live in Southeast Portland, and I have a different take on things. Basically, some of you know me as a trustee at Portland Community College. Others may know me as a retired political science instructor at PCC and Peace and Conflict Studies chair. I'm not speaking for any of those backgrounds now. Personally, my home in Montevilla neighborhood has had over 20 police visitations in the past 5 months, more than one a week. These have related to 2 home break-ins in my home, multiple violations of a restraining order involving a person with mental health challenges, and also 2 violent fights in front of my home that I wasn't involved in, thankfully. All of those police that have come to all of those events, I have had an opportunity to visit with. They usually do arrive 20 to 30 minutes after my 911 call because they are stretched too thin. But the answer, I think, is primarily they have too much on their plate. And those that I have spoken to over these past 5 months in my neighborhood admit that they are not equipped with training or background to deal with mental health crises or a great many of the problems that houseless people face. I want to speak on behalf of my view that it is in the long and short-term interest of the Portland Police Bureau itself to support Joanne Hardesty's 3 amendments to the budget itself, because that would free police for other dealing with actual serious crimes rather than having to deal with issues that they have no clear expertise relating to. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Colette DeWitt.
Thank you to the council for hearing my testimony. My name is Colette DeWitt, and I'm Portland's volunteer lead for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I live in outer Southeast Portland, one of the areas in our city plagued by shootings. We are requesting that the council fully fund the 2 full-time positions requested by the Office of Violence Prevention. We are also requesting that the council provide additional funding to support the onboarding and training of the office's new policy manager. Portland is experiencing an alarming increase in gun violence. In response, the Office of Violence Prevention is engaging in critical community-based violence intervention and prevention work to support communities and families impacted by gun violence. Among the Office of Violence Prevention's community partnerships are the Healing Hurt People program and the Trauma and Violence Impacted Families program. Increased OVP funding would allow for expanding the capacity of Healing Hurt People, a program that provides wraparound services and support to people hospitalized for gun violence and has been shown to reduce the risk of re-injury and retaliation. Expanding the capacity of the Trauma and Violence Impacted Families program by adding an intensive case manager position, and creating Restoration Academy, a pilot program offering employment and training opportunities for recently incarcerated individuals. The coordination of these community intervention and support services requires an incredible amount of work on the part of the Office of Violence Prevention. The City of Portland must increase investment in the Office of Violence Prevention in order to serve more families, partner with more community agencies, and reverse our city's alarming and escalating gun violence epidemic. Thank you.
Next up, we have Marie Ellen Claire, Annette Johnson, and Tara Hirschberger.
Hi, this is Marie Ellen Claire. I'm a tenant advocate with Oregon Renters in Action. And I concur with Commissioner Udaly and Hardesty regarding redirecting the $18 billion from the Portland Police Bureau that we previously used for arresting our homeless citizens, and instead putting these funds toward real housing solutions. And I realize that we're in a challenging time right now with COVID-19, and we are needing to address the homeless population. But I want to talk right now about and ask, what is our city doing to address the needs of the pre-house list folks? And these are the COVID housing casualties who won't be able to pay back the rent in 6 months. And these are lower income renters, usually under 40,000, who are now jobless, or they've had diminished or no income, and they burned through their savings, and the eviction or rent moratorium represents for them a kick the can down the road trap. They were struggling to pay rent before COVID. Now they're thousands of dollars in the arrears, jobless, and often taking care of family, or they're sick themselves. I talk to renters a lot. I answer their calls, and they're saying that it's unrealistic to expect them to keep up with both the current rent after the moratorium was ended, and then pay back rent, because they don't make enough money to begin with, and it won't cover both. And we can just imagine anybody having to make 2 house payments. So what we can predict is the heavy fallout from that in terms of evictions that's coming sometime in 2021. So I asked, what is our city doing to prepare for these needs? And I propose that we create a citywide community effort now, before the storm hits us. And so that's forecasting and preparedness planning strategy, which could involve intake and triage. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will go ahead and submit the rest of my testimony, and I do support this proposal, and I hope we vote on this today. Thank you.
Next up is Annette Johnson.
Hi, this is Annette Johnson, and I live in inner southeast area, and I was downtown. I go downtown quite a bit. And the other day I saw the police on 3rd and Cooch. It was like 6 police cars, and they had a black young man under arrest. He had went down to the Chinese garden and had some form of altercation. He was a repeated offender. They said they was going to take him to jail, release him for menacing. So they went through his property, and he's homeless. He's mentally ill. Everybody knew that. They went through his property and they were searching him. They put the needles on the concrete. They put everything else. And I said, can you de-escalate him just a little bit? And one of the officers, he gave me his card and he said, you know, we're doing the best we can. At the end, after they got him in the car, they had his backpack. And they said, can you believe what's in there? And the officers all looked, and a few of us was filming this. And they reached in his backpack, pulled out a dead rat, held it up, and then sat it on the ground. That's who you have downtown. That's what's running rapid downtown: mental illness, drug addiction. I would love to see the friction between Ted Wheeler and Joanne Hardesty and Amanda Fritz, and then Ryan, he's new, to, you know, come to your senses, because you guys are working together representing and Joanne Hardesty is the only black one on there, and it's obvious that she's always being disrespected in my eyes, and I know a lot about that. And I was going to say a whole bunch more, but I asked God to help me. Ted Wheeler, I pray that you not only not get voted, but that you make a decision and step down. You represented the Proud Boys at the ICE protest. I lived across the street. You will be found out. I'm praying for you. Joanne, I'm praying for you too, because you are outnumbered. Thank you.
Next up, we have Tara Hirschberger.
Good evening. I'm Tara Hirschberger. I live in East Portland, not far from where 3 years ago, 17-year-old Quantis Hayes was murdered by Portland police. I'm calling in to voice my support of Hardesty's amendment to cut $18 million from the Portland police and to have that money go towards food, shelter, and housing programs, as well as ongoing programs such as the street response team. I furthermore want to say that I do not support any amendment that would increase funding to the police, whether that be so-called equity or for body cams or for additional training. All of those things have already happened and they have proven ineffective. We need to stop allowing so much of our budget to go towards the police when they are not here to protect the community. In many cases, they are causing crime, causing violence. I would further say that Portland do not cooperate in any way with the feds in terms of the upcoming election season, and any officers who are currently deputized, please assign them to desk work. I believe that there was something that was passed earlier today in reference to this, and I really support that and want to encourage there to be no cooperation with the feds and to keep any previously deputized officers to desk work. I will see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next up, we have Margaret Ann Jones, Marisa Espinoza, and Tyler Wilkins. Margaret Ann, are you able to unmute yourself?
Keelan, let's go on to the next individual and then maybe Margaret will be on after.
Okay, next up is Marisa Espinosa.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisa Espinosa, representing Northwest Pilot Project, which serves older adults experiencing homelessness and housing instability. Please adopt Commissioner Hardesty's amendments, which reinvest PPP dollars into community services and prioritize the full funding of Portland Street Response. I was a bilingual case manager for 5 years, serving vulnerable seniors who were living in tents, cars, sheds, on couches, and in shelters, and who were in dire need of housing. Many had severe mental and behavioral health challenges and struggled to access treatment and recovery supports. Among my clients, BIPOC were overrepresented, as BIPOC are overrepresented in the broader population experiencing homelessness due to systemic racism. While my clients and I worked on a housing plan, they often remain outside, and we fear that one day, perhaps after a night of no sleep in a cold tent or lacking funds to get across town to pick up medications, their behaviors or just their being visibly homeless could spark a deadly interaction with police. For Black and African American participants in the program, this fear was especially reasonable and warranted, as the Oregonian reported 2 months ago, of those fatally shot by PPB since 2003, over half were people with mental illnesses and 27% were Black in a population where in a city where the population is under 6% Black. I've seen firsthand how police are not equipped to help or able to help someone in a behavioral health crisis and instead needlessly escalate conflicts. I know from experience that trained social service and health providers have the skills to do the following without police involvement: identify what is going on in a tense interaction, build rapport quickly, de-escalate aggressive behavior, and guide someone to health and social services rather than direct violence and lethal force toward a person in distress. PSR will create a street response team that can be a game changer for our city by finally delivering what is actually needed: real community safety for people who are struggling outside. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Tyler Wilkins.
Hello, Mayor Wheeler and Portland Council. Thank you for allowing the time to speak today. My name is Tyler Wilkins, and I am co-founder and co-director of Participatory Budgeting Oregon. I come to you today hand in hand with countless other community members and community leaders who are unified under one collective voice: divest Portland police and invest in Portland people. Tens of thousands of people made their voices heard in June's budget meeting in support of divesting police. And here we are yet again in the many, repeating our demands. Policing and community safety are fundamentally racial justice issues. Defunding PPB and reinvesting in community allows us to shift away from our reliance on policing and move towards addressing root causes and unmet needs. We have to reimagine relationships between people and their government as transformative and empowering. To do so, we have to invest in mechanisms that afford community real power and the ability to design real decisions that affect their livelihoods. Such processes like participatory budgeting do just this by centering the experience and the lived experience of Black and Brown folks. And when we talk about centering these processes on marginalized or oppressed communities, we are recognizing that people closest to the problem are closest to the solution. When we lead with their ideas and voices, we'll build communities that are safe, responsive, and resilient. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty and Commissioner Udaly, for your leadership in the $18 million budget proposal. This is a great start, and we all know that there is still much work to be done in rethinking public safety in our communities. Portland community leaders and community members have worked tirelessly to analyze the city budget and the convoluted police budget to propose community-led solutions. And I'd also like to thank Unite Oregon and Imagine Black, formerly PALF, for their work in proposing solutions. Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Ryan, the community is asking you to please support the $18 million budget proposal. The community is here with you today to remind you that we're all in this together. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
Margaret Ann Jones, are you able to unmute? All right, next up we have Dwayne Hedstrom, Gloria Gonzalez, and Johanna Brenner.
Dwayne, are you there? Dwayne, are you on?
You said Lionel?
Yeah, I can hear somebody. Who is it?
This is Lionel. They just asked me to unmute. This is Lionel
Okay,
Irving.
go for it.
Hey, how you doing? This is Lionel Irving. And first I would like to say, how you doing, Mr. Willer? I fully support Mr. Ted Willer. And I would like to say, how you doing, Mrs. Hartington? It's an honor, and I love your passion for our community. And so my name is Lionel Irving. I'm a Black man from this community. I live in Portland, Oregon. Northeast Portland. I've been living there all my life. My family been living there. And I'd like to say this is a very important vote that we're about to cast. And I don't have an opinion one way or another because it's going to affect us either way. And we're going to break the impact of this. We're going to take the brunt of it. And so I ask that you guys vote yes for the bump on the OYVP. So guys like me can be on the front lines with the family members that are going through these traumatic events when they happen, all these shootings that have been going on, and with the absence of the police, we're going to need frontliners. So I ask when you do distribute the money, if it happens, that you look at programs like myself. I have a nonprofit called Love is Stronger, and I've also have a business called Man Building Men, and we work with at-risk youth, the most vulnerable youth of this community, the ones that are getting left behind, the ones that are out here getting preyed on by older gang members. Those are the ones that we are fighting for, the ones we stand up for. When we go to the hospital and it's that chaos up there, we the ones coming up there bringing peace and understanding. So that's what I'm talking about. When you do distribute that money, that you put us in the lane, that we can continue to help the family. Because not only do we have people at the hospital, we also have people at the family's house. We have kids that's over there witnessing stuff, and that's going through trauma. And we're reaching out to OYVP for help to get these people somewhere to go for the night because something happened in their house. And imagine your kid having to go back into that house that somebody been put to rest. So I ask you, I'm very passionate about this because I'm a former gang member. I did a lot of stuff in this community to help poison it. And now I'm on the front line, help saving it. I'm a soldier of love. I'm a citizen. I pay my bills. I pay my taxes. And OYVP offered me a platform for redemption when the community might not have opened the door for me because of my record. But now they open the door and give me a chance to speak.
I know your time is up.
Okay, thank you guys.
I would love to learn, Lionel.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Commissioner Hardesty. I would love to learn more about your programs. Those are the kind of programs that never make it to city funding. And I would love to learn more. So if you would connect with my office and give us information about your two programs, I'd be grateful.
Yes, ma'am, that I would do. Thank you guys for listening to me, and Love is Stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can see if Dwayne Hedstrom is able to unmute.
Dwayne, are you on? All right, let's move to the next person and maybe he'll come on later.
Okay, Gloria Gonzalez.
Hi, I'm Gloria Gonzalez. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Gloria, you're good to go.
So I think it's important for you guys to continue to support the Office of Violence Prevention because of all the work that they do for us in the community. My husband was just recently shot while at work. I was super frantic at the hospital, not knowing his condition or what was going on with him. I didn't know if he was dead or alive, but with the help of the program that you guys have, I was able to get information from within the hospital on his progress to help ease my mind by finding out that he was in surgery and was alive. Hike Brown was my contact person. I don't know if he knows, but he's literally been the rock for our family over the last month and a half, along with a few other of his colleagues while they are consoling us and being super supportive through the whole process at the hospital. He's also been super supportive and encouraging for myself, my kids, and my husband while we're trying to heal from the tragic events that actually took place that day. So we've been really impacted by what's happened. It's a struggle day by day to just live our normal life that we were living before. every day we walk out the door, we fear the unexpected of what could possibly happen next. So having the program around to help us families who are dealing with things like this is very helpful. And it gives us some type of hope. Not just mentally, but financially as well. Haig has come through with food for our family. He's helped us basically stay afloat, helped us pay a bill or two. My husband's not working anymore due to his injuries from being shot. So it's been a little bit more of a struggle for myself trying to take care of my kids and my grandbaby. But for every need that I've had, Haig has come through to help us find some type of resolution. And I'm super grateful for him and the program, because without the program, he probably wouldn't be able to help me in the ways that he does with the extra resources that he's able to give me. I just hope that the program's around for years to come, not only for myself, but for everyone else in the community who has to deal with any type of tragedy or gun violence. Thank you.
Gloria, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the kind words for OVP. I'll make sure that gets passed along to them so that they hear that feedback. And all of us are thinking about your family and your husband, and I hope he makes a speedy recovery. Thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Johanna Brenner.
Hi, my name is Johanna Brenner. I am Professor Emerita of Sociology at Portland State University and a member of the Portland Metro People's Coalition Coordinating Committee. I've written testimony I will submit, but I want to make a few points because I feel like there's not been enough response to a couple things that people have said who have been against this cut. And I'm speaking in favor of it, and I want to address two things. The first is the 911 calls, and a number of people have pointed to this. The fact is that the vast majority, over half of 911 calls are about what's called disorder crimes or disorder calls. And they have to do with either people experiencing some kind of welfare check, or about half of those, or a quarter of all 911 calls, are just simply unwanted persons. These are not high priority calls, but they do take police resources away from doing the kinds of jobs that police are supposed to be doing. A number of people have mentioned the underfunding of the police, but there's also a question of how the police distribute their resources. So the fact is that only about a quarter of 911 calls relate to crime incidents. And if the police weren't spending so much time responding to houselessness, they would be available to respond to these more serious crimes calls. The second thing is about underfunding. I appreciate what Commissioner Udaley said about that there weren't going to be further cuts in the police, but it is true that without filling those vacancies, the police will be down in staffing. And I think it's important to point out that the police are spending many, many hours arresting and booking houseless people who recycle in and out of jail. Kaya Sands made this point. I want to make it again. In 2017, not only were more than half of arrests about houseless people.
And your time is up.
Okay, so I'm done. Thank you for your time. And please, and thank you for listening to all this testimony.
Let's try Dwayne Hedstrom. It looks like he's unmuted. Are you able to speak, Dwayne? Okay. Next up, we have Ricardo Lujan Valerio, Andrew Riley, and Rachel Soslow.
Sorry about that. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. For the record, my name is Andrew Riley. My pronouns are they and them, and I have the pleasure tonight of representing Unite Oregon alongside my colleague Jasmine Casanova-Dean, who will also be testifying. Our demand today, along with Imagine Black, is simple. Cut an additional $35 million from the Police Bureau budget. We also support Commissioner Hardesty's amendment to make $18 million in cuts to PPB in this fall bump. While we continue to advocate for a full $35 million reduction this cycle, we believe that the Commissioner's amendment is a sensible package of substantive cuts to police. Unite Oregon envisions a world in which police and prisons are a thing of the past. To put it simply, we want the police out of the areas of our lives where they're completely unnecessary, and we want safer non-police alternatives for civic functions that we've abdicated to police, like mental health calls. I am honestly not sure what else I can say now that hasn't been said in the tens of thousands of emails and phone calls you've received over the past 5 months. I'm not sure how I can better highlight the inherent violence of policing than the overwhelming number of images and videos and testimonies that we have heard and seen and experienced of police brutalizing protesters in Portland since May. Civilians have been gassed in their homes and then beaten when they have the audacity to ask police why they are deploying chemical weapons on children. The police have left scars on so many of us, both the kind that you can see and those you cannot. And that violence itself is only a microcosm of the violence that Portland police have inflicted on Black and Indigenous people, queer and trans people, those in crisis, and our unhoused neighbors since the city was founded. Enough is enough. In the midst of everything that 2020 has confronted us with, at a time of unprecedented precarity, with people across the city hungry and in need of housing, you are presented with the unique opportunity to do something different. This is not your usual fall bump because this is not your usual year. We urge you to cut funding for the Portland Police Bureau and let's begin the process of building a Portland where people's needs are met and safety isn't backed by the implicit threat of police violence. Defund PPB, invest in Portlanders, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ricardo Lujan Valerio.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Ricardo Lujan Valerio. I am the Director of Advocacy with Latino Network. I'll try to keep my comments fairly brief. Just want to testify both in support of the $18 million proposal that Commissioner Hardesty is putting forward. I think it's significant to understand that we're living in a time of reckoning and it's not business as usual. We've been hearing from our communities the need to reform what community safety means. Within the immigrant community, it's a larger issue given the events that have taken place in Portland in the past months, and even the federal activity that we've been subjected to. The pulling individuals into unmarked vans and tactics that are very militarized are no different than what our immigrant communities face on a daily basis. And so what's important is that when those things happen, our community sees it as a whole to law enforcement, and they don't necessarily differentiate local law enforcement from federal law enforcement. And I think it says a lot about the impact that our community faces. So we're definitely in support of that approach. The second proposal that we want to support is Commissioner Udaley's support for the Oregon Worker Relief Fund. As the city may remember, you all allocated $250,000 where we've been able to help over 140 individuals here in Portland. With a $1.7 million investment, we'll be able to bring that number closer to 1,200 individuals receiving assistance. So we're deeply in support of making this amendment move forward as well. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Rachel Saslow.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Saslow, and I am a Southeast Portland resident and volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I volunteer with Moms Demand Action because I have 3 young children and also because I am a gun violence survivor. As you know, gun violence is a public health crisis here in Portland. Gun violence has been increasing in Portland since before the pandemic, and there have been over 660 shootings this year, and it's not even November. This is a sharp increase from the 393 shootings Portland experienced in all of 2019. To prevent gun violence and to support survivors of gun violence, Portland needs to adequately resource the Office of Violence Prevention. The Office of Violence Prevention works to intervene and prevent gun violence, build community resilience, and create a safer Portland. Importantly, the office works closely with community-based organizations to increase their capacity for gun violence intervention and prevention. Critically, the Office of Violence Prevention works to address gun violence through an equity lens, providing support and resources to Portland Black and Brown communities who are disproportionately impacted by gun violence. Currently, the office has only 2 full-time staff to coordinate this work. Portland must adequately resource the Office of Violence Prevention. We are asking that the City Council provide funding to the office to hire additional staff. Additional staff will help coordinate the office's work, collaborate with community partners, and ensure that the office is responsive to the needs of Portland's Black and Brown communities most impacted by gun violence. Please prioritize public health and safety in Portland by ensuring that the Office of Violence Prevention is well-resourced to sustain its gun violence prevention and intervention efforts. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mo Phillips, Jesse Burke, and Dorothy Elmer.
Hi, my name is Mo Phillips, and I'm a musician, teaching artist, father, and husband living in Sunnyside in Southeast Portland. I'd like to start by thanking Commissioner Hardesty for decades of tireless efforts to bring change and justice to Portland. I'd like to thank Commissioner Udaly for the integrity with which you have worked in your office. And I'm here to fully support the budget amendment from Commissioner Hardesty today. I'll keep it brief so we can get to that vote. So thanks to the two of you. Mayor Wheeler, in the immortal words of my teenagers, I can't even. Commissioner Fritz, if you've been waiting for a moment, lo these many years, to really shine and take the relatively bold step of supporting Commissioner Hardesty's amendment, now would be that time. And finally, Commissioner Ryan, welcome. I suppose you got a different kind of welcome last night, but by all accounts, you handled it quite gracefully. So thank you for that. Hopefully that direct action only helped to demonstrate how invested people are in turning the wheels of justice in this town. So rest assured, those wheels are going to keep turning, and we'd love to have you be a part of that change that's clearly necessary. You were elected to lead, man, so now's your chance. We'll end with some more immortal words. You can do it. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Jesse Burke.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Jessie Burke, and I am a woman and minority small business owner in Old Town Chinatown. I'm also a mother of 3 children, ages 6, 9, and 13, grew up in abject poverty, and I'm a former social worker and teacher. I'm here to request that we do not decrease our police staff positions, even if they aren't currently filled, nor decrease the budget for Portland Police. Cities are ecosystems, and there are many competing factors that we must keep in balance to keep our ecosystem symbiotic. In Old Town, we are living in a real-life Mad Max. The level of lawlessness we experience daily is something I know none of you are experiencing, because if you did, the idea of cutting one of our only calls for help would have never crossed your mind. We in Old Town are in the middle of what so many Portlanders observe as armchair critics, with feedbacks from the comfort of their own home. We are in the heart of the city's opioid epidemic, mental health crisis, and homelessness crisis. We are a neighborhood in constant chaos. I suggest you speak with clinicians at Cascade Behavioral Health to get a sense of what's happening on the ground. There's been a lot of commentary about how police spend their time and what isn't needed by a community. So I did some research prior to testimony to clearly get an idea of what is recommended by experts on the City of Crime Prevention and Public Safety. I found a white paper written by the International City and County Management Association Center for Public Safety Management that discusses the recommended number of officers based on population. I will email a copy of this to each of you. To summarize their findings, it's recommended that for every 1,000 residents, there are between 1.8 to 2.5 officers. The City of Portland's population is approximately 700,000. When you do that math, those numbers suggest we have between 1,260 to 1,750 officers for Portland's current population. Portland has 870 officers. That's a ratio of 1.24 officers per 1,000 residents. I'm frustrated with this response to cut police officer positions and budget because it feels like an idea that was not vetted with research, nor with any plan to replace those resources with better options for greater change. This response feels much like a CEO cutting staffing and services to customers while simultaneously cutting profits. 2 more sentences. We're in crisis. And to reiterate what Damon Hickok said, it feels our city council is not on the same team, and your fighting is making the rest of the city fight. It feels like when challenged or when citizens disagree with you, our city council gets defensive rather than reflective, or rather than showing the research or doing the work to figure out how to meet the needs of our entire ecosystem. If we don't have this leadership, Old Town, I know, will begin to manage itself. And I'm not sure that that's what the city of Portland needs. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dorothy Elmore.
Good evening. I'm Dorothy Elmore. I'm a retired assistant chief with a background in mental health. I would like to begin with a novel and holistic idea that has proven over time works. Why don't we dedicate resources to community and problem-oriented policing approaches that have been shown to reduce crime and improve community satisfaction? How about investing in community and police collaboration and partnership instead of police and community alienation and division? How about reforming the Police Bureau's policies and practices to identify, address, and eliminate the institutional racist practices that are embedded in the very fabric of policing? And how about supporting the men and women of the Portland Police Bureau who put their personal safety on the line every day? And lastly, how about not defunding the Police Bureau? Today's police are tasked with responding to a vast variety of calls for service stemming from violent criminal behavior with underlying social issues and crisis. Yet officers are often not supported with adequate services providers who put treating these underlying issues as part of their daily duties. I don't want to minimize the destructive impact that institutional racism has had and continues to have on Black and Brown people in our communities and across this nation. And I do acknowledge that the atrocities of police brutality against Black and Brown people are of great concern and need to be addressed and stopped. However, defunding the Police Bureau is not the answer. I support investing more in mental health care and housing and expanding the use of community mediation and violence interruption programs to shrink the scope of police responsibilities. I just don't agree with using essential police funds in order to accomplish this endeavor. I strongly believe that a collaborative effort between Multnomah County, City of Portland, Metro, and the state of Oregon to jointly agree to provide monies to fund these vital services in and around Portland metro area would be much more equitable, especially since both the city and Metro have passed substantial bond measures to defund these services. This decision that you're going to be making today needs to be thoughtful and forward-thinking. It is not just the here and now, but what impact this decision will have for years to come. I think that Commissioner Ryan, please do not be strong-armed into voting. You vote with your conscience, vote with your heart, and vote with what you think is right. Be thoughtful and be impactful. This decision is extremely critical in the future of the Portland Police Bureau and how we do our work to provide safety for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Commissioner Fritz has a comment or a question.
I just wanted to say thank you, Dorothy, for that and those words, and for all your leadership in the community and your significance in all of our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Charles Maddock, Nita Guido, and Brad McRae.
Could you say the names again, Keelan? I'm not sure we have.
Yes, Charles Maddock or Machuk, Nita Guido, and Brad McRae.
Charles.
Hi, Charles Matuk here.
Yep.
Business owner and resident in Old Town and Chinatown. I spend my life in 4 square blocks, and I'll echo what Jesse Burke and a few others have said about the neighborhood and the center part of town and how the rest of downtown is being affected. A lot of the resources are being pulled towards certain activities, and we're seeing a really rapid increase in crime on a daily basis. While on this call, I've fielded both a text and a private message for 2 other people in our neighborhood who've suffered a break-in and another crime. It's a numbers game, and I think people are getting wise to the facts that the numbers are already quite limited and the police is strained in its resources. And I think putting up 18 million without really clearly saying where we're going to be putting that money on a quick vote today is a poor idea. We're very much lacking resources to deal with the daily crimes that we have to witness, both of property and on persons. So until we can have a clear idea of what we're going to plan to do with money that we plan to reallocate from jobs that aren't currently even filled, it'd be wise to maybe spend some more time revising this, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next up is Nita Guido.
Hi, my name is Nita Gadu. I live in Southeast Portland. I'm a mom, an attorney, and a volunteer with the Portland chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm testifying in support of the Office of Violence Prevention's fall supplemental budget requests. Specifically, I'd like to advocate for the funding of 2 full-time positions within the OVP, as well as additional funding to support the training and transition of the office's new policy manager. The Office of Violence Prevention is the principal coordinator across key gun violence prevention stakeholders and strategies. The OVP plays a central role in both bringing together and holding accountable stakeholders, including law enforcement, public health officials, educators, social service providers, community leaders, researchers, and data analysts. The office also oversees resource allocation, policy and program implementation, evaluation, and sustained learning. Most importantly, the OVP centers its mission around community, our community, to prevent gun violence. Currently, the office has only 2 staff members, the director and the policy manager. Additional staff within the office will increase the ability to respond to the needs of community members and local partners. New staff would include a person dedicated to community outreach and public information, and a person to help manage the incredible prevention and intervention work of healing hurt people and street-level outreach. These new positions would allow the director and policy manager to focus on high-level strategy, collaboration, and leadership. I strongly urge the council to invest in this office. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Jennifer Christensen, Gabriel Johnson, and Paul Frazier.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Christensen. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a volunteer member of the Oregon Justice Resource Center's Policy Action Network. I'm an attorney and a mother of 2 teens, and I own a home in the Brentwood-Darlington neighborhood of Southeast Portland, down the street from where the PPP shot Terrell Johnson. First, I would like to say that I support the work and demands of Commissioner Hardesty and the organizations that have proposed changes, including Unite Oregon, Imagine Black, and Portland People's Coalition. Second, I will point out police brutality in Portland is higher by a significant amount than in any other city tracked by independent researchers. Not per capita, but by actual numbers. Portland accounts for 398 of the 1,221 counted incidents of protest-related brutality inflicted on people since the end of May, which you can see for yourself at 2020pb.com. That is nearly 1/3 of the total. More incidents of brutality in Portland than in much larger cities, including New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. That is not a training issue, that is a culture issue. And our budget needs to reflect a true desire to change that culture. Councilmember Ryan, I urge you to stay true to your promises made during your campaign and join Commissioner Hardesty in the vote to reallocate funds from PPB into useful community programs. If you consider yourself, as you stated on your campaign website, an ally, a leader, and a partner in supporting this work, supporting cuts to the Portland Police Bureau programs that have caused more harm than good is the very least you can do. Councilmember Ryan, you noted during your campaign, and I quote, "Now is not the time for a continuation of the status quo. The status quo is our streets and neighborhoods blanketed in clouds of tear gas, press and protesters shot in the head and the groin with less lethal munitions, and our city's police force terrorizing the community. You, as the city council, have the power to make change, and I urge you to exercise that power. We can no longer afford to delay or be afraid of the complexities of justice. We cannot afford more cowardice from you, Mayor Wheeler. We must take the opportunity presented to us and begin the difficult task of reimagining how our city treats the Black and Indigenous communities and others on the margins, and that starts by creating a more moral budget. Thank you, and please vote for these much needed changes."
Next up is Gabriel Johnson.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Johnson. I'm a Black man. I'm a lifelong Portlander. I am the director of the Coalition to Save Portland. I'm very passionate about our city. I'm very outspoken. I will say that I was awoken during this time that we find ourselves in as Portlanders and as citizens of the United States. And one of the things that really bothers me is that I hear a lot of people talking about Black this, Black that, BIPOC this, people of color, and we have all these people in Portland that are standing up for Blacks, but you're not hearing Black voices, but you're hearing mine, and you're gonna hear mine today. Granted, we're very short on time, so I'm going to just cut straight to the point. I'm highly against the $8 million or $18 million cut from PPB. I support Portland Police Bureau with all of my heart. I'm very passionate about public safety. We've gotten to a point of lawlessness on our streets, and everything that everybody is talking about is not going to happen until we bring peace back to the streets, because I have neighbors downtown who can't walk to the park block without having a homeless person chase them with a knife and telling them this effing park is theirs, get out. These are some of the things that we just keep seeing over and over and over by hamstringing our police. If you're Black and you're in Portland, you are more at danger of being shot and killed by another Black man than you are a member of the Portland Police Department. I think this focus on the police is basically smoke and mirrors. We have some organizations that are coming up in the name of Blacks. Reimagine Oregon, $3.4 million. I highly oppose giving them $3.4 million. They are not inclusive of all Blacks in Oregon, let alone Portland.
Really
Imagine Black. That's okay. Imagine Black is not inclusive of every Black in Portland. Commissioner Hardesty, you have failed the Black community in this city because you don't stand up for everyone in this city. I have so much to say in so little time, but what I will say is vote for Ted, because he is our only hope to save Portland at this point today. Thank you.
Next up is Paul Frazier.
Hello, my name is Paul Frazier, he, him. I appreciated the words that Reverend Stone shared earlier. I am in favor of Commissioner Hardesty's amendment. Let's look at the police. They were awarded a Department of Justice consent decree. That is not an accolade for a job well done. Some adages and laws of science apply here. The ideal gas law states that gases expand to fill their container. Take that to an adage. Parkinson's law is that the work expands as to fill the time available for its completion. Apply that to the PPB budget. The amount of money we put in, every dollar of it will be spent, whether it is on takeout, overtime, or tear gas to barrage the streets of North Portland, including my house where my 2-year-old daughter was sleeping. Please listen to the people. When less people than this show up to testify that a new building is creating a shadow or changes the character of a neighborhood, that building will get delayed or even blocked. Please listen to this larger group of people who are testifying on life and death issues. People are being killed by the Portland police. Teenagers, people running away from a transit officer who tripped and fell, people experiencing mental health issues. Mayor Wheeler, you shared in your opening that the budget should be anti-racist and have fiscal responsibility. I don't understand how you could say those things and then not cut the budget. Fiscal responsibility, the amount of money we are spending on police instead of the community prevention. Police responding to a crime is inherently a lagging reaction. If we took action before the crime through community investment, we can prevent those property crimes from occurring. The police, they say to protect and serve, but who do they protect? Who do they serve? Business, the police union, or the people? We have no confidence in the union. The union exists not to serve the people, but to serve the police. As Upton Sinclair said, it is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends
Your time is up.
on his not understanding it, which is what I see the Portland Police Union doing. This cut is the bare minimum. Please support this. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sam Sachs, Dan Lenzen, and David Tenley.
Thank you. Mayor Wheeler, members of City Council, thank you for having me. First, I'd like to say thank you to Commissioner Fritz for your service to our community over the years. It's been a pleasure to know you and to work with you, and I thank you for your service to this community. I also want to welcome Commissioner Dan Ryan to the City Council. I'm calling today because I want to...
And then that came up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. I'm sorry, somebody else is muted. If everybody else could mute so we could hear the testimony. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the reason I'm calling is specific to the Office of Violence Prevention. On average, the last 11 years, 50 to 70%, 70% being in 2013, of the homicides by a firearm are Black, Indigenous, people of color under the age of 40. So that means 50%. I think it's much higher this year. Noah Terry, a 22-year-old boy, was shot and killed this weekend. There was a 16-year-old boy shot and killed recently. Another man was shot, Black man was shot and then set on fire in his car. I cannot support defunding the police until City Council comes up with a plan specific to addressing the gun violence, the public health crisis that is overwhelmingly impacting people of color in our community, but specifically Black people in our community. Black people are being shot and killed at an alarming rate. Unfortunately, it'll happen again before Election Day because of the rate that it's happening now, and it has been since the gun violence reduction team was taken away. You want to get rid of them? Fine. I don't think that was a good choice, but what is your plan to address gun violence? Yes, the office needs 2 more positions. Actually, it needs 4 to 6 more positions, and it needs more outreach workers. I would also like to say to Commissioner Ryan, I don't know how it would be possible to take in all of this information you've taken in today and be pushed or pressured to make a decision without digesting all of it and having a vote. It seems very pushed and pressured to make a vote. If you care about Black lives, you need to address the gun violence issue, and that money needs to go to the Office of Violence Prevention. And please, can we get a plan to address gun violence today, including working with the Portland Police? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Sam, just so you're aware, the Office of Violence Prevention, Nike Green, is actually doing a great job of trying to bring together all those resources that you're advocating for. That includes community outreach, so the intervention and the prevention. And then completely separately, the police bureau is working on the investigative follow-up piece. So there is a strategy that's in place, and it's being built out in part through the proposals that are in this fall bump package. So thank you for noting that.
Next up, we have Dan Lenzen.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. You're good to go, Dan.
Okay. Hi, my name's Dan Lenzen. I'm a longtime employer, property owner in Portland and many other states. So good evening, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Ryan. It's good to make your acquaintance. Amanda, it was great to hear you again the other day. It was good chatting with you, and I did relay your well wishes to my folks. Commissioner E. Daly, it's good to see you again. The last time we saw each other, as you may remember, was at our restaurant bar in Old Town. Commissioner Hardesty, I've not had the pleasure yet, but it's good to meet you. To the proposal at hand, as one of the decreasing numbers of taxpayers in the city, I have to tell you, I'm in disagreement with any more decreases in the Portland Police Bureau budget for many reasons. This proposal for a decrease in the fall bump lacks data-supported, results-oriented alternatives. The recommendations are no real plans or ideals, the principles of which are solid while lacking implementation. You've failed in giving us an alternative to the existing system. The decrease you propose has unintended consequences. 140 officers will be laid off from a message today. From the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association, they report that in the Portland metro area, restaurant sales are 50% at best compared to the same last year. While inner city is at a fraction of that, struggling to get to that 50% mark outside of the Portland metro area, the average compared to the last year is closer to 75. In the lodging side, occupancy is hovering about 20%, while the rest of the country is about 50% occupancy. Commissioner Hardesty, he said our city needs to stop writing blank checks at the PPBs, start holding them fiscally responsible. The proposal you laid out is a perfect example of why it makes no sense to do the opposite in cutting. It lacks substance, it's vague. If there were concrete designs to where the funds would be channeled, we could have a chance to get behind it. You've made a brilliant case as to why not to cut the budget. To the council, cutting the budget will result in a different effect on us small business owners, customers, employees, and our perceptions of safety have eroded, and it will do so even more. The resulting impact is that we'll struggle to lose more. Many of us will join the growing obituary list of closed small businesses. Reduce the PPB budget, have no alternative to addressing issues while the workload stays the same. Have a problem with OT and don't give direction, but complain about your performance to everyone who will listen.
Next up, we have David Tunley.
Good evening, everyone, and what a blockbuster event that we are having tonight. Seems to be the event of the week here in Portland. I will have to. My name is David Tunley, for the record. My husband and I are homeowners in the northeast section of Portland in the Laurelhurst neighborhood, and I just have to echo my fellow Portland citizens in saying that I'm asking the city government to reject Commissioner Joanne Hardesty's proposal to reduce the Police Bureau's budget by $18+ million. It is clear by the rhetoric that Joanne's proposed amendment to reduce PPB's budget of $18+ million is politically motivated. It is subjected and it is ill-advised. It lacks clear and concrete resolution to the issues that she so eloquently described, such as the protest, demonstrations, First Amendment violations, police brutality response. I find it laughable to assume that an entity that is so ill-prepared to handle policing responsibility would do better with a reduction in resources. I can't really think of any major entity such as a police bureau that does better when they are reduced in funding. Also, what is at risk here and what Joanne fails to address in her $18+ million budget reduction to the Portland Police Bureau is the safety and security of all Portland citizens. And I don't think I have enough time, nor do I really need to go into details for evidence to support this claim. You can't drive around the city for more than 15 minutes without seeing empirical evidence of the state in which the city has become due to increased crime at every corner of the city. Now you can debate at the hands of whom, the houseless, the vulnerable, the police department. The fact of the matter is we are seeing a rapid increase of crime, and I don't believe that a reduction of funds to our police department will help keep the citizens safe and secure. And to Commissioner Dan Ryan, this is going to be a monumental vote for you. What happened last night at your home is unacceptable, and I would hate for you to set a precedent that you can be bullied or that you can be intimidated into a policy choice.
Next up, we have Todd Marston.
My name is Commissioner Hardesty, not Joanne.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Todd Marston, Deborah Porta, and June Schumann.
Hello, my name is Todd Marston. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Todd. You're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you so much to City Council members for holding these meetings and allowing public testimony. I know it's long. I'm excited to be testifying for my first time tonight. I moved to Portland from Boston in late 2015, hoping to live in a more progressive city. It was fall of 2016 when I finally walked by Portland City Hall, and it actually happened to be that very moment when protesters were being violently forced out of the building. I later talked with a friend who had been part of that protesting against the bloated police budget, and he has since expressed the experience caused him lasting trauma. Fast forward to this summer, and multiple friends of mine have experienced significantly more trauma from being brutalized, intimidated, and arrested for exercising their First Amendment rights to protest. One of them is already experiencing lasting damage to their eyesight from repeated exposure to toxic gases that the police have been pumping into our streets. The absurd irony of this is almost humorous, but this has really truly been happening, and you all know it. For the large portion of this pandemic, while COVID-19 is a respiratory illness that has killed close to 220,000 people, police still have been using various toxic gases nightly. This is why I think it's perfect that the $18 million be directed from the police budget towards pandemic relief efforts. Thank you to Commissioner Hardesty and Commissioner Udaley, and I urge Commissioner Ryan to please side with the people's health and wellness on this issue. And maybe Portland can be a truly progressive city moving forward. Thank you.
Next up, we have Deborah Porta.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners. I'm here today to speak in support of the creation and funding of the LGBTQIA+ policy analyst position. In my years as part of Pride Northwest, and I apologize, I'm Deborah Porta, Executive Director of Pride Northwest. In my years as part of Pride Northwest, there have been 3 distinct administrations in City Hall. And with each one has come the starting over and the loss of work and relationships that came before. Each new mayor and each new commissioner comes with whatever relationships they may or may not have, and the process of reinventing the wheel begins. The kind of success and accomplishment that you as elected leaders come into office hoping to have on the issues important to you just is not possible without existing continuity, institutional knowledge, and most important, relationships that have been built and cultivated over time. Even the best among you will fall short of where you want to be and of where we need to be as long as that continues. And that is assuming that we do not have someone elected to the Portland City Council that doesn't happen to be quite as supportive as whoever came before them. At the end of the day, it is my community that pays the price for depending upon the unknown vagaries of whoever happens to be in elected office at any given time. These days are a good example of that. It is well past time for this city to make an investment in the long-term real work that is necessary to fully serve this city's LGBTQ+ community, who is represented in all of the communities spoken to so far in this session. And I ask that this council make that commitment today. Thank you.
Next up, we have June Schumann.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioner Udaley, Fritz, Hardesty, Ryan, and Mayor Wheeler. I'm June Schuman. I'm here as a representative from the New Portlander Policy Commission. We are in support of Commissioner Udaley's amendment for the City of Portland to contribute $1.75 million to the Oregon Worker Relief Fund. And we urge all commissioners to support the amendment. In our report to the City Council on June 25, 2020, we recommended that the city invest additional dollars in the Oregon Workers Relief Fund, in addition to the $250,000 already approved through the Office of Community and Civic Life Spring BMP request. Our recommendation is based on the undocumented Portlanders work group, which estimated the community need at over $100 million statewide. They recommended that each jurisdiction contribute $2 million to meet the urgent need of laid off workers not covered by federal unemployment assistance programs. MPPC's recommendation was based on the following factors. One, immigrants serve in essential industries and carry out vital roles that keep Portland functioning, but put them in at higher risk of infection, despite making up just 13% of the population. In 2018, immigrants comprise more than 21% of all restaurant and food service workers and 20% of all transportation and warehouse workers in Portland, according to research conducted by the New American Economy. Second, unemployment benefits are not available to all who are laid off. While we acknowledge the hardships felt by all who lost their jobs to the pandemic, some immigrants and refugees are excluded from unemployment assistance due to their immigration status or are represented in greater proportion in workforce excluded.
June, your time is up.
Okay, thank you for supporting this measure, and I hope that you will approve the additional funds for the Worker Relief Program. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jessica Maravilla, Lakayana Drury, and Kristen Gross.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Maravilla. I am the Policy Director for CASA Oregon, and I'm here to provide testimony in support of the $18 million proposal by Commissioner Hardesty and the $1.75 million proposal from Commissioner Udaley, both being of vital importance to our Indigenous, immigrant, and BIPOC community. I would like to thank Mayor Ted Wheeler and all commissioners for your $250,000 economic support for the Portland residents via the Oregon Workers Relief Fund. However, it's not enough. CASA, among over 100 community-based organizations that make up the Oregon Workers Relief Fund, support Commissioner Chloe Udaley's request for $1.75 million towards the fund. This investment request would make the whole original $2 million ask and support the stabilization of Portland's economy by investing in the community now. Many gainfully employed Portland area residents who are immigrants and contribute to the Portland Metro's region's collective prosperity have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. These communities have also been categorically excluded from most assistance programs such as the Federal Unemployment Insurance Program, SNAP, TANF, and the $1,200 Economic Impact Payment in addition to the Earned Income Tax Credit. Currently, our Latinx community makes up more than 40% of the COVID-19 cases, despite representing only 13% of Oregon's total population. The need for this response is significant, as there is an estimated 27,000 ineligible immigrant workers in the Portland metro region in need of cash assistance and whom are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Just some facts is what the fund has already done. The fund has already distributed over $5 million to 3,242 immigrants in the city of Portland alone, and over $12 million to 7,422 immigrants in the Portland metro region. 81% of families supported had at least one dependent minor child in their home. We need your help to continue this vital program. The city can address the structural inequalities by providing financial relief to Portland Metro residents through the support of Commissioner Chloe Udaley's request. And the Oregon Worker Relief Fund would ensure supporting the growing needs of those left behind by our current system through a trusted, dependable, and culturally sensitive program. Together, we can ensure that all funds allocated go directly to Portland's most vulnerable and immigrant workers disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next up, we have Lakayana Jury.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, Lakayana. You're good to go.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, for having me in City Council for hosting this meeting tonight. I think it's a very important discussion, and I'm glad to see that the time is being allotted for people to speak. My name is Lakayana Jury, he, him pronouns, resident of North Portland, Executive Director of Word is Bond, which works to create relationships with law enforcement and young Black men, and also co-chair of the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. And I'm here in support of the $18 million cut proposed by Commissioner Hardesty and supported by Commissioner Udaly. I agree with everybody who says that the crime is unacceptable in the community and that the rates have gone up. But I fundamentally disagree that the Police Bureau is the agency to solve that. What needs to happen is there needs to be investments in education for young people, services for mental health folks. So while we can all agree that we want to see crime and things reduced, the police is not the answer to that. And historically, the data does not support the belief that the Police Bureau can reduce these things. And I would just challenge law enforcement that are listening today or might listen to this in the future that this is not an attack on law enforcement, but really an invitation from the community saying we want a new partnership. We want a smaller bureau directed at specific services, and that we want additional money to go towards the services and things that are really going to heal this community. So that's what I have to say. I appreciate the work that is being done, and I look forward to working with law enforcement and other community leaders on these issues. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kristen Gross.
Good evening. So many hours ago, we heard that city attorneys need more money because of the massive amount of lawsuits that they are handling. Many of these stem from police misconduct. This misconduct recently has everything to do with the use of force on those criticizing police violence. I hope you can all see how in this case, defunding the police might help with both of these issues, since it's kind of circular here. Arresting people does not solve the issues that have been brought up today. Social services, medical attention, housing, and continued decriminalization of drugs are proven to be better solutions and have much lower long-term costs than arresting people over and over again. Investing in community means money stays in Portland and goes to those in need, rather than more salaries for police who don't even live in this city and have no real investment in this city and community. Statistics show that about 85% of officers don't live in Portland, and many don't even live in the state or surrounding areas. I will also call for more money to be divested from PPB with a goal of abolishing them altogether. Black Lives Matter, defund the police, and Ted Wheeler, you do not care about this city and what this community wants, and you should resign. I cede my time.
Next up, we have Alaid, Vilches Ibarra, Lawson Wakeman, and Sydney Mead.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of divesting money from the Portland Police Bureau and investing in our community. My name is Alaide Vilches Ibarra, and I am the Executive Director of the Interfaith Movement for Immigrant Justice and the co-convener of the BIPOC Faith Leader Caucus for Black Lives. We have been having long conversations in faith communities across Portland about our city budget. As communities of faith, we know that budgets, including our city budget, are moral documents. When they reflect our moral priorities, budget outline the hopes we have for the future of our community. I know that some of you as former executive directors of organizations understand this. As I was writing this testimony, I was reflecting on my own experience with PPB. My first interaction with the Bureau was the day I had to close the windows in my North Portland home because the gas used on community members demonstrating for Black lives a couple of blocks away from my home was being used. The demonstrators, including faith leaders who were there to bear witness, and many who continue to get gas every day. This is not the public safety I want my community to invest in. I carry with me today the stories of immigrant community members and the impact that COVID-19 has had on them. In this time when so many in our community are in crisis, it is a moral choice to shift funds from the Portland Police Bureau to reinvest in affordable housing, accessible education, and economic justice. It is time to reimagine our city budget so that it focuses on the world we want to see and the world we want our neighbors to have. As a Portland resident, community leader, person of conscience, I ask that you listen to the demands of organizations like Unite Oregon, Portland Metro People's Coalition, and Imagine Black. Take the step today to vote to divest $18 million from Portland Police. Please invest in Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities, including by allocating funds to the Oregon Worker Relief Fund. Thank you for your attention.
Next up, we have Lawson Wakeman.
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Hi, my name is Lawson Wakeman. I live in Northeast Portland, and I'm speaking with no affiliations today. Thank you, councilors, for hearing my testimony. I'd like to address this specifically to Councilor Ryan, Councilor Fritz, and Ted, as you have not yet committed to supporting Councilor Hardesty's amendment to reinvest $18 million from the Police Bureau into community needs like rent assistance and food security. If it's not already abundantly clear, let's take a quick moment to unpack why this is so important. Ted, if you're busy dictating another campaign message to Siri, please put your phone down and start paying attention. Councilor Hardesty is proposing $18 million be spent directly supporting our community. That is your constituents, the citizens who elected each of you, that you are therefore beholden to. The community is in dire need of support now more than ever due to the pandemic, which has disproportionately affected Black, Indigenous people of color. Not the silver spoon-fed, inherited fortunes, out-of-touch wealth that represents the Portland Business Alliance, nor the members of the Police Bureau, who are paid generous base salaries that they are all too happy to bloat with gamed overtime. This money would instead support the most vulnerable in our community with desperately needed assistance. Not support reallocating these funds is to instead support the continual overfunding of the corrupt, bloated police bureau that is a cancerous stain on our city. That money, if not invested into the community, will instead go to inflating police's salaries with gamed overtime. What's more, these salaries don't even stay in Portland and help fuel its economy, as 82% of the members of the Police Bureau do not even live in Portland. So instead of supporting your own community, you are choosing to support the bloated salaries of members of the Bureau, like neo-Nazi Mark Kruger, who was the highest paid member of the Police Bureau in the last fiscal year, earning $250,000, almost tripling his base pay with gamed overtime. Or Robert Brudgers, who the city paid $500,000 in settlements for after he repeatedly punched an arrestee in the face, only to then rejoin the force and sexually harass a fellow Bureau employee. All to say nothing of the clear and purposeful slowdown in 911 responses to punish the city for daring to try and hold the Bureau to the higher standard they can only pretend to embody. To continue to fund the Bureau when we have opportunities to defund it is to give candy to a child throwing a temper tantrum, though it is admittedly unfair to compare an unruly child to the Bureau, as an unruly child has never tear-gassed entire neighborhoods for having a half-full water bottle tossed in their general direction. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Sydney Mead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sydney Mead, and I serve as the Director of Downtown Programs for the Portland Business Alliance and Downtown Clean and Safe. Mayor Wheeler, I want to thank you for bringing forward this amendment, which would allocate $25,000 to help fund the downtown retail advocate position for Downtown Clean and Safe. This is a continuation of a longtime program shared by PBOT, Prosper Portland, and Downtown Clean and Safe. This position is recognized in the current scope of work between Downtown Clean and Safe and the City of Portland. This position plays a vital role in the overall structure of the Downtown Retail Development Program, which is charged with fostering the vitality of downtown Portland by encouraging the retention and the expansion of existing businesses and attracting new businesses to locate within the downtown enhanced service district. This year has been a chaotic whirlwind for us collectively, and the result has devastated our downtown businesses and economies. In 2019, third quarter ended with a 3.3 retail vacancy rate. Currently, we have a 7.1 vacancy rate. This one stat in the larger trend brought on by the dual crisis of COVID-19 and the civil unrest and the reckoning we are all undertaking as a city and a country around racial justice and race relations. This statistic indicates a lot of the challenges as well as the opportunities for growth and a positive, sustainable change. It also indicates that the retail district has its work cut out for it as we move into 2021 and navigate these crises together. funding for the downtown retail advocate position will help us move the district forward and continue to work towards our goal of bringing back a vibrant, safe, and thriving downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. And Keelan, after the next speaker, could we please just get a check on how many folks are left, please?
Yes, of course. Next up, we have Susan Keel, Kimberly Dixon, and Caitlin Keetle.
Hi, I'm talking about something rather rudimentary but important today. I'm Susan Keel. I'm past chair of Pioneer Courthouse Square and on the current board, and I'm talking about the busiest restroom in the city. We have a all-user restroom in the Pioneer Courthouse Square. The Commissioner Amanda Fritz was very involved in bringing to fruition. That restroom is used by, well, let's say it this way. There's 125,000 flushes a month, which is a good deal of usage. It's 11 stalls, and the only reason that that restroom works is that it came with an attendant, and City Council agreed to fund the attendant for that restroom because it is the only way that it works successfully. In the last year, or in this current year, actually, we have been running a lot more expensively than had been envisioned because of all of the COVID kinds of supplies and extra cleaning. The masks that are being supplied to users of the restroom who don't have them, many of those come from a very vulnerable population given the location of that restroom and the fact that many of the public restrooms around there have been closed. So frankly, we are about $87,000 short of being able to have that restroom open through the balance of the year and cover the additional costs of the supplies and cleaning. And Commissioner Fritz's amendment would take care of that problem. We have also experienced vandalism, and she noticed that in her comments and request as well. But it is clearly something
And your time is up.
Funded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Keelan, were you able to come up with some statistic here for us on how many folks are left?
Yes, we have 17 left.
Okay, very good. And I'll ask my colleagues what their preference is. Just, we've been at this for 5 hours and I don't want to ignore my colleagues. So if there's any guidance, I'd like to hear it.
We're on the downstroke, so for me, I'm fine to wait for the next 17.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fritz. I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I certainly want to hear the remaining people testifying. I then have multiple questions, and frankly, I'm exhausted. So I'll leave it to the council as to whether you want to get the questions out at the end of testimony, but I need some more time to get more details about the proposed cuts. And so after testimony, I'd prefer that we adjourn and prepare to vote next Wednesday.
Very good, Commissioner Daly.
I don't support that. Let me just say, I don't support adjourning until we're done.
Commissioner Udaley, I see your hand is raised.
I am here for the long haul. I will have some remarks to share, as well as some information on the items that we are hoping to fund through this cut package. And I will support whatever Commissioner Hardesty wishes to do as far as the deliberation.
Commissioner Ryan, you have your hand raised and you're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think this is a good question. I'm glad earlier we decided that we were going to listen to all the testimony tonight, because I got to say it's been really valuable. And I also find that the question earlier that was our commitment that I agreed to. by listening to the testimony, I've become more convinced that it's a good idea to go to town on these amendments and really check the numbers. I personally would appreciate that. I know I've also said this to my colleagues that I thought doing all this in one meeting seemed rushed, and I support getting through the testimony tonight and then adjourning.
Yeah, and I share that, Commissioner Ryan. 17 doesn't seem like a very daunting number when we started with 160 something. So I absolutely say let's honor those who are here tonight. Let's stick it out and hear that testimony. That should get us to 7:30-ish or so. If people want to ask some questions after that, let's wait and see how people are doing. But I also want to honor the community. I want to make sure that we get this right. I will certainly have some questions as well. So that's sort of where my headspace is at the moment. All right, so we'll continue, Keelan, with it sounds like we have a consensus that people want to continue to hear the testimony. I didn't hear anybody say other than that. So let's go ahead and hear out the testimony. We have 17 folks left.
Next, we have Kimberly Dixon.
Hi,
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Hi, hello, everybody. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for this opportunity. I ask the Council to resist defunding PPB any further without first significant deep thinking of impacts. Let's be clear. The narrative from community originally had to do with appropriate investigation into police-involved shootings and appropriate disciplinary action unencumbered by the police union. Mayor, I've asked you to invest into community, specifically youth and families, and I believe your intentions around the investment into OVP is in part a response to just that. My hope is part of those dollars would be directed to the first responders of that office, street outreach. Additionally, I hope for implementation of a viable living wage for outreach who are also of a vulnerable population for the services they provide to this community through prevention and intervention efforts. Community needs more boots on the ground with lived experience and that look like them due to the per capita demand in the current violent climate we are in. We need to get in front of our crisis and not just react to it, and we need the resources to do so. Commissioner Udaley, you stated you need to know more about what OVP programs are and if we are really taking a holistic view of violence prevention. I'm concerned that in your time as commissioner, you don't know more regarding the office, and that says to me that maybe you are out of touch with what is really happening in the city and specifically to our families. With what we have in terms of 15 homicides in 1 month, you didn't seem to find that as a priority for such a conversation. Commissioner Hardesty, you stated people are demanding that you all be leaders. We're in crisis. It requires us to collectively be bold and be visionary. If being bold looks like what we had in July with 39 injured, 15 homicides, and 89 shootings after GVRT was disbanded and PPB was defunded, bringing us to a rousing over 600 shootings for the year, community I have spoken with have a no vote on that type of boldness. We do need police reform, absolutely. We do need to think about how to do things differently, absolutely. And we need collective minds, particularly those of us who have been impacted by violence. Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Caitlin Keatle.
Hello, good evening. My name is Caitlin Keidel. I live in Northeast Portland, and I work here as a therapist. I'm here to implore you, our city commissioners, to vote in favor of the proposal to cut the Portland Police Bureau budget by $18 million. A system of policing founded upon racist violence will always enact racist violence. Portland Police Bureau is no exception. PPB has done virtually nothing to protect us from far-right hate groups who come into our city to threaten and intimidate our BIPOC neighbors, yet they have invested obscene amounts of money, our public resources, into overtime to harass and assault peaceful protesters who are organizing for systemic change and meaningful public safety. Please, commissioners and Mayor Wheeler, listen to the brilliant Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community who are offering sound economic arguments for the reinvestment of PPP funds into programs that address the root causes of survival crimes, homelessness, and poverty. Please decriminalize homelessness and reinvest PPP funds into permanent affordable housing for all, robust public education, community mental health and addictions treatment, and reentry programs for people impacted by the carceral system. In my work as a local therapist, it is painfully clear to me that PPB's ongoing response to Black Lives Matter protesters has caused individual and collective trauma here in Portland. The people of Portland need you, City Council, to be courageous in your vision and your leadership. Please pass Commissioner Hardesty's amendment today and continue to cut significant portions of the PPP budget at every opportunity over the next several years. Thank you.
Next up, we have Hannah Burns, Loretta Smith, and Guy Berliner.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you, Hannah.
Thank you. My name's Hannah Burns, and I'm here to voice my support of Commissioner Hardesty's vision for this budget and the amendments she's put together with Rethink Portland and the support of Commissioner Hugh Daly. I'm a survivor of violent gun crime here in Portland. I was shot in 2018. A lot has been said tonight in my name. I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Hardesty that gun violence is a public health issue. And my firsthand experience with PPB, and specifically the former GVRT, has only confirmed my perspective. It is a failed bureau, incapable of fulfilling the most basic requirements of their jobs, yet sucking the city budget dry with overtime and retirement, lawsuits, and exorbitant spending on heinous toxic chemicals with which to carpet residential neighborhoods. Why should we prioritize subsidizing the fast food feasts or the boots, to say nothing of the lawsuits of people who don't even live here, who not only don't protect us, but brutalize us and won't even deign to be identified by name? They don't keep us safe. We keep us safe. I won't bother appealing to the humanity of Commissioner Fritz or Mayor Wheeler on this one, as it's a fool's errand. So, Commissioner Ryan, I'm not trying to strong arm you. As a member of the arts community and the queer community, and as a constituent who voted for you, who sees your willingness to have productive conversations, who believes in you, I'm appealing to you personally and directly to please support this admittedly incremental effort toward healing our city. If the reallocations that were called for in June by an overwhelming amount of citizen testimony had been implemented then, we would be in a different place. But here we are, over 100 days later, and you have an opportunity to do the right thing and support your fellow council members in this vision, which to anyone with any sense of moral courage, by the way, is not bold, just necessary. Thank you, that's all.
Next, we have Loretta Smith.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Loretta.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners Hardesty, Hugh Daly, Fritz, and Ryan. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I stand today in support of Commissioner Hardesty's fall bump amendments to divest an additional $18 million from the Portland Police Bureau budget for reinvestment in the community-centered programs and services, while also imploring you all to consider an additional $17 million in cuts to reflect community's original demand for a $50 million budget cut. And first, I must say that the fact that this is even on a debate speaks volumes to how far this council has to go before it can claim to be truly representative of the values and the beliefs of the residents of Portland. This vote must happen today, as there can be no misunderstanding about the importance of this work and the desires of the community. The fact that as we grapple with yet another unjustified killing of a Black man by a police department, people of color are tasked today with further debating our humanity and right to be free from state-sponsored violence to a council that is 80% white is absolutely breathtaking. If I were on the council, this would have been settled because I would have voted and been the third vote. Here is an important thing to note. Systems of oppression and state-sponsored violence will fight tooth and nail to protect themselves. A further reduction in the Portland Police Bureau budget in service of additional community investments is not meant to weaken our public safety infrastructure, but instead is meant to put a centuries-old system of racism, discrimination, and violence into a state conducive to reformation, transformation, and innovation. So for me, any rhetoric concluding that additional divestment from the Portland Police Bureau must somehow be linked to an immediate improvement.
Your time is up.
It's not so. I encourage you and urge you to please support this amendment.
Next up, we have Guy Berliner.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Guy Berliner. I'm a resident of Southeast Portland, and I want to speak in support of the proposed $18 million reallocation of PPP funds. By no means do I want to discount the importance and value of competent police work, but having said that, we cannot ignore the big deficiencies with it at present. And I want to draw some attention to some incredibly troubling facts. First of all, no comprehensive code of legal standards exists unambiguously defining the fundamental duties of police. This is especially troubling in light of Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, 2005. Shockingly and incredibly, according to that 2005 Supreme Court ruling, police have, quote, no constitutional special duty, unquote, to protect the public. This vacuum effectively gives police veto power over civilian control by way of physical coercion and the threat of withholding their services. To paraphrase an historic aphorism, we should willingly spend, quote, millions for defense, but not 1 penny for tribute, end quote. Moreover, PPB's recent clearance stats are appalling. Only 41% of murder investigations were cleared last year, in 2019, that is, according to FBI's Uniform Crime reporting statistics. That's far lower than the national average of 61.4%. And more troubling still, FBI research suggests that police have been dangerously infiltrated by members of white supremacist security threat groups. In fact, we know of some troubling instances, shockingly, right here in our own city. Police are the point of the spear, quote unquote, for a society that has collectively decided on every level against adequately investing in its own future, whether that be ecologically, socially, or politically, in favor of protecting the prerogatives of a few to amass unlimited wealth and power. No amount of consent decrees, bias training, or even merely local shifting of funds by themselves will fundamentally and significantly alter that collective decision, we have to acknowledge. A change has to come at all levels. Otherwise, in the words of Martin Luther King, we are continuing to march towards, quote, spiritual death, end quote. So let's pull back on the unlimited largesse we extend them and interrogate what we can do to measure their performance and define and hold them to definitive standards for their service before resuming it. Without such police standards, we can have no confidence in the investments we make in them. Thank you.
Next, we have Gregory McKelvey, Clint Culpepper, and Joseph Rowe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Mayor Wheeler, commissioners, thank you for the chance to speak on this urgent matter of life and death. My name is Gregory McKelvey. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a Black Lives Matter activist from Portland. The public has overwhelmingly testified asking you to stop wasteful spending during this pandemic. We all saw in a recent Oregonian article that we are spending $34 million a year arresting and then re-arresting the houseless. Ted, you claim to be a budgeting expert. You must agree this is a waste of funds. The city is currently spending a lot of money on tear gas, overtime, lawsuits about excessive force, potentially new shiny boots for officers, defending the city from Ted Wheeler suing it as he wishes to not follow campaign finance laws and believes money is free speech. The potential millions of dollars being dumped into Wheeler's super PAC and the hundreds of thousands of dollars he illegally gave to his re-election campaign for alt-right and misogynistic attacks on Sarah Iannarone could supplement the cuts you are avoiding to make. You have for some reason taken a hard right turn since recent polls show your imminent defeat were released. We ask that you keep your alt-right ideas to your campaign's rhetoric and refrain from making it policy in today's votes. You stood against the community on the clean energy fund, elections law, and every turn you can. Don't let this deadly vote be your legacy. What is the point of public testimony if you never listen to it? We are in the midst of a historic uprising. What do you want the history books to say about you? Months of protests, hours of testimony, thousands of calls and emails. What more does it take for you to hear us? Meet this moment, vote today. The community has been waiting too long. You are public servants. Vote. A debate was canceled today because of the urgency of this vote. Also, voters deserve to know where their elected officials stand before Election Day. So don't be cowards. Do not let Ted Wheeler and his endorsers save him from being on the record on this issue. Thank you, Commissioners.
Next up is Clint Culpepper.
Hi, my name is Clint Culpepper. I often testify in front of council representing the Portland State University as well as Portland's Bicycle Advisory Committee. I do not represent them at this time. I am here on my own behalf. Just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Thank you, council, for hearing my testimony today. A fundamental tenet of the Black Lives Matter movement is that we, white men specifically, listen to Black women. Today, the first Black woman to sit on Portland City Council has brought forth an amendment taking into account what tens of thousands of Portlanders continue to ask for. I strongly urge you to vote for Commissioner Hardesty's amendment today, and I cede my remaining time so that we can do that. Thank you.
Next up, we have Joseph Rowe.
Joseph, are you on board? Keelan, let's go on to the next person, and hopefully Joseph will be able to join us.
Okay, next up we have Tristan Isaac, Teresa Roberts, and Jasmine Dean.
All right, and if Joseph pops in, we'll stick him in, okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Good evening, Portland City Council. My name is Tristan. I'm here to testify in favor of the amendments proposed by Commissioner Hardesty and supported by Commissioner Daly. The unique challenges faced by the city during the pandemic highlight the degree to which police are not equipped to address serious threats to public safety. Quite the opposite, in fact. I found that our current situation demonstrates our police thrive off of and seek to uphold the structural violence that causes poverty and leads to criminal behavior. For instance, there's a popular narrative out there that's been echoed by many people and others who testified today that the deserted downtown is somehow caused by crime or riots, which is completely ignoring the fact that we're 9 months into an unprecedented pandemic and economic downturn. This is a disingenuous and inaccurate scapegoating meant to play into the false narrative that police keep us safe, while the Portland police themselves have made a priority of protecting their little clubhouse and precincts while abusing protesters, gassing bystanders, and terrorizing the city. While dozens of Portlanders have been the victims of a spike in homicides, more than 600 Oregonians have died of coronavirus, and that number will only grow if we do nothing to address the looming eviction crisis. That's a problem cops can't solve. In fact, it's usually the cops who show up to kick you out when you can't pay the rent. It is imperative that we redirect $18 million from the police to address ongoing crises that continue to imperil the health and safety of thousands of Portlanders. It is also the case that the majority of the budget cuts proposed by Commissioner Hardesty will not affect staffing levels, as they only comprise the elimination of currently vacant positions within the police bureau. I'm not particularly persuaded by that argument. I would much rather see some cop tears as we hand their pink slips, but there's always next budget session. Nevertheless, I encourage you to vote in favor of the proposed amendments and commit to further defunding the Portland Police Bureau until it's fully abolished. Thank you.
Next up is Teresa Roberts.
Thank you. Long-time listener, first-time caller. So I wanted to thank you, Keenan, and the auditor's office and council and community. It's been a long haul. My name's Teresa. My family lives in Multnomah Village, St. John's, 2 adult households in Sellwood. We rent, we own, we vote, and we pay taxes. But we didn't always. We've lived in tents, we've lived in our cars, we've couch surfed, and now our kids have MBAs. So we're here, we're not going anywhere. We really care what you do, and we really watch what you do. First, a couple of fact checks. Somebody came on and said that 65% of a small sampling support the police, but KOIN published a poll of 1 million 126,066 responses, 64% of which said that the ongoing Portland protests should end in police reform. 64% city enacts reforms to police bureau. And also, just to point out, it's pretty disingenuous of any police supporters to come in and misquote the district attorney after they sent him and council strongly worded letters and votes of no confidence. The district attorney said he would not prosecute 70% of their arrest of activists. And now we hear that like the other bulk of their arrest are the houseless. So like they clearly do not like activists and houseless people and are totally focused on them, possibly because when they deal with those people, they don't have to fear as much for their lives as they would with real criminals. But that still wouldn't explain all the unprocessed rape kits. I mean, it was bordering on 2,000. So also, when we talk about the police budget, I would be curious, since they were the main department to take bereavement leave in order to process their grief over the death of a Black man in another city, if then their peers had to work overtime to cover for them, if that counted as their regular time, and therefore pushed them into more overtime, because it was 1 in 5 police staffers. And speaking of police staffers, hostile work environment, most IPR complaints are police on police, not citizens against police. Did they still have all 3 of their firing ranges that were so underutilized that they tried to rent them out, sublet them to ICE? And can we get rid of a golf course? Those lose money for us every year. I know that's unrelated to the police, but we could save money. Of course, you could just stop buying them advanced weaponry, because that stuff's expensive. And we already pay the retirement of the retired cops who run the shops that they buy that stuff from. Like, haven't we given them enough? We wonder how we got here with the police making $200,000 a year with overtime while the city attorney's office is doing triple the OT. I'll tell you how we got here. In 2009, Dan Saltzman had the gall to discipline police for beanbagging a 12-year-old, and they marched on him, and you let him. In 2013, Mike Reese by council, turning in 3 empty JTTF reports, and you let him. We have a rogue police force. Don't fund them anymore.
Let's try Joseph Rowe again. Next up, we have Jasmine Dean, Max Sprague, and Gerald McCorkle.
Hello, thank you. For the record, my name is Jasmine Casanova-Dean. I'm here representing Unite Oregon with my colleague, Andrew Riley. As they have mentioned, we want 35 mil cut from the PPP budget and reinvest it into community. We want to end the overreach of the PPP. Unite Oregon's vision for community safety rests on 3 principles. We want to dramatically limit our contact, begin to demilitarize, and reimagine community safety. I want to start off by saying I hear a lot of Portlanders are saying there's not a great outline of what needs to be cut and where it needs to be invested. This information is available with Imagine Black. They have done extensive community engagement on where these funds should be done, as well as Unite Oregon. I wish I could walk downtown or in North Portland and feel safe. The reality is the house list does not make me feel unsafe, but the police do. The looks I get from the people as I am walking down those streets, I am a Black woman, an Afro-Latino Black woman, and my hair is always out. They look at me and instantly believe I do not belong there. You ask us, the community, where these funds should go that we want to take away, we give you an answer. PSR, education, job readiness programs, houseless programs, mental health, Black community. The community gives you the answer, you ignore it. The city of Portland has spoken that we want to defund the Portland PP and reinvest in community. Community members are struggling to meet rent, pay bills and live. People are getting evicted and living on the streets. Portland keeps giving COVID relief. And like was mentioned earlier, that runs out in 5 minutes or 2 days, like in the summer. With winter around the corner, you three, Wheeler, Fitz, and Ryan would choose to allow more Portlanders to go homeless and defund a service that is not helping the public feel safe. By allowing PPP to keep the giant budget, you are telling Portlanders who are allowed to be housed, who is allowed to be fed, who is in power, who lives, and who dies. Dan Ryan, specifically, you ran on changing Portland, police reform, affordable housing, helping the houses. You said, which is on your website, I am an ally, a leader, a partner in supporting this work while amplifying the voices of our neighbors most impacted by these systems and policies. We are those neighbors. We are calling for this cut. So do as you said and amplify our voices over your own. The community is calling for these changes. The community is calling for an investment into itself. Do what Portland voted you in for and help the community. Thank you very much.
Next up is Max Sprague.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me okay. Thank you for staying late and providing this opportunity to speak today. My name is Max. My pronouns are they, them, and I am an average Portlander. I have no affiliations. I'm simply someone who at one point or another voted for most of you. Commissioners, I'm speaking to you today out of a love of Portland, a love that I'm certain you all share or you wouldn't be here. Portland is a city that deserves true community investment and support. We are a city of artists, bakers, athletes, and bikers. If there's anything we have proven over the last few months, it's that we are not a city that sits by idly as our neighbors suffer. To that end, I would like to use my limited time specifically to address Commissioner Ryan on the matter of Commissioner Hardesty's proposed budget cuts and the proposed amendments to the fall budget. Commissioner Ryan, as a non-binary transplant from a deep red part of this country, I was so excited to vote for you, an openly gay man. In fact, it was that excitement that has me calling in for the first time today. So I'm asking you this question plainly, both as my elected leader and as a fellow member of Portland's LGBTQ community. How am I supposed to feel safe in Portland? This isn't a figurative, rhetorical, or politically motivated question, and I trust that you as a gay elder would appreciate that. How are young trans and openly queer Portlanders supposed to feel safe when public safety officials and leaders sworn to protect and serve us turn a blind eye while white nationalists who would see people like us harmed or dead invade our city? How do we trust agencies who indiscriminately flood our homes with chemical agents with no regard to our children? How can I feel safe when I know that statistically calling them means risking my life and livelihood, when you wouldn't even call them yourself, Mr. Ryan, last night? If you and I are having this conversation as two white queer Portlanders, what do you think our Black, brown, disabled, and homeless neighbors are asking themselves tonight? You heard concerns about response times, but what do response times matter when we have been told in no uncertain terms that these services are absolutely not safe for our use, that Civic Portland's current vision of community safety fundamentally does not include the safety of people like us, people like you and me and our loved ones? If you vote against this frankly modest cut to a $200 million budget, rewarding the system and refusing to invest in Portlanders, I must assume that you have some answer that I don't. And I do look forward to hearing that. I cannot believe that you have gone so far up the ladder that you have lost sight of the rest of us. Sir, your ambivalence on this matter has frankly made me ashamed to say that I have voted for you. It is my sincere hope that we take this time to vote tonight, and that when we talk about this time in our city's history, we talk about the city rising together stronger, and not that we were burdened by leadership too removed from our own communities and too steeped in self-interest to act when they were needed the most. Thank you.
Next up is Gerald McCorkle.
Today, hi, I'm Gerald McCorkle. Today, as we talk about spending priorities and values, I imagine going to the store to buy the things my family needs. I imagine that my children are counting on me. They're cold and hungry and scared. I have to be careful. I don't have very much money. So let's go shopping. If my family is hungry, I could buy groceries. And if I don't, I know we'll be able to get by one way or another. Maybe a food bank or a charity will fill the gap. If not, we could just steal it. And when we get caught, we get fed in jail, right? If my family and my budget is the city, then the food that comes from charities, food banks, and jail are all paid for by someone else. So free food, right? All I have to do is pay for the cops to make the arrest. I wonder though, maybe instead of paying the cops, we buy groceries? If my family's cold, I could try to spend my money on housing, but it'd be so much easier to just throw up my hands in a gesture of helplessness and give up. Then, after God only knows how much suffering, we land in the criminal justice system for simply trying to survive without a house. Again, the county will provide for us, right? Finally, if my family is scared, what can I do? I guess it depends on whose family I belong to and what or who we are afraid of. If we were a rich white family scared of graffiti and homeless people and trash, then my family would clearly insist that I spend our limited resources on expunging these undesirable elements from our pristine city so that it stays on brand. Of course, we're rich. I don't understand what limited resources mean, so I spend whatever it takes to whitewash our city. But that is not my family, and that is not what we are afraid of. In the past few months, I've had a few things happen to me that might scare someone else. I've been assaulted by armed thugs, pushed to the ground, trampled, gassed, shot. I've had my property stolen and destroyed. And the real kicker, the thugs who did all those things, while I was trying to peacefully protest, breaking no laws whatsoever, I paid their salaries and benefits.
Thank you, Jerry.
Next up, we have Destiny Houston, Roberta Jantz, and Linnea Olson.
Keelan, who's first, Destiny?
Yeah, it looks like Destiny may have dropped off. Roberta, are you able to unmute?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, great.
Destiny. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am here and I did not hear my name, so, okay. My name is Destiny Houston. I'm a Black woman. I'm a mother of 3. I'm a full circle doula, and I was born and raised in the city of Portland. Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Fritz, please support Commissioner Hardesty's plan. Commissioner Udaly, thank you for your support of this amendment to defund the police budget by $18 million and reinvest that money into our community. Please allocate some of that money to replace traffic stops with radar speed signs, also known as driver feedback signs, or traffic calming devices. They are being used across the country and around the world because they are effective at slowing speeding drivers down. By replacing traffic stops by police with these signs, we can save Black lives and reduce the burden for people living below poverty who are more likely to be pulled over. Mayor Wheeler, when the protests first began, you stated that this was a reckoning. When you said that, I felt in that moment that you were going to respond effectively and in support of Black lives. I am so disappointed by your actual responses and inactions. If Black Lives Matter to you today, please show it by doing these 3 things. Vote aye today, name Joanne Hardesty, the police commissioner, and submit your resignation with an endorsement for Teresa Rayford for mayor. These actions, sir, are what a reckoning would look like where you are concerned at this point. At the very least, please support the $18 million budget cut that is proposed today. Commissioner Ryan, I commend you for speaking with the community members that were protesting at your home. I hope you will vote aye and honor their voices. Thank you for your tireless dedication, Commissioner Hardesty. Thank you for listening. Please do the right thing for Black people today and vote today. Please respect Commissioner Hardesty's request that you vote today. Please respect Black leadership by voting today. And please respect the greater Portland community by voting today. Again, thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Roberta Jantz.
Hi, Roberta Jantz. I'm a Portland, well, let's see, I'm community member of North Portland, and I'm actually going to cede my time today to my good friend and community activist, Kevin Wright.
Hi, my name is Kevin Wright. I am a father and I am a protester. I would like today to speak upon Joanne Hardesty's $18 million budget cut for the police bureau, I would like to say this, that we need to implement this immediately, but more importantly, why we need to. I was shot at by individuals and reported the crime to the police. The police, we gave all the evidence to, not only the names, but the information of the assailants that did it, and they were unable to, in their report, saying that there's not enough evidence, even though we gave them all the evidence they needed. I say that to say that it shows that the police are unable to sit up here and handle their actual duties that they need to sit up here and be accountable for. And that because they're unable to do that and they're failing at it, it doesn't make any more sense to continue to increase their budget or to sit up here and allow them to have the budget to sit up here and do this. Defunding the police, the 18 million, would directly, as was said earlier, it would directly take my mind went blank. It would basically do this. It would sit up here and, as they were saying earlier, that it wouldn't sit up here and take any officers off the duty, that it would sit up here and not allocate new positions, or because of Corona, the positions that were affected. That 18 million wouldn't affect those. So Ted Wheeler, I'm saying this directly to you. If that 18 million isn't going to sit up here and affect officers on the ground, but then could be directly put to different organizations, mental health for the homeless or the houseless, or the different community efforts to better our community, why wouldn't you do this if it's not going to take any boots off the ground? I directly ask you this question. I'm saying that I have sit up here and been shot at by people and gone to the police, and they've done nothing to sit up here and fight or combat that, even with having all the evidence on hand. And even besides that, I had one of your Portland business owners that are part of your community, Eric Bowler, sit up here and say that I was a gang member, and then had the police go around Old Town and sit up here and make me lose my job of being an entertainer and a DJ and an event provider, and just say that I'm a gang member. One person says that, and then I sit up here and cannot get work. That your police went and did that. So I plead you to defund, to sit up here and reallocate that $18 million to the rest of the community that deserves and need it now. And also to Ryan, Dan, I'm the one who talked to you last night asking you for accountability after your vote today. And I extend that to the rest of the constituents within here, commissioners within here. After this vote, please talk to your people. Please join us and speak to us in a way that we can sit up here and hold you accountable to what your vote should be today, not tomorrow, not after the election, today. Thank you.
Next up is Linnea Olson.
Good evening, Mayor Wheeler and members of the council. My name is Linnea Olson, and I'm here on behalf of Apano as a registered lobbyist. I would quickly like to express support for a $35 million divestment from the police budget and to reinvest those funds into alternate forms of safety for Portland's Black, Indigenous, and people of color, though we also support though we also support Commissioner Hardesty's $18 million proposal. A cut from the police budget in the fall bump could provide other trusted forms of community safety, including affordable housing, prioritizing services for youth, and creating more job readiness and training. By creating better systems to meet the basic needs and ideas of the community, we align more with protecting BIPOC folks and serving their futures. We also support the request proposed by Commissioner Udaly for $1.75 million to go towards the Oregon Workers Relief Fund. People who are immigrants have been left out of federal and local contributions, but they also deserve to receive the same relief in times of economic hardship, and approving funding is one step to ensuring they can meet their basic needs. Thank you for your consideration, and I respectfully request a vote be held today to defund the policing of our communities and instead directly reinvest resources so that we can all thrive. Thank you.
Keelan?
Sorry, I was muted. Next up, we have Nurel Jackson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hi, thank you. I really appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate the passion that people are bringing to this conversation. I do support the reallocation of funds. I am concerned that some of the proposals are addressing the symptom rather than the root, and I am curious about that. I'm trying to get my head around the budget, but I definitely think we need to absolutely address institutional racism. We have to address impoverished people that need support, and I'm confused just a little bit because the mental health, it's to hear this from as an outsider. I mean, I live in Portland, and I have been on and off for most of my life. It is home, and I lived downtown for years. I lived in all parts of this city. And I'm curious why, since they got defunded, the mental health facilities were defunded. Now we're dealing with a lot of mental health crises I'm concerned that we conflate too often the mental health, drugs with the houselessness and poverty, and that too often our communities think that that drugs is the cause of houselessness, when in fact it may be a result ultimately of being unhoused, that someone might turn to any kind of medication. I am concerned about the use of the police downtown, addressing the people's right to peaceably convene and protest, and I'm concerned about all the incidents I've heard of people being of people, the police declaring a riot and then starting with when people weren't being violent or disruptive. And I would propose that we do come together, a diversity of people, and hear each other and listen to each other and build a consensus and approach things in a more holistic approach. I know I'm over time, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm told this was the last speaker that we have for this evening. And I have a couple of comments to make, and then I'll ask where we are after that. I wanted to be clear. When we in June defunded the gun violence reduction team, the school resource officers, and the transit police, and did not add to the SOAT unit, that was 84 positions. 61 positions were already vacant. And so there were 84 new positions that could do patrol. The question is, what did Portland Police Bureau do with those positions? And so the implication that somehow the $15 million cut officers is absolutely untrue. A gentleman earlier said there was 140 positions cut. That is not true. We need to make decisions based on factual information and not based on assumptions or propaganda that's being promoted by the Portland Police Bureau. I also want to say that you all made a commitment tonight that you couldn't vote until after we had public testimony. And now people have excuses as to why they don't want to vote. They're tired. They need more information. I don't care about the other amendments. I care about the amendments that I put in. And I started this tonight by saying I wanted a vote on those amendments tonight. And so so that's what I'd like to see before we adjourn. If you want to talk about the other amendments next week, fine. But that was my request. And I've patiently been here, just like the rest of you, for 5.5 hours. And my work is not done until we take that vote.
Commissioner Daly, then Commissioner Fritz.
I'm not quite sure how this evening is going to wrap up, so I'm going to share my reflections from the last few hours of testimony, if that makes sense. First, I just want to share some numbers with the public. Nearly 30% of our general fund budget goes to the Portland Police Bureau, who has received a $42 million increase in their budget since 2015. This $18 million cut represents a 15% decrease to their current general funding. This proposed cut would fund numerous essential services and supports to our most vulnerable and least well-served residents, many of which are currently being served by the PPB in the form of citations and arrests. By investing in these services and in these people, we are making not just their lives better, but our whole community safer. I want to draw a distinction between defending something and being defensive. It's not defensive to correct the record when anyone, whether it's a colleague or a member of the community, states something that is demonstrably false on public record. And it's not divisive for us to not agree with each other. Portlanders didn't elect us to walk in lockstep with each other. Dialogue, debate, and deliberation, and doing that in public, like we're doing right now, is critical to our process. I also want to address a comment made earlier that somehow the disagreement on council has led to protests. That is false. What has led to these protests is police violence against Black people. We don't control the protesters. We did not meet their demands in June. They would not have been placated by a council that was in full agreement with not meeting their demands. I absolutely sympathize with the business owners that we heard from today, even if I don't agree with their solutions. I worked in Old Town Chinatown in the mid-1980s, and I owned a business 3 blocks from the neighborhood for 17 years. So I certainly know what the daily challenges you face as a result of our failure to invest in housing, mental health, and addiction services, just to name a few of the root causes of our multiple crises. But the challenges you are describing will not be solved by our current approach to public safety and policing. And you've seen that. You've seen that over and over again. This approach only addresses the symptoms and not the root causes. As far as police staffing, I mean, that's something adequate police staffing, I've been asking for 4 years for a rationale for adequate police staffing for our city. An outdated, simplistic rule of thumb, a certain amount of officers per 1,000 residents is not an acceptable answer. The Staffing is going to vary from city to city, depending on the population, depending on crime rates, depending on multiple factors. I'm still waiting to hear from the Police Bureau what their rationale is, as well as how they choose to utilize their resources and deploy their officers. A recent poll that was mentioned but misquoted earlier today, which surveyed 502 Oregon voters, showed that 66% of Oregon voters disapprove of the protests and don't believe they've been helpful to Black Portlanders' race relations or efforts to make police reforms. But nearly 75,000 Portland voters contacted our offices demanding cuts to the Portland Police Bureau. Thousands have protested in our streets and hundreds have submitted public testimony. I ask everyone listening who I should listen to. 502 Oregon voters or tens of thousands of Portlanders. Speaking of listening, we were accused of not hearing Black voices. And I want to acknowledge that no single person or organization can speak for the entire Black community. But I will tell you who I'm listening to or who I hear. I hear Commissioner Hardesty. I hear Unite Oregon. I hear Imagine Black. I hear Reimagine Oregon. And I hear Black Lives Matter, the national movement. So I'm quite confident that I have been listening to the Black community and that Commissioner Hardesty and I are responding appropriately. The evidence base and therefore best practices for reducing police brutality and racial bias are still evolving. That's mostly because we haven't bothered collecting data for the last, several decades or perhaps centuries. And we obviously still have work to do on that. But what is crystal clear is that our current system is not working, and throwing more money at it will not make it better. We must invest in the root causes of crime and the various challenges we're facing, as well as, and those are community-based solutions, not police solutions. Someone suggested that we invite the police to the table. They've had a guaranteed seat at this table. They could have come to the table in good faith and shown that they're ready and willing to rise to this occasion and to respond to a national outcry against police violence. They could acknowledge past and current harms perpetuated by our police system and in particular our police bureau. And they could tell us what they're willing to contribute, what they're willing to give, what they now recognize was the wrong approach to serving our community. Instead, we've gotten the same defensive posturing and refusal to meaningfully participate in this vitally important conversation. As far as I'm concerned, they have forfeited that seat. I'd also point out that they were not elected by Portland voters. We were. And as we heard earlier, some 80% of our police force doesn't live in our community. And their newly elected union president doesn't even live in our state. It's our job to listen and work with community to solve all of the issues we've heard today. Because although we don't agree on how to solve these challenges, it seems that we have consensus that our current system is not working. I know all of my colleagues want to do the right thing, even if we don't agree in this moment. And I understand their fear of getting this wrong. We could get this wrong. That's where I was just 16 months ago. I was afraid to support Commissioner Hardesty's budget amendments to cut specialty units, although I did support cutting the GVRT, and I would like to add that there is no legitimate evidence to suggest that eliminating that unit has anything to do with an increase in gun violence, which began in December, several months before that unit was cut. I was concerned that the void left by eliminating these teams could lead to even worse outcomes for our community. So my heart was in the right place, but I was wrong. It's hard to imagine an alternative to a system when it's all you've ever known. But that is what this moment demands of us, and that we act now to reduce harm to our community and invest in the root causes of human suffering, of inequity and despair that we see in our community that we're currently sending the police to solve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Udaley. Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you. This has been an excellent hearing. I appreciate everybody who testified and the rich conversation that we've been having. I was elected to spend taxpayers' money wisely, and I need more information on specifically what is being cut for $18,022,101. That seems very specific. I'd like to know what cuts are being proposed. I'd like the City Budget Office to have the opportunity to analyze that, which is what we established them to do. I'd like to know what is being funded with the proposed allocations. I'd like to know, do we have to, I have multiple questions. And so I don't think we can get those questions. I know we can't get those questions answered tonight. So I'd be happy to send the questions to Commissioner Hardesty and the City Budget Office, in fact, all of my colleagues. And then I'll be better prepared to be able to make a decision next week.
That seems very reasonable, Commissioner Fritz. I have a number of questions as well. They're also related to CBO. Commissioner Ryan?
Yeah, I really want to thank the community for showing up tonight. There was some riveting testimony, and we heard some new voices tonight, and we're reminded that there's no one person speaks for any community. And I also took in 15 amendments. Many of them were just introduced, and they all connect with one another. And we're supposed to do systemic change, and we have to put all these pieces together. And I don't want to be rushed right now. And I also am kind of reflecting on what happened in the US Senate this week. I think most Portlanders would agree on the fact that they made a rushed vote on a Supreme Court justice a week before the election. And so why would I want to be a part of a government that does that in Portland? So I think it's sensible to respond, to reflect, and to be reflective and not be reactionary at this time. And I look forward to digging in and coming up with real reform. Thank you.
Mayor, I move to adjourn.
Wait, I have another statement I want to make before we adjourn.
Commissioner Hardesty, I was muted. You have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I am disappointed that we didn't do our job tonight. People have been taken to the street every night for 156 days. It is shocking that my city council colleagues don't know why people are taken to the street. I wish I could have actually fulfilled the public's request and cut the full 35 million, but that would not have been a responsible move. Commissioner Udaley and I worked very hard to make sure that the cuts that we were proposing would not impact the staffing levels of Portland Police Bureau, nor would it have an impact on the DOJ settlement agreement. This didn't come out of nowhere, and each of you have had many opportunities to ask questions on my amendments. All of you have had an opportunity to push back, and I see it as a very cowardly move to be trying to put this vote off until after the election, because that's exactly what it is. We had the opportunity, the public came in droves tonight, almost over 150 people. We made a commitment we would make the time to hear from them. I am a bit disgusted tonight with the lack of courage of this council. And I hope after you go and reflect, I mean, who'd have ever thought that Loretta Smith and I would be on the same page about just about anything? But here we are. I am really disappointed in you, colleagues. We had the opportunity to show the public that not only are we being responsible, but we're actually listening to the people who night after night after night are telling us what they need. What a cowardly way to end what has been a very brilliant afternoon of testimony. Want to adjourn? Fine. I'm done.
I'd like to respond to that as gently as possible. First of all, there is no precedent for the council being required to vote at the end of testimony on a non-emergency ordinance, which is what this is. Secondarily, there are some assumptions that I actually want to test. It's been proffered, for example, that $18 million reduced from the Portland Police Bureau budget in the remainder of this fiscal year will not lead to any reduction in the number of police officers. I'm not sure that's accurate, so I want to do a little more digging myself on that. But I want to tell you where I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement that we do need to make further investments in the community around homelessness, around the street response, around the family support, around household food assistance, around the COVID response, around rent support. These are all the Office of Violence Prevention, and I'm actually very intrigued by Commissioner Udaley's amendment that she put forth. I have a bunch of questions about that. I very well may support that amendment. There was some compelling testimony today. So I personally, I support the reinvestment. It's the other side of the question that I have questions on, which is what is the impact to public safety, to response time, to staffing of the cuts that are proposed. So that's where my headspace is right now. And I'll second Commissioner Fritz's motion. Any further discussion on the motion to adjourn? Keelan, please call the roll.
Udaley.
I'd just like to say that I'm not sure if Commissioner Ryan meant to characterize Commissioner Hardesty and I as being reactionary. We've had longer to consider these issues than you have, and months really to develop these amendments. So I vote aye, and good night.
Fritz.
So we should be able to disagree without being disagreeable. And I appreciate having the extra time, or the time that was allocated before next week to look into the proposal and be able to come back with my thinking on each of the amendments. So thank you. Aye.
Ryan.
I got lost on the aye or the, but anyway, I vote aye. It's been a long day. And again, I really appreciate how enthusiastic and passionate Portlanders are. There's a lot of great testimony tonight. Thank you.
Hardesty.
I believe we hung up.
Okay, Wheeler.
I vote aye. So the motion carries, but before we do that, do we want to pick a time certain, please, so that we have this time reserved?
Okay. Yeah, next week, November 4th, Wednesday morning, we have a 10:30 time certain, but oh, you know what? Actually, on Thursday, that time has opened up. We could do a 2 p.m. time certain.
Let's take it.
Okay, Thursday, November 5th at 2 p.m.
Very good. Legal counsel, anything else we need to cover, or are we good?
I think you guys are good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who testified. Great testimony. We are adjourned.